Are you ready? Hey, think you could tell us what to do? You think you could tell us what to wear? You think that you're better? Well, you better get ready. Bow to the masters. Break it down! You can tell me what to do. Know who you're talking to. Well, you better get used to the way the ball bounces. I see what you got, inventions and ounces. But that's a break, boy. Yeah, that's a break, little man. Break it down. You're a big man. I'll treat you like you're a little man. Yo, tell me what it's like to be half a man. It must break your heart to see what I am, but that's a break, boy. Yeah, that's a break, little man. Break it down. Need to
my time, my grind. Promise I'ma do what's right. Open eyes, see the sign. Now I give it all I got. This is not what you think. This is nowhere near a game to me. It's the air that I breathe in my wildest dreams. Seems out of reach and a little far from my grams. Times past used to follow mine. Every time, heavy grind, getting mine till I reach the finish line. Never die, tell you why I stay prepared like my life's on the line. And I'm fixing to crash and burn. I'm taking turns for the worst. Learn what was really worth. Putting first, never hurt people that you love. And if you can't do that, then you should give the game up. Straight up, this is my life. Give it everything I got. Live right, out of sight, shining in the limelight. Bright minds think alike. That's how we form a team. Now it seems that we be ready for the real thing. When never had man me, instead of getting raped by the lyrical transition, switching up my style in the middle of a mission. Expedition, got to call it something like spitting. Bounce to the nearest safe house and vision. A decision, should I change the way I'm living? No, take me a soldier, bury me a G. Hope heaven got room for a player like me. Other rappers compete to be the greatest. Why is it a breeze to turn the G into idol? Cause y'all some sonoric, some shadows in the dark. My flow the tip of the arrow to penetrate your heart. We the real and you the fake. These are boys that I would take on my journey to the plate, which could reveal or fate. The dream, the hope, the life without. I'm just trying to find myself at the end of the road. And flowing from your eyes. I know it's hard to live and we living to die. We gotta make it past tomorrow, the limits the sky. If you follow what I'm saying and ride with the vibe, I'm in this concrete jungle without a role model. So what's the problem with the bag without a bottle? And I'm just waiting on the day when I be blowing up. I treat my city like the way I throw it up. But through the midst of it all, I never lose composure. Spain's games, a couple days, a strip poker. While I roll through the valley of the misunderstood, seeing the tears of the kids back in my hood. Constantly yearning for that BPO, wanting a life that's nice like a TV show. Yo, hope that I see heaven before hell. I told them that I'd rather see death before jail, yeah.
Tell us what to do. Yeah. You think you could tell us what to win? You think you better? Yeah. Well, you better get ready to bow to the master.
Suck it and went into something, fool. I just got tired of doing what you told me to do. But that's a breaks, boy. Yeah, that's a breaks, little man. Tell him.
X-Pac, putting full mind to a stop, speak my mind. I keep it rugged, that's bottom line. Suck it, 2 tears in the bucket. You hating to love it. I'm not the one to try your luck with. Hit hard like brass knuckles. See your face through the turnbuckle, dude. I got no love for you.
Generation X, who's gonna kick your ass?
pitch black, keep it rugged until it's how I feel, and let you know the deal. One of the illest that never have stepped. I demolish all opponents and knock out the rest.
I'm gonna kick your ass.
Xbox.
Put it away like a book on a shelf that you can't read. Yeah, you can't read, boy.
Generation X, who's gonna kick your ass? Generation X, who's gonna kick your ass? Generation X, who's gonna kick your ass? Generation X, I tell you. Damn breaks, little man.
Suck it into something, fool. I just got tired of doing what you told me to do. But that's a breaks, boy. Yeah, that's a breaks, little man. Tell him.
Xbox. Put it forward to a stop. Speak my mind. I keep it rugged, that's bottom line. Suck it.
It's time for another wrestling podcast.
To be the man, you have to be the man. Big purple pump, if you're hooked up, holler, in the air, if you're the man. Give me a hell yeah. What the rock is cooking. The best there is, the best there was, and the best there ever will be. Yes! Yes! Woo! Yes! Whoa! What? Yes! Woo! 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 Raw is Jericho! What you gonna do when Hulkamania destroys you?
What's up with that?
For the benefit of those with flash photography.
Would you please shut the hell up? If you're not down with that, we got 2 words for ya! Oh, yes! Ooh, yeah! That was what was best for business. We, the people!
I'm the best in the world.
The kid to dig that sucker! And that's the bottom line, because Stone Cold said so. Have a nice day! And the champ is here!
With your hosts, Steve Credo and Jonathan Benjamin.
All right. Jonathan, we are live in Rhode Island.
The smallest state in the Union. We are here at the New England Fan Fest 5 in beautiful Providence, Rhode Island. Steve, an amazing time so far. What is your favorite part so far?
Man, we're meeting the fans. We're meeting people coming by saying, hey, guys, we listen to you, and hey, thanks for listening. That's what we're doing, Jonathan. AnotherWrestlingPodcast.com is live today. It's been great. Scott Hall's in front of us.
Yes.
Hey, yo.
Chico Man's here, so we're meeting everybody today, Jonathan. It's crazy. We saw Jim Cornette live last night, Corny in Rhode Island.
Yeah, we're going to get into that later. We got to talk about that a little bit. We'd like to thank Joseph Bruin and all the people here that put together New England Fan Fest 5. It's an amazing show. Just in eye view right now, we have Alex the Pug Porto, Jim Ross, Zeus from No Holds Barred fame. You mentioned Scott Hall, Mario Mancini's here, Kelly, Lita, Eric Bischoff, Bill Goldberg. I could go on forever, and we will be hopefully joined by some people, throughout the day. So just keep listening. But what else do we have for him, Steve?
Yeah, Jonathan, so it's been a year in the making. I mean, this is it, man. We're coming full circle. Last year, we were here at the New England Fan Fest 4, and that's where we all started. That's where we pretty much got our feet wet, if so to say.
Yeah.
That's where we began. So it's nice coming back to this. It's going to be our cornerstone in our show. We come in here every year. So just coming here alone is special. Just to take it up a notch for year 2, because we did one whole year of amazing guests, guys. And if you're listening for the first time ever, head on over to AnotherWrestlingPodcast.com. You will see who we've been talking to for the past year. Amazing guests, and a lot of them are here today, Jonathan. So some of the guests joining us today, we're going to kind of, replay some of the interviews during today of who we talked to, who's actually here at the New England Fan Fest. And guys, yesterday, we had the live show. We had Jim Ross joining us, but joining us today, if you missed it, you'll be able to hear some interviews with Maria Kanellis. We're going to have Zeus on joining us. Who else did you want to play?
Well, we're going to definitely talk to Jim Cornette. That is one of the men that...
it's a great interview, yeah.
It's a great interview. We also talked to him last night at Corny in New England. We want to get into that show a little bit later. But as you said, this is a homecoming for us. It's where it all began. We just love doing this. We love talking to the wrestlers. We love talking to the fans. So if you're listening to this now and you're thinking about coming out to the show, stop by our booth and say hello to us. We are going to be doing this live all day long.
That's right.
And, we really encourage you guys to get interactive with this. If you are listening to us right now, you're on Mixlr, you can chat, you can send in questions, you can, just talk to us, and we'll be able to talk to you live on the show. So
that's right.
We just love being here with everybody. And, Steve, I want to talk to you. How many of these fests have you been to before?
I've been to a few. I mean, nothing... I think New England Fan Fest is doing something right. A lot of people don't get it. These guys get it. You know what I mean? They know what to do. They know how to put on a show. They know what the fans want to see. They know what the fans want to do. And that's what's great. I mean, you're going to have deluxe photo ops packages today. You can meet Glacier in costume. If you want to get a deluxe photo with Scott Hall, you can get a photo with Scott Hall with a ladder, with the IC belt hanging down. Stuff like that. It's like little things like that people don't do anywhere else. They just want to do a meet and greet and that's it. But they make it special here. They make it for the fans. You're going to have deluxe bikini photo ops, not with us, Jonathan. With us.
I was very unprepared for that. Because,
I know. We didn't pack our bikinis, but it's okay because we're going to have some famous divas that are going to be doing bikini photo ops later for all you young marks out there who, all that fun stuff, right?
Yeah, no, and I've been to a lot of different conventions before. They seem rushed. They're kind of hectic. That's not because of that's not everybody that does these conventions. But here, they have it set up. There's a great walkway. You can walk around. You can see everybody. They're doing specific times for specific photo ops. Did I mention that Bill Goldberg, Eric Bischoff, Jim Ross, these are all the people that are here today. So it's really cool to see all these fans. They're all bringing their memorabilia to get signed. Our buddies over at Collector's Realm actually were selling things to Jim Cornette. I mean, that's an amazing thing. I just think it's just a very special show.
Yeah.
We're in Providence, Rhode Island.
We're a great city, man. It's a nice city.
We're connected to the Providence, the Dunkin' Donut Center. A lot of great WWF, WWE moments have happened there. So, stop on by, talk to us. And Steve, another thing that I want to talk to you about is the fact that in these settings, it kind of really revitalizes careers. We do have Alex the Pug Porteau here. We have Mario Mancini, which we've talked to them already on past shows. But you get to see these guys, and it's kind of rare because they don't do a lot of these signings. So it's a rare chance to get out there and meet some of these people. If I had to ask you right now, I'm putting you on the spot. Who is your favorite guest that's here today?
Wow, favorite guest that's here today? I would say Zeus. I keep going to Zeus. I mean, he's one of my favorite interviews. You guys are going to hear it today. He called out John Cena on our show to fight at this year's WrestleMania. John Cena never answered it, but guys, we're going to be playing that interview for you in a little bit. So stay tuned to that. But I mean, Zeus, I would say, I definitely want to meet Zeus. It's Debo. I mean, come on. He saved Gotham City in the Dark Knight. So,
yes.
He's an actor, celebrity. Zeus, he's no holds barred, man. He's probably the biggest movie star here. But I mean, it's more than just movie stars, Jonathan. Who you looking to meet?
Well, I have to tell you that I've been wanting to meet this gentleman for a very long time, and it's none other than Eric Bischoff. He has done it all in the business, and he pretty much ran the business for a while. So I can't wait to talk to him and get get his thoughts on this fan fest and what he's up to these days. So
yeah, Jonathan, now in front of us, we said we see Scott Hall. He's signing autographs, meeting the fans, looks great, in great shape. But look at all these fans, man. They're bringing their belts. They're bringing their figures. I see a Slammy Award over there someone has.
Yep.
They're getting signed. You guys out there, man, what are some of the great collectibles out there, Jonathan, that you'd bring here to get signed? Because I know you brought a suitcase full for some stuff to get signed, right?
absolutely. My go-to thing is the WWE Encyclopedia. So I bring that with me. I think I've got over 200 autographs in it. They range anywhere from the Ultimate Warrior to Brodus Clay, Brooklyn Brawler, whatever. So
I made the mistake of trying to compete with Jonathan in autographs last night. I was like, Jonathan, I got my encyclopedia. Check out some of the signatures I got. And then Jonathan brings out his, and it's just like, I'm going to go in the other room. Jonathan wins.
Yeah,
it's like, damn it.
But that's all right. Everybody.
No, you got some good ones. Yeah, that's what's great. Bringing the encyclopedia, I think it's probably one of the greatest things they ever made to just get signed. Great collector's item, but I mean, what you were saying too, what else would you bring? Encyclopedia, I think?
Belts are always good but that's one of my big pet peeves. When people bring a belt, okay, so let's say, we have Scott Hall in front of us. We're going to keep saying that all day long because it's probably the coolest thing that I can tell you. But if they bring, like, the Divas Championship, let's not have Scott Hall sign that because, to my knowledge, he was never the Divas Champion.
Yeah, like right now, what is he signing right now?
That is an Intercontinental title, but it is the Attitude Era Intercontinental title.
And he's never had that one.
He did not have that, so it does bug me a little bit. That is just me. But,
I hear you. And honestly, I have a belt. I have the Winged Eagle Deluxe Championship belt. I got it at my bachelor party, and I had it signed by one man, Jonathan.
Oh, my God.
One man, Jonathan, the only man that should sign that belt was Bret Hart. I had him sign it.
Note that it is 10 minutes into the show, and that is the first Bret Hart reference.
Yeah, man, that's it. The best there is, the best there was, and the best there ever will be. Bret Hart, if you're listening, you know who to call. We're going to get you on the show one day. But, Jonathan, as soon as I got that belt, that's what I'm saying, the collector's belt, I had it signed, and then I got it framed, and I hung it up on my wall. A lot of these guys, man, these belts are like $400, $500, whatever. Yep. And they wear them to every show, and they wear them out, like, no joke, like worn out belts, like just from wearing them all the time. And I mean, if I was going to drop $500 on a belt, I better be the champion, or I'm just, I'm putting it up and making sure nothing happens to it. I don't want it to, like, get messed up or let the leather wear out. I don't know. Would you just buy a belt to wear it around, or?
I don't typically wear the belts. I'm not worthy of that. It was a thing growing up that I bought, and I was so happy when I got it, but, it sits in my closet. I'm trying to pick out the best person to get signed on there, and I'll probably leave it at that. It's the World Heavyweight Championship. It's the big gold belt. It's the WWE version, not the WCW version, so there's a lot of names on there that I can get. The thing is about the merchandise that you bring here or whatever, we mentioned revitalizing careers. That WWE Encyclopedia has done so much for people who may or may not.
Yeah.
I like, all they have to do is put your name in that book, and you can go to any convention anywhere, and you're going to have a line of people that want to get your signature.
Yeah, just to fill that book. I mean, some guys have passed away in that book, but still, you can still fill that book up pretty good with a lot of signatures and stuff. So, I mean, it's definitely revitalized, just as, like, the network has, to where things that people, matches or people they've never seen, they could see them today. Instead of buying old VHS or DVDs, now you can just see it every day, 24/7.
I have to point out.
He's looking at us.
Where we're sitting.
Are we next?
There's a crow's nest up in the up here at the convention center, and I see none other than Bill Goldberg, and he's waving
to
at
us. All right.
So,
I think we're next, Jonathan.
I think
You're
we
gonna
are.
Get speared.
I really hope that he comes down here.
He's like, those pieces of, But yeah, Bill Goldberg just spotted us. We waved to him. He was looking at us. And maybe Jonathan's next, but I'm definitely not getting speared by Bill Goldberg today.
I think it would be an honor to be speared by Bill Goldberg.
As long as we get it on videotape for our YouTube page, Jonathan.
Yeah, it's definitely happening here live. New England Fan Fest, Providence, Rhode Island. We're going to be talking with fans. We're going to be talking with wrestlers. We're going to be talking with divas, former divas, and any and all people that come today.
We're in a chat room too, Jonathan. We have a chat for our show going up right now. If you guys head on over to Mixlr.com, MIXLR.com/Another Wrestling Podcast, we have a chat room going up. So if you're here, if you're in town, if you couldn't make it, join the chat. Talk to us. We want to know what's going on with you and all that fun stuff.
So I'm going to talk to some people right now, people that have not, maybe this is their first time of listening to us. So I'm going to explain a little bit about what we do. My name's Jonathon Benjamin. Steve Credo's with me right now. We started this podcast almost a year to the day ago. Since then, we've had everybody on the show. We've had WWE superstars. We've had former legends, Hall of Famers, everybody and anybody. We have anotherwrestlingpodcast.com. You can get on there and find out anything that you want about the show, where we're going to be soon, where we've been. And you can also follow us on all the other forms of social media. So we're on Twitter, we're on Facebook, we're on Instagram, we're all over the place. ProWrestlingTees.com, that's another quick little shout out as well.
Buy the shirt.
Buy the shirt, everybody.
But Jonathan, we always like to say, because there's so many links out there today, you have to be in the social media universe, but there's only one place you can go to find them all. That's anotherwrestlingpodcast.com, guys. If you can't remember the links, can't remember the name, can't remember whatever, head on over there. All the links are at the top. Find it, click it, like it, subscribe, poke us, find us, friend us, whatever, you know what I mean? So we're out there.
I will say that so far at this convention, something seems a little bit off, and for anybody that's a convention goer, a pro wrestling convention goer, Virgil is not here yet.
We have a table, though, for him.
I'm assuming he's going to show up because he shows up to all of them, but there is a table right in front of us that just has a seat and a table. So if Virgil decides to show up, then he can go right by us. But, Steve, we talk about this a lot. What sets our show apart from other people's?
Well, that's right, Jonathan. I mean, you can listen to any other podcast out there, and it's, hey, we're going to review Raw, SmackDown, TNA, Lucha Underground, Ring of Honor, whatever. You watch the show, we're going to talk about the show, and that's great and fine. I love that and stuff, but there's so much wrestling on, Jonathan, every week. You got 3 hours of Raw, then you got, Wednesday, you got the Wednesday Night Wars going on, 4 different shows. There's just so much going on, so many things going on. I don't have the time to listen to all these podcasts about what the show I just watched. And, if I didn't watch it, I'm going to probably find it on DVR to watch the show instead of a podcast to listen about it. So what's unique about us is that we talk about topical stuff. We don't talk about what we just saw or what you just saw. We talk about things throughout the pro wrestling universe, different topics such as, greatest tag teams, gimmicks, worst gimmicks, the tons of topical, things that we could talk to with each other.
Well, I've got one right now. It's a hot button issue these days, but let's talk about the WWE Network, okay? It launched a little over a year ago, $9.99 a month. Actually, it's more like $10.29 whenever they take it out of your account, but that's neither here nor there. But the WWE Network is classic WWE footage, WWE pay-per-views, and all this stuff, but they've just started to get these new shows coming. There's Swerved, which is a really cool show. There is The Legends House. They're doing a lot of stuff with Tough Enough now. Steve, are you watching the network?
I am watching the network.
Okay.
I pay for it. I am a stockholder in the WWE, actually.
Okay.
I don't know what I get, but it was a nice gift from my wife.
Okay, all right.
But I have it on my wall. I watch it.
So what are some of the things that you typically watch on the network?
Biggest one is NXT. I watch NXT weekly. But there are times where I find myself looking back, going through the old shows and seeing what I want to find. But yeah, primarily NXT right now.
Easy for him to say.
I know, geez, tongue twister.
So NXT, is there anything that you think the network is missing right now, whether it be old footage? If you had the reins of the WWE Network right now, what would you pick to change or improve or make better or whatever?
Well, I don't think I think one thing they could really do that's really cool is that, house shows. Back in the day, I remember coming home from school watching old house shows from MSG on the MSG network. Now, I think what they could do is, just bring one camera. You don't have to make a big event production about a house show, but just, film like a regular house show and put those on the network too, to where, hey, I wish I could have went to this house show in, Poughkeepsie, but I couldn't, so I want to see what happened. Something like that might be unique and cool. It's different, you know what I mean? To where, back in the day, they would sell the tapes of the house shows you would go to at different people. They would record it and you could buy it online or whatever. But now, there's really nothing like that. So I think, I don't know, something like that. I would love to see the house show that I went to as, like, a memory of, like, hey, I wanted to see what it looked like on camera,
So you're saying we're going to put the house shows on the WWE Network. I think that's a great idea.
Yeah, not at least every house show, but I mean, like once a month or something, because they kind of get repetitive, but you know what I mean, something to stand out from the rest.
Okay, so what I'm thinking, since you asked, you didn't, but I'm gonna just say it anyway. So when I was younger, they had the like rock and wrestling connection. So they had the 80s Hulk Hogan cartoons. They had a lot of like the Coliseum home videos and all of those things. So I wish that they would put all those classic Coliseum home videos on the network. And I know that they just started putting the cartoons on there, which is cool, but I think that would be awesome to have some of those special, because they had like Hulkamania, greatest Hulkamania matches and all that stuff. So there's a lot of footage out there that WWE owns, and I think it's time to get that on there. I think that they should get some of that footage on there.
Yeah, man, definitely. And guys, if you haven't subscribed yet, if you're a wrestling fan, man, I mean, it's so brilliant. It's like Hulu, it's like Netflix, but it's just all wrestling. You know what I mean? So that's what's great about it. I think they're a little bit ahead of their time when they launched it, to where they knew what they wanted, they knew what they were going to do, but it wasn't all ready yet. But now, I mean, they're releasing new shows and whatnot. So I mean, it's definitely catching up with the times right now. So I mean, it's definitely worth the investment for any fan.
Well, speaking of the WWE Network, Tony Atlas from Legends House fame is here today. He is right behind us, actually. If you come here, you can see Tony Atlas. He has been very vocal, to say the least. Last night at the Jim Cornette show, Corny in New England, he was there and was just having a good time. He was dancing around here today. So I can't stress it enough, people. NewEnglandFanFest.com. If you're on the fence about coming, don't be on that fence. Just get in your car and come out to the New England Fan Fest. Steve, we talked a little bit about the WWE Network. That's just a small thing that we can scratch the surface on. But I wanted to ask you, I know your favorite wrestler of all time is Bret the Hitman Hart, okay? But let's talk top five.
Top
okay?
five.
Give me okay, so you only have 4 more to give me, and then explain a little bit why you like these people.
Sure, man. So big number two would be Cactus Jack.
Wow.
Not Mick Foley, not Mankind, not Dude Love, but Cactus Jack. I know when I started watching wrestling or getting more into it in my teen years, I came across Cactus Jack's death matches in Japan and stuff, and for me as a teenager, that was freaking awesome, you know what I mean? To where I just became such a fan of it. And, Cactus Jack was big. I had the Wanted Dead t-shirt. It was number one for me, you know what I mean? And I was beyond thrilled when they actually, brought him into the WWE as Cactus Jack finally. So that would be my big number two. So
Okay.
If you're talking to me, Bret Hart, it's Cactus Jack is next. Not Mick Foley, just Cactus Jack.
Okay, that's a strong 2.
Yeah. Now to think about everybody else, I mean, I'm trying to think. I mean, I've had all these favorites through the years, from like Ultimate Warrior, Hulk Hogan, you know what I mean? But I really have to look at them on a piece of paper. But if I'm going for number 3, I'm going with Andre the Giant.
Wow.
Andre the Giant, going a little bit old school, just for his size. No one's really beat him, you know what I mean? No one's really beat his size as a giant. I hate how they use Paul White, now the Big Show.
Yeah.
To where, I feel like Andre would roll over in his grave if they realized how they were using Big Show nowadays.
Yep.
I mean, back in the day, for Andre to get slammed or anything like that, it was a big deal, you know what I mean? To where you don't do that to giants. It never happens. And that was the kind of thing. Andre was the 8th wonder of the world. He was larger than life, literally. So, it was just a spectacle to see. So, number 3, Andre the Giant.
Okay. All right.
Now, to round out the other 2, you could say likes of like CM Punk and whatnot, but I would have to just stick with the old school guys. There's really nobody new that I'm like, they're my new favorite. You know what I mean? I'm still sticking with some of my old past favorites to where I think 4 and 5 I would round it out as the Ultimate Warrior and Hulk Hogan. Granted, there's a lot more. I have I can go on to Macho Man and this and that, but I grew up with these guys. They were the first that really got me into it, and I would never really not like them ever again. So, I would stick with some old school names on that. But, Bret Hart, Cactus Jack, Andre, Hogan, and Warrior.
Okay, wow, that's a pretty good list.
Yeah, man. So, what about you? I know one of yours, but I'm sure anybody listening might not know. But what's your top 5?
All right, number 1. Obviously, is going to be Ravishing Rick Rude. My favorite from the moment that I started watching wrestling. So, Ravishing Rick Rude had the charisma, had an amazing physique, would go out there and really kind of talk to me into watching him. He was just a great guy, great performer. Sad I never got to meet him. So, number 2 is going to be a little strange one for most people, but literally Shane McMahon. So Shane McMahon was a big performer in the Attitude Era and all that stuff. So he was doing awesome things, and I loved him. He was athletic. He was doing just off-the-wall things. He was jumping off of scaffoldings. He was going coast to coast and kicking people in the face with a trash can and whatnot. So those are my top 2 right there. So number 3 is going to be Ric Flair. And there's really no reason why he shouldn't be on everybody's top lists. So Ric Flair doing amazing things, going around, champion in every promotion he was ever in, charisma out the yin yang. So he's number 3.
All right.
If I'm going to keep going on this trail, I'm going to say that number 4 was Rowdy Piper. Hot Rod, such an amazing talent, always talking. I guess that's what when I look back and I keep talking about this, I realize that I like the guys who are really good on the mic. So those guys are amazing. Rowdy Piper was one of the best wrestlers too.
Sure.
He was just amazing. And so we got Rude, Shane O'Mac, Flair, Piper, and probably my top 5 guy, my number 5, is gonna be somebody who's from newer, but I'm gonna say Edge. Edge was awesome. When he first came in, I'll be honest, I wasn't a huge fan of Edge. And then he got in the Brood, which was awesome, but then he kind of leveled off again for me. And so when he got with Christian, that's awesome. And probably that's it. Edge and Christian, if I can do that, if you'll allow me, they're gonna be he's gonna be my 5th. They're collectively gonna be my 5th favorite. So
sure.
It kind of changes all the time, but if I had a gun to my head, I know my number 1. It's Rick Rude. And other than that, all the other guys are amazing. And professional wrestling is just such an amazing thing. I have been a fan for literally my entire life. So if you somehow just stumble on this podcast and you're not a fan of pro wrestling, you should really start watching.
That's
because it's the thing that I've loved forever, and I will continue to watch it until the day I die.
Yeah, man, and that's what's great about today. This is the New England Fan Fest 5. We were at 4. That's where we all began. But this is it, man. We're doing our first live show here, so we've come full circle, Jonathan. 1 year later, we're live here now, broadcasting to the world. What we love, pro wrestling. But guys, if you're listening, anotherwrestlingpodcast.com. Check us out. Check out all the past guests. And speaking of past guests, Jonathan, Maria Kanellis, who is here at the New England Fan Fest. You can meet and greet her. You can also get a bikini photo op later on. She's here, but
she also has the IWGP tag team championship that belongs to her husband Mike Bennett. So that's another awesome photo op.
Yeah, you can't really you can't really get that photo op too many times anywhere else. So, but Jonathan, I mean, recently Ring of Honor has been acquired by Destination America. Also, so they've been picking up some viewers on it looks like TNA's downfall. So we might be seeing the resurgence or whatever of Ring of Honor happening. With more viewers. So, we talked a little bit about Ring of Honor when we interviewed her a few weeks ago. But guys, now we're going to toss it to Maria Kanellis. So you guys, if you're tuning in, if you missed the show, well, now you get to hear from Maria Kanellis, who joined us not too long ago.
Honor, and dare I say, the first lady of professional wrestling. Please welcome Miss Maria Kanellis.
Hello there.
I want to thank you for taking the time to join us. First things first, how are you doing these days?
I am fantastic. I just got the big news today that we're joining Destination America and are going to be part of Wednesday Night Wrestling, so I'm excited about that. I'm excited for everybody to see Ring of Honor Wrestling on national television. It's everywhere. Ask your cable provider. But, I mean, we didn't know this was happening, so I'm super excited about it.
Now, you have been through this before, being on national TV several times. What does this mean to you versus people who may not have, been in that national spotlight before? Is it just like another day for you, or do you feel the same excitement as well?
For me, switching over to Ring of Honor Wrestling and being a part of New Japan Wrestling, it's like watching when kids see something for the first time, or when, a person goes on their first vacation down to Mexico and sees the ocean for the first time. I get to relive everything through the eyes of these wrestlers and these girls and guys that have been doing it for a long time, but now they're going to get national publicity, or now they're going to get their first big match that their mom or dad gets to see. So to me, it's great to be able to have experienced it already and then to re-experience with my husband.
That's awesome. Now, you mentioned New Japan. You're working with both Ring of Honor and New Japan. What are some of the major differences in those two companies?
Major differences. In Japan, New Japan Pro Wrestling is the #1 wrestling company. It's actually financially the #2 wrestling company in the entire world. So over there, we have bigger crowds. We drive by in the New Japan bus. Everybody on the street knows exactly what New Japan is. So in that sense, we have more recognition over in New Japan and over in Japan. When we come to Ring of Honor, the crowds are totally different. The crowds are a lot more lively. They get involved. They like what they like. They hate what they hate. And, our fan base is very loyal. So there's two very different types of fans when it comes to Japanese fans and then the American fans. So there's similarities in the styles of wrestling. A lot of our Ring of Honor guys are huge fans of a lot of the Japanese wrestlers, especially like Jushin Liger or Okada or Tanahashi. And you might see some of those moves that the New Japan guys invented at Ring of Honor, or vice versa. There's big fans of Ring of Honor guys at the New Japan locker room as well. So mutual respect there, definitely.
Now, you're a globetrotter. We follow you on Instagram and Twitter and all that stuff, and every time we see someone go over to Japan wrestling, they're always finding some pretty ridiculous merchandise. What kind of Maria merchandise have you found out there that seems to be, pretty ridiculous?
Oh, gosh. Well, I mean, the first thing of all of it, and the most exciting thing to me, is they've never had a female T-shirt out before. In the sense of a female wrestler on their T-shirts. And so the most outrageous thing that has happened is New Japan came out with a Maria T-shirt, and we sold out. So it was, that in itself is pretty incredible to me. It's a very humbling thing. But as far as other merchandise, I'm trying to think. I mean, a guy came up to me and he drew this picture of me, and that's what ended up on the T-shirt. So he was, I don't know if he was selling these pictures or what he was doing, but somehow that became the graphic for the Maria Kanellis T-shirt.
Well, that's pretty amazing. There's also some exciting news. Figures Toy Company and the Wrestling Superstore have started to release, or they're going to release, the first Ring of Honor series of action figures. So I know that Adam Cole, the Briscoes, and Kevin Steen are in the first series, and the only ones that I've heard so far about the second are the Young Bucks. But I'm hoping, just for my own selfish reasons, that I see a Kingdom set of action figures. I know you've already been an action figure, but I think it'll be pretty exciting if the Kingdom gets their own as well.
I think that might be happening, but you didn't hear it from me.
Oh, well, I think you just made my week. Month. That's awesome.
I know that Mike and I are coming out very soon, and I'm sure that Taven will follow shortly after.
Now, we're based out of the Northeast, and we get to see you guys quite often. You're splitting your time between Northeast Wrestling, Ring of Honor, New Japan. Is there any place left for you guys to go and take over like you have already?
It's Kingdom versus the world. We have been to Preston City Wrestling. We love it over there. It's fantastic. There's a tremendous group of guys over there. The crowd is really fun. So we've done that. I know that there's talks of us going over to Italy, and there's also talks of us going to Australia. So we are scheduled to be in a lot of different places coming up.
Now, I have to ask this as well, because being kind of now you're from the Chicago area originally, but now you're kind of a northeasterner, I guess is how we say that. Do you feel a connection to this area more now that you're in the Northeast?
Well, it's funny because, like, I always had a connection with this area just because, Stamford, Connecticut was always the home base for WWE. So I would come up here a lot with WWE. And, so I always had that connection, and I've always loved the falls here in the Northeast. So being now a student at Johnson & Wales University, I definitely am getting very comfy in the Northeast.
Oh, that's good, especially after you're still saying that after the winter that we had. So that's, I guess.
Oh my God, that was terrible. But everybody had that winter, and now poor Texas and a few other places are having flooding problems, and it's awful.
It's ridiculous. I feel for you guys, because you never really know what the situation that you guys are going to be. Like, you can be driving or flying or whatever, and I just feel like I always worry that that you guys will get trapped in these situations. But so far,
I have before. I got stuck in the Northeast at one point, and we ended up having to drive to a Monday Night Raw because we got trapped and couldn't fly out. But you still have to make it to Raw. So we ended up driving, I think it was 9 hours, or no, it was longer than that. It was like 12 hours down to a show. It was insanity. But that's part of wrestling, and we could have different jobs to where we don't get to see all these amazing places. So I try and keep it in perspective even when we are having flight delays.
Now, you just mentioned the WWE. You were actually a part of the WWE Divas Search, and if you didn't know, they are actually bringing back that contest. If you had any words of advice for any girls looking to get into the search, what would they be?
Be the best you possible. And I think that goes for any type of entertainer. People get too caught up into thinking, I got to be what they want. And that isn't necessarily the case. The truth is, casting directors, scouts for the NFL or WWE recruiters, they have a picture in their head of what they want and their vision for a diva, their vision for a wrestler. And so instead of trying to portray something that you're not, be exactly who you are, because exactly who you are is going to be different from anybody else. And I think that definitely shows down in NXT right now with Charlotte and with Sasha Banks. I mean, they are themselves. They believe in who they are as wrestlers and as individuals, and so they continue doing that and pushing. And because of that, they've gotten tremendous fame and also the accolades that go along with it.
Women's wrestling's kind of been a hot button issue as of late. Are you happy with the way that women are starting to get portrayed in professional wrestling?
Yes, I am. I'm very excited for all the changes that are happening. I think that there is definitely more in the future that can be done and that will be done. I know that when I was in WWE, we fought very hard to get more time on television, to get more storylines, more. And I think that from then until now, because of all the pushing for the female wrestling movement, it's finally getting there, and that's exciting. And I'm very proud to be a part of it, and proud to have been one of the first females to wrestle over in New Japan. So it's exciting for me. It really is.
Now that Ring of Honor has another national TV deal, do you think it's time for Ring of Honor to finally get its own recognized women's championship?
I do think so. I think that there's a lot of females that are out on the independent scene and females that have came through Ring of Honor that would be a tremendous asset to our locker room and to our television product.
Now, is it strange for you being relatively young still and being considered a veteran in the business?
It's funny because it's like every year or every couple years, I'm like, all right, we're winding this down. This is starting to wind down. This is what's going to happen. And like, I remember last year about this time, Mike and I were talking. I was like, okay, well, maybe next year, I'll take a step back from wrestling, just work for Ring of Honor, and that'll be enough. And I'll go to school and, focus on that. And for some reason, all of a sudden, I'm getting the phone calls from New Japan and all these other international companies, and we're taking the kingdom around the world. So, yes, it's very strange to be considered a veteran because in a lot of ways, I feel like I'm still learning. And I would say to anybody that wants to be in wrestling, become a manager because you see everything from a different perspective. But it's a little strange sometimes when I'm asked advice about certain things because I do still feel a little new. But at the same time, it's exciting to watch people grow.
Well, and it's great to see, once again, like we mentioned earlier, you're going to be back on that national platform, and there's a lot of people that are coming into Ring of Honor or who have been there that they've been working towards this, but they haven't had that, where you're, once again, the veteran where they can look to you for certain things to do, or you may have positive criticism for them or whatever. So I think it's great all around for Ring of Honor, and that they've got a good mix right now. They've got people that have never really been there. They've got people that have been on the independents for a long time. They got people like you. So I'm very excited. I think Wednesday night has now been changed forever. So we're definitely looking forward to seeing what you guys have to offer.
Yeah, I think it's going to be amazing for people to actually see what Ring of Honor does have to offer. Because I think a lot of people have heard the name Ring of Honor through either hearing CM Punk say it or hearing Daniel Bryan say it. And so now, for the first time, they're going to be able to see what Ring of Honor is really about.
And, just the word down the pike was that Samoa Joe is part of NXT, but he's also going to be doing Ring of Honor. So I just think that really the wrestling business of 2014 is completely different than what we've got so far in 2015. And I think that it's, the hottest time for professional wrestling probably since I'd say the Attitude Era. So it's really going to be good for everybody involved, I think.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, it's always been to where wrestling is that wheel, Sometimes you're on top and sometimes you're not. And wrestling right now is very hot.
Now, you were and continue to be a very positive role model for not only women, but everyone. Why is this important to you?
Well, okay. I remember watching Lita before I was ever a part of WWE. And where I grew up, women were not as much the strong individuals that Lita is. So for me, watching wrestling and watching Lita do her thing was really an inspiration to me. So if I can give back in that way, it's really an incredible place to be.
That's great. We see sometimes, I guess, as a performer, as a entertainer, as a celebrity, it may be you don't see the results right away, but you look back and they just showed like when AJ Lee met Lita for the first time and she was like crying, and so you guys have a big responsibility that some people take lightly and some people don't, but I think it's great that you try to be that positive role model, and you never know, someday down the road somebody's going to say that Maria Kanellis is the reason why they are the way they are right now. So I think that's...
Well, I actually, there's this girl, and I'm not going to name names because I don't want to embarrass her or anything like that, but she's a female wrestler, and she came up to me and she's like, "Oh, I met you when I was 8 and now I'm training to be a wrestler." One, I was like, I'm so old because this girl's now 18 years old, and two, it was really incredible. I guess I had met her at a restaurant, and she was telling me when she was 8 years old, I want to be a wrestler, and so she was asking me about it when she was 8, and now she's doing it. So I never take it lightly. I try and remember who is listening and what I'm trying to portray. But I also know, like, everybody makes mistakes, and I've made mistakes in the past as well. And so I want to be a realist to people as well, that it's okay to slip and fall and, say the wrong thing, do the wrong thing, as long as you recover and learn from it. I think that's the biggest thing, because a lot of times if you just focus on your failures, you're never going to get anywhere. You just kind of got to be like, okay, that happened, and now I'm going to learn, and I will move forward from this.
Well, as long as you have that attitude, I guess, because it's been said that professional wrestling is sort of a negative business or whatever. So I think you guys have the right tools, and you're doing great. And I'm speaking about you and your new husband, Mike Bennett. You got married last year. How is married life treating you so far?
Oh, it's wonderful. I mean, I couldn't ask for a better husband. He's a very beautiful man, and I am informed of this on a daily basis from everyone on Instagram and Twitter and every other social media known to man. But he's also very kind, and I think that goes a long way. I think that being a nice person really goes a long way. And the old saying was in wrestling that you had to be a jerk. And I think that Mike and several others that I know are changing that.
Now, what is the biggest thing that has changed with you being married?
Well, now he's breaking stuff. That's changed. I'm just kidding. Currently breaking everything. What happened?
Thanks a lot, Mike. I hope that's not the good china. It better not be.
No, we don't really have good china. We have plates that are used, and that's it. The biggest thing that's changed is we moved in together in January. We hadn't lived together really before. We kind of lived together out in Los Angeles for about 6 months, but this is our first place that we actually picked out together, moved in together, and so we're discovering all kinds of things, like how he hates putting together everything from IKEA, and how I get very picky on how the pillows need to be on the bed when we're making the bed when his mom comes over. So, we're definitely learning all kinds of new things.
Well, if you guys can get through IKEA without getting divorced, then you're definitely doing something right, because Well,
I'll let you know. We're going to IKEA tomorrow. So.
Oh, God. I will suggest the Swedish meatballs in the cafeteria, but other than that...
Oh, Swedish meatballs. All right. We will have to test them out.
Yeah, other than that, it's a nightmare in there. The carts, go sideways. You'll think of it tomorrow. But you spoke about Los Angeles. You are obviously an accomplished actress. I just recently watched a few of your Funny or Die episodes, Not That Tom and Jerry. They're pretty amazing, I have to say. Do you?
Thank you. You know, it's funny because when I first read the scripts, I'm like, oh, I don't know. Is this really funny? I don't get it. Is it? And then I met the actors and just how good they are. Oh my gosh, Peter, the guy that plays Jerry, he's fantastic. So like I didn't realize how good it was actually going to be until I was on set.
Now, Maria, do you have any other projects in the works as far as acting goes right now?
As far as acting goes, no. Yeah, I kind of just wait and see what's coming up next for me, because for the longest time I was like crazy lazy, trying every single thing under the sun to find all these projects and things to do and all this stuff, and I just drove myself nuts. Mm-hmm. So I have some great friends that either own production companies or are directors, and so they call me and they're like, hey, I have this thing coming up. Would you be interested? And that's kind of where it ends up happening, is all the networking. But we do have our podcast coming back out. Mike and Maria in Wonderland is coming back out, but we moved to the Geek Nation. So we're really excited about that. I think there's something like 20 million unique viewers per month. So we're really excited about that. That should be up in the next week or so. And so Mike and I will be back podcasting.
That is my second favorite podcast, if you can believe it.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that.
I would say
We're excited to come back.
I would say number one, but I'm also a podcaster, so I have to say it, right? You've also spent a lot of time in the recording studio with your music, and I know you're not doing anything else right now. So, is there any chance that we'll hear any new music from you anytime soon?
I don't know. I don't like performing music in front of people, is what I found. I love to write it. I love being in studio, but as funny as it is, for some reason on stage, I go crazy and I can't, I get stage fright or something. So I don't enjoy that part. If that were to ever change, I would love to do it, because writing is just such a relief. But you never know.
Well, have you watched Coyote Ugly? I'm just throwing it out there.
I have. Okay. It's fantastic. And I love that story because I always wanted to write for Pink. Pink was always my female singer, that I just loved her. I thought the songs that she sang were great. She just did her own thing, and that was cool too. So I would love to write for her.
So what kind of music are you listening to right now, Maria?
I really love the Congos. I'm Only Joking is like my favorite song that I drive around in. And it's just really like the drums in it are fantastic. And if I was still a dance teacher, that would be the song that I'd want to create a dance to. So when it comes to music and it's if you can work out to it or if you can dance to it, I really enjoy it. But then on Sunday we had Mike's party and we listened to Hawaiian music all day. So really eclectic music. Mike loves Kid Rock and we listen to country. So it's a mix of everything.
Well, I have to say, music, acting, wrestling, is there anything that Maria Kanellis is not good at?
I'm a jack of many trades, but probably an expert at none. I try, but and maybe I do a good job of hiding it. What am I not good at? Let me ask Mike. And I'm really trying hard at school right now, so I've been doing all right at that. What am I not good? Oh, I'm not good at arguing. I'm terrible at arguing because I get vicious. Okay. And Mike always has to be like, okay, just because we're arguing right now does not mean that I'm going to leave you, does not mean that I hate your guts. He's like, we're just arguing. I'm really bad at arguing. Yeah.
Well, that's as of a list of things that you could be bad at, that's not a terrible thing to be bad at. So
we've seen a lot of wrestling autobiographies come out recently. Have you ever thought about just writing your own? Yes.
And Mike is on my case about doing that. And I want to. It's just a matter of finding the right person to write with. Because I want somebody to come from it, or come at it from a really humanistic approach and not a wrestling fan approach. Because I've had a few people that have came up to me and they wanted to write it for me, and I just don't want it to come out as another wrestling autobiography per se. I'd rather it be a life one, because I've been in wrestling for 11 years, but before that, I danced for 17 years. I started at the age of 5. And I did ballet, tap, jazz, all those different classes. And so I did that as well. And then I lived out in LA, and I did the acting, crazy, going from audition to audition. And so I'd rather it be more humanistic than a wrestling side of things. I'd rather put wrestling in a very real tone.
Okay. All right. Now, you'll be joining a very long list of talent of the past and present during the New England Fan Fest this year. It's June 27th at the Providence Convention Center in Rhode Island. Who are you most looking forward to seeing out of the talent that's going to be there? Obviously, you're probably excited to interact with your fans, but we have names like Goldberg, Jim Ross. There's going to be a lot of former divas. Is there anybody that you haven't seen for a while that you're really looking forward to seeing?
Goldberg is a big teddy bear. So every time I see him, he gives the best hug. So I would say Goldberg.
Well, I'm going to take that as a challenge now, because if Goldberg's giving good hugs, I'm going to have to get one from him too, I guess.
He's fantastic. Just big teddy bear.
You thought that I was going to say you, but I had to say Goldberg because Mike is in the room with you.
Oh, well, no, it's okay. Mike is the most unjealous person ever. Sometimes I'm like, are you really with me? Are we really, together? Because that guy just said whatever, and he's like, yeah, whatever.
Now, you're a part of the event last year as well. Is this one of your favorite events that you do during the year?
I do enjoy it. When it comes to signing, this is right out there with WrestleMania weekend for sure.
That's awesome. Now, rumor has it that you'll be taking part of a bikini photo op this year. I was just wanting some clarification. Does that mean that the fans have to wear the bikini, or you're going to be wearing the bikini?
No, the fans do, because I do not have a tan. So these white legs of mine that are so white they kind of resemble blue. I'm not wearing the bikini. It's all the fans. Okay. Please come, men, in your Speedos. I
cannot wait for this now. This is going to be amazing. Last book.
Lightning round.
I am reading The Art of War.
Funniest rumor you have heard about yourself?
Ooh, funniest rumor. Oh, my God, let me think. I don't know. I heard at one point that me and Matt Hardy were dating. That was pretty funny.
Wow.
Because at the time I was with somebody else. I was like, is this really happening? I didn't know. Somebody please tell me.
Wow. Guilty pleasure.
Mac and cheese. Just had it today, actually.
Are we talking out of the box, or are we talking just a really good mac and cheese?
Well, if it's out of the box, I like the organic one. I don't know what is the actual name of it. It has a bunny on it.
Yes, okay.
Annie's, homegrown, and then I cook delicious baked mac and cheese, so if we're talking about homemade, it's mine.
One thing you still have yet to accomplish in the wrestling business?
One thing, going back to WWE. Okay. That one would be, yeah.
We can't wait to see you at New England Fan Fest. Is there anything recently other than Ring of Honor that's coming up, and where can people keep up with you guys?
I'm on Twitter at Maria L. Kanellis, and I'm on Facebook at Official Maria Kanellis. It's my fan page. If you think you're talking to me, you are not, because I don't talk to anybody on Facebook. So my only Facebook that I talk to and that is for fans is official Maria Kanellis. My personal page you can't get a part of unless you're related to me.
Awesome.
And my Instagram is Maria Kanellis. Mike's is Real Mike Bennett, and that's for Twitter. Hey, babe, what's your Instagram? Huh? The Real Mike Bennett on Instagram. And then he follows everyone on Facebook, so he likes to be friends with everyone, although other people don't like to be friends with him. So there you have it. On Facebook, he will friend you.
Well, when is the podcast coming back?
It should be back within the next week. We're recording it tonight, actually. So I've been on the phone so much today because everybody is very excited about Destination America, and I talked to Ring of Honor earlier today about it and everything. So I'm just going to be recording stuff all day long, and our podcast is one of them.
Awesome. And the last thing that I'm going to ask you, I did this at Danbury, Connecticut for Northeast Wrestling. I'm throwing it out there again. I saw that there's some new members of the Kingdom of Chaos, possibly. So,
yes,
I'm throwing it out there again, and I don't know if I have to get a grassroots movement or what I have to do, but they told me you're the person to talk to. What do I have to do to get into the Kingdom?
I don't know. I mean, we have honorary members at this point. So you can be an honorary member of the Kingdom.
Oh my God, this is the best! I'm gonna bring you so much mac and cheese at the New England Fan Fest.
No, I'll be in my bikini. You can't bring me mac and cheese.
I'm bringing you a case, and that's it. It's settled. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I appreciate it. Have a great night. Good luck with the podcast. Good luck with Ring of Honor. Good luck with everything. Happy belated birthday to Mike, and just congrats on all your success.
Thank you so much.
All right, guys, we are live back at the New England Fan Fest 5. Jonathan, we talked earlier about, what people bring to these kind of conventions, but one thing is action figures, Jonathan. Joining us, we have a guest right now. Jonathan, let's introduce him.
I couldn't be more excited right now. This is amazing. Chris DePetrillo is here from Figures Toy Company. Chris, how are you doing today?
Doing really good. How are you guys?
So happy to have you on. There's a lot of big things happening in the world of action figures, especially wrestling action figures. We mentioned you are from Figures Toy Company. Now, there's been some rumors. Hopefully you can clear this up with us. You guys are starting your own line of action figures, correct?
That's right. We have the Ring of Honor license for their action figures, but we're also doing an in-house brand of the best on the independent scene, as well as some of the wrestling legends getting new figures.
So I have to say, there's been some dirt sheet news about how WWE is a little upset with
just
this,
a little bit of news,
because you guys are actually going to unveil the first, I guess, Kevin Steen / Kevin Owens, however you want to dress it up, action figure. How important was it for you guys to get Kevin Steen on your first line?
As far as the Kevin Steen figure, a lot of that spin doctoring that's been going around, WWE or whoever's been coming up with the news sheet news, it's never been to piggyback on the Kevin Owens rise, whether it was NXT or WWE. When we first signed the licensing agreement with Ring of Honor last year, the goal was to put Kevin Steen in the first series because he was an ROH headliner for the past 7 years or so. Top guy with Generico, world champion. So to put him in that set with Adam Cole and the Briscoes, that's a good core group to kick off with, 4 of the most major names in recent Ring of Honor history. So it was never a WWE thing. It's just that the way production has fallen, unfortunately Kevin left before we could unveil him as Kevin Steen in Ring of Honor. And it's great for what's happening for him. So no one should be mad about what's going on as far as releasing the Kevin Steen figure, because it's not about being Kevin Owens, it's not about being on Raw, it's not about his career now, it's about what he's done for Ring of Honor. The important thing is the Ring of Honor brand and what he brought to the table for them, and that figure is just as important as a first-time Adam Cole or first-time Briscoes pack.
So we have Kevin Steen in that series, we have the Briscoes, Adam Cole?
Yep, those are the first 4 figures in the set. We do have other figures in production. Series 2 is in the middle of production right now. There's a few more figures to round out for that. We have a ring playset coming out, which will have an exclusive figure packaged with that. And we've also confirmed lineups for Series 3 and 4 for the future.
Okay, now my biggest question is going to be, obviously you work for Figures Toy Company. What was your favorite action figure growing up?
Oh, that's a loaded question. I love the Hasbro line. Those old 90s Hasbro figures, I had every single one of them. The Ultimate Warrior was one of my favorites growing up. So his little Hasbro figure, the green one, you push down the tab on his back, he'd jump up. That thing went with me wherever I went. I still have it to this day. It's on a shelf. I was really a sucker for that line. And I love the Jax line. A lot of people have been asking about the style, the mold of these new figures. These figures are going to be the same style as Jax Ruthless Aggression or Classic Superstars. So it's almost like an expansion of a very widespread set that's been out. A lot of people were concerned that we weren't going the Mattel route, but no one but Mattel is going the Mattel route. And Jax gave us a huge variety of figures in the classic set, in the modern line with Ruthless Aggression. So now, whether you're getting these Ring of Honor guys that we're doing, if you look at our Legends line where we have the first ever Blue Meanie figure coming out, we've got the first Jim Cornette figure in 20 years, people can expand on a pre-existing collection. We don't have to worry about fans starting over again. They can add to what they've already got.
Now, we're big fans of wrestling. We all have our ideas of who should be an action figure, who shouldn't be an action figure, and that sort of thing. If you could make a dream, if you could sign a person for your dream wrestling action figure, who would you choose?
Besides us, of course.
Oh,
I mean,
yeah,
I know you guys want to get the first podcast action figures, but besides that, I mean, I'll let them answer that.
I mean, just as far as cool-looking action figures, I'd love to do a Delirious in the Ring of Honor line, because I think costume-wise, with the mask, the tassels, I think that would really pop against all the other figures. I like the characters. I like, the Blue Meanie was made to be an action figure. That figure is going to be awesome-looking, and it amazes me that ECW or WWF never cashed in on the Meanie and did that, because that's a character. That's what people like to see. Guys, we want to make these lines pop. So even a guy like Adam Cole or a Briscoes, they've got their trademark attire, but we're going to be packaging these figures with figure T-shirts, with figure belts, with accessories. Basically kind of looking at the Mattel Elite format, where it's a more upscale version of just your basic figure. We want to gear these towards collectors and towards that audience that's watching Ring of Honor or New Japan or the indie scene.
So as far as the series, you mentioned that the Ring of Honor is going to have a series. You're going to have the Legend series as well.
Yep.
Are there any other planned series that I know that there's a lot in the works, but like just an overview, like maybe tag teams or another company or anything like that? Is there like anything else that you can tell us?
We've got the hottest tag team in the business, the Young Bucks, signed on for our quote-unquote indie line. We are working on an official brand for that. But for the best guys on the independent scene, we've got Matt and Nick Jackson on board. We've got Cliff Compton. We've got Brian Myers, the former Kurt Hawkins. We've got Joey Ryan. We've got guys from the Bullet Club, Kenny Omega's first figure ever. We've got Doc Gallows and the Bullet Babe, Amber O'Neal. And we've got about a half dozen more names still to be announced. Definitely targeting the guys that are free agents but that could be a part of this, because if you think about pro wrestling tees and the way these guys are branding themselves, we want these guys to have more merchandise to market themselves. It's not just for us. We want to give back to the indie scene too and let these guys get their face out there a little bit more with something different and bring this figure line to light.
When you were sculpting the Joey Ryan action figure, I need to know two things. Does it have a mustache?
It does.
And is the bulge correctly, is it accurate?
I haven't seen the full body mold yet, so if not, we'll just package it with an accessory sock. And,
okay, absolutely. Joey was on our show a while back, so it's good to see that he's getting an action figure. What are some of the challenges with this? We saw some of the face scans. They're amazing, the sculpts. And, what is there anything else that is kind of difficult other than the paperwork and everything to get these people online? What's the challenges that you've had?
I mean, it's just the nature of the beast that not everybody might be interested in the deal. We had a couple of people that just weren't interested for one reason or another. Obviously, with the WWE trying to kind of put a kibosh on everything, that hasn't affected anything to a major extent. There might be one or two people that kind of were like, I want to kind of see where things go before I come on board. But for the most part, the entire indie scene has been extremely receptive. It's led to contacts in actual federations as far as possible actual branding. Brian Myers has been a huge help to me. Brian Myers has kind of really stuck up for me and vouched for me and got me in contact with some great people. So anyone listening, Brian Myers, the former Kurt Hawkins, buy that action figure because he has been helping me with this line. So you're supporting the line if you're supporting Brian Myers. The Young Bucks, everyone's been so accessible, so on point. Even the ROH brand, even though it's a licensing agreement, the talent still has input. Adam Cole still looks at his action figure, decides what the best accessory is going to be, what the best T-shirt logo would be. So we try to be as accommodating as possible, and they do the same for us. It's really that we're in sync with all the talent that we're dealing with.
So as far as release dates for this this series, the first series, Ring of Honor? When can fans start? Can they pre-order on the site?
We don't have the pre-orders up yet. We did just release the prototype sculpts showing the likenesses of the 4 figures. So if you haven't seen them, you can check them out on our social media. It's Figures Toy Company on Facebook, at Figures Toy Co. on Twitter, Figures Toy Company on Instagram. Ring of Honor Series 1, estimated early release date, I would say around fall, so let's say September or October. I know they're working on the touch-ups on the paint jobs and the final detailing, like tattoos and such, on the first wave of figures. Series 2 should follow not long after that, since it's already in production. And as far as the independent guys that we have on board and the legends, we should have at least some of those figures out by the end of the year, so like a holiday season release. So
I'm going to ask a crazy question. I know that you guys are really busy with the figures, but I am an absolutely... I'm a mark, is what we're gonna call it. I collect. I'm a big figure person. Is there any plans to do rings from you guys, or would that be something else down the line that maybe you guys wouldn't handle?
As far as a ring playset, there's an official Ring of Honor ring playset coming out.
Wow.
We're doing that. It's going to have the Ring of Honor barricades. It's going to have accessories, and it's going to have an exclusive figure. We're going all out with that.
That's just amazing. Now, Figures Toy Company doesn't just do wrestling figures.
Correct. We have the license for a lot of Warner Brothers properties, including DC Comics. We do the retro 70s Mego-style action figures. Our big hit is the Batman 1966 line. We do the likenesses based on Adam West, Burt Ward, and all the characters from the TV show, and a lot of old school. Yesterday, we just announced that next year we'll have the first ever Wonder Woman series featuring characters from her comic book. We just released the Justice League wave, which is perfect timing with that movie coming out and the trailer coming out. We've got Scooby-Doo coming out, Hanna-Barbera cartoon characters coming out. We're pretty in deep with the figure business as far as not just wrestling, but also superheroes, classic TV shows. We've done the Three Stooges, Dukes of Hazzard, Dallas. There's a whole wide variety. You can check them out on figurestoycompany.com.
So is there plans for the invisible jet for Wonder Woman? I mean, you could just say it's out now and no one would know.
That's true. I was thinking of the joke to make, but you beat me to it.
I'm sorry.
But believe it or not, the Invisible Jet actually gets requested a lot. I mean, I'm not sure the specifics that would go into it, probably just a clear plastic plane. But that actually gets requested almost as much as the Batcave and the Wayne Foundation does.
Wow. So we are in Providence, Rhode Island right now. We're live at New England Fan Fest 5. Hasbro actually has their company here.
Yes.
Which was shocking to me. This is my only second time in Rhode Island, first time in Providence. Now, are you were from the area originally, or?
Yep. Born and raised in Rhode Island. Figures Toy Company is based out of Tampa now, but their roots are in Rhode Island. They were here until 2009, and it's actually Hasbro's wrestling figures that kind of kickstarted us getting into the wrestling business. The whole reason I got my job is because my friend ordered a Hasbro Yokozuna from Figures Toy Company back in 1998, and we went to pick the figure up, and I started talking to Anthony Belasco, the owner of Figures, and they had just signed the license for ECW and WCW replica belts. I am a mark as well, if you want to say that. I've been watching wrestling since I was 3 years old, and I'll be 35 this year, so I've watched everything throughout life. And Anthony was kind of amazed at the useless knowledge that stays in my brain, just the factoids that I have. And I've been with Figures Toy Company since I graduated high school, since 1998-99, and I've seen them through the contracts with WCW, with ECW, when we did the replica belts for WWF, then became WWE. We've been on board, for a long time in the wrestling business, and it was because he had the Hasbro figures sold to him from Hasbro on like a closeout when the line ended. And when the Attitude Era kicked off and Stone Cold and the NWO and all that stuff got popular, he wound up selling more Hasbro stock than any of the other toys that he was selling, and that's what led to him to looking into wrestling. And now here we are. We've worked with all these great companies in the past and looking ahead to the future with ROH and our own brand.
Now, in the past, I saw that you guys had a custom figure where you could do that. Is that still available?
Yep. MyFaceOnAFigure.com is an offshoot of Figures Toy Company. It is owned by us, and you can get your face scanned. You can pick the body type you want, whether it's a wrestling action figure. We have superhero T-shirts, so you can have your own Batman, Superman, DC Comics inspired figure. If your dad's a fireman, if your dad's a soldier, the soldiers, that's been a really popular one for us for fathers or mothers that are deployed overseas. They do a thing where they will have a figure made of the parent to leave with the child while the parent is deployed, and that's been a huge support system for a lot of military families. That's been a very popular seller for us.
So we just can't thank you enough for joining us today. FiguresToyCompany.com.
Yes, that's right.
Okay. And be looking out for all their announcements. Follow them on Twitter. Do you guys have Instagram? Do you have all that stuff?
Instagram and Facebook is the official company name, so if you type in Figures Toy Company, will pop up. Wrestling Superstore, where we sell a lot of the wrestling products, is also on there, so WrestlingSuperstoreOnline.com. WrestlingSuperstore.com online if you're looking for us. Wrestling Superstore on Instagram, at Res Superstore, WRES_Superstore on Twitter, at Figures Toy Co. on Twitter, myfaceonafigure.com for custom figures. Find us by any means possible. Check out the great products we have.
Well, once again, thank you so much for joining us. Like Steve mentioned, I think that we could sign the deal right here today for another Wrestling Podcast Figures. What accessories, Steve, would you want with your figure?
I definitely need my glasses. I need a pointing finger. I always point at things.
A microphone, obviously.
Yeah. Jonathan definitely needs the beard accessory. You got to get the beard.
Snap-on beard accessory.
Snap-on beard. Yeah, man, that's it. I don't know. That'd be really awesome. I think we have to get our own figures made, Jonathan.
Yeah, maybe like a sub sandwich, too. Just
we'll take over the wrestling business. We'll just make anyone in wrestling that we can do. We'll just take over the industry.
That's it.
We'll go big. Go big or go home, right?
I thank you for not only doing what you have done here today, but doing what you're doing for the wrestling business. You talked about Pro Wrestling Tees kind of revolutionizing what these guys are doing, but this is the other thing, and it's a great thing to see. We look forward to all the stuff that you're coming out with, and thank you and continued success. We just can't wait for all these action figures that are coming out.
Thanks. And when everything comes out, I'll come back on, gladly hype it up anytime you guys want to have me back. I appreciate it.
Absolutely. Thank you very much.
Thanks, guys.
Wrestling fans, listen up. Are you looking for the next big thing in pro wrestling to listen to? Then head on over to anotherwrestlingpodcast.com. That's right, Another Wrestling Podcast. Hear interviews with your favorite stars of yesterday and today, and so much more. Each week, join Steve Credo and Jonathon Benjamin as they talk anything and everything pro wrestling. From the convention floor to wrestling events, the guys are taking over the airwaves to get the most unanswered questions. To hear past episodes or to catch the next installment, head to anotherwrestlingpodcast.com.
All right, guys. Once again, thanks to our guest. Guys, a lot of things happening today at the New England Fan Fest. If you don't know about the New England Fan Fest, head on over to newenglandfanfest.com. A lot of things happening. Meet and greets happening from stars of yesterday and today. Mean Gene Okerlund just walked by. Scott Hall came over here. Tony Atlas is walking by. Lita's around the corner. Guys, the list is endless. I can name them all day, but I don't have to if you go to the website. Guys, all day we're here. We're going to be broadcasting until 3 o'clock, talking about anything and everything wrestling. A lot of things happening, but make sure, please, head on over to anotherwrestlingpodcast.com and subscribe to us, rate us, review us, all that fun stuff. And last night I was telling Jonathan, we were talking with Jim Cornette. We went to the Cornette Experience, and what a show, guys. They recorded it, they taped it. It was one heck of a show. A lot of things were happening. Guys, if you've never seen Jim Cornette live, it's amazing. But we spoke with Jim Cornette, and we're going to toss it to an interview we had with him a few weeks ago about him coming out to the New England Fan Fest and everything else about his career. So check it out.
All right, we are so excited at Another Wrestling Podcast here to have this person. He does not need an introduction, which basically means I'm going to give him one anyway. Legendary manager, reluctant wrestler, writer, wrestling historian, fellow podcaster, commentator, promoter, booker, and quite possibly the most hilarious man alive, Jim Cornette.
John, how am I going to follow that now? You've put the pressure on me. I'm supposed to be hilarious. I'm the most hilarious man alive, and I don't have any material prepared. I didn't know I was going to do the stand-up routine, but how do you keep an idiot in suspense? I'll tell you tomorrow. But anyway, no, thank you very much for having me on your program. I'm proud to be here. I've been had many times before, and this is the most recent one.
How are you staying busy these days?
Oh my God! Reluctantly, I'm supposed to be retired from wrestling. That's what I told myself a couple of years ago. But you never, I guess you never fully retire from wrestling. It's like I won't say a cancer, but maybe it's like fungus on the shower curtain. Just when you think it's gone, it comes right back. I was just in Spartanburg, South Carolina, this past weekend for a Legends reunion match with. It was supposed to be the original Midnight Express, but unfortunately Dennis Condrey had a family emergency and couldn't make it, so it was, for the first time ever, half of the original Midnight Express, Randy Rose, and half of the original Heavenly Bodies, Dr. Tom Pritchard, against Ricky and Robert, the Rock and Roll Express. Handsome Jimmy Valiant and Ricky the Dragon Steamboat were in the Rock and Rolls corner. Myself and beautiful Bobby Eaton in the Midnight Express corner. Sold-out crowd in Spartanburg, South Carolina. A great card with Matt Hardy versus Sabu. Ron Simmons and Barry Windham made an appearance. Had a ball. I'm very sore. I feel like I've been beaten by a sack of wet hammers because I don't do that stuff too much anymore. So I was running around the ring making a fool of myself as I used to do, and it was so easy then. And at my advanced age, I'm so old. When I was in school, they didn't have history. So I'm sore today, but I'm getting ready to do my podcast, another wrestling podcast, not the one you do, but another one. My podcast, The Jim Cornette Experience, which airs on MLW Radio every week. I encourage you to check that out. Working on a new book on Louisville wrestling history. The Smoky Mountain Wrestling book is going to come out sometime in 2015. I'm going to be making an appearance at the NBA Fort Wayne Mad Ants minor league team on February 22nd at Pro Wrestling Night. I'm busier now than I ever was. I'm staying in the house most of the winter because my bones are old and I get cold. But coming back out, and of course the big event that up your way. The New England Fan Fest this coming June, a literal plethora of pro wrestling pachyderms are going to converge on Providence, Rhode Island for the New England Fan Fest. And it's the first time that I've been in New England, gosh, in years. I've lost count probably since I last appeared there with the World Wrestling Federation before they lost that fight with the Panda Bear. And it will be my only New England appearance, at least of this year, because I don't travel that far from my home base of Kentucky anymore. But I'm looking forward to coming up there. It's a huge lineup and a great facility there, and I'm looking forward to seeing all my fans in New England that I haven't seen for many years. Probably all three of them. As a matter of fact, I'm going to see all three of my New England fans there.
Well, including me, that's got to be at least 4. So you're.
Well, then there's 4. See, I've increased my fan base in New England by 25% just since we've been on this telephone conversation.
Now, I've not always been from this area. I am originally from Indiana, which means that I got to see a lot of your comings and goings. More.
What part of Indiana? What town?
I am from. It's called Winslow, Indiana, which is about an hour away from Evansville, Indiana.
Believe it or not, Christine Jarrett, in the days of Memphis wrestling, ran Winslow, Indiana. I appeared there in 1980 or 1981 as a photographer and fill-in ring announcer in Winslow, Indiana, your hometown, probably before you were born.
3 years, actually. So, I got to see a lot. I would, believe it or not, make my mom travel to Louisville every Tuesday, and you know how the Indiana time zone thing is, so the garden would be, I think it was like 7 o'clock, which means that we would cross over the time zone to get there and back, and she would, God love her, take me down there every Tuesday to see USWA wrestling, and
then we've got something in common, because that's how I got involved in wrestling. Is when I was a kid, my mother would take me. Of course, it wasn't that far; it was only downtown. But my mother would take me to the Louisville Gardens. I spent every Tuesday night of my life there from 1974 until I got started in wrestling in 1982.
Do you have any favorite moments from the Louisville Gardens? Maybe like craziest moments?
Oh my gosh, there were so many, and we've talked about it. Mark James and I, of course, he the co-author and major domo of the MemphisWrestlingHistory.com website. He's co-author of my first book on Memphis wrestling, Rags, Paper, and Pins: The Merchandising of Memphis Wrestling, available at JimCornette.com, along with a lot of other fine classic wrestling collectibles. But we are working on this Louisville wrestling history book, and we were talking about some of the wild events. I was at the fairgrounds for the big international flea market this past Labor Day and talked to one of the EMTs. There was a night that a pregnant woman went into labor, and she would not leave. The EMTs could not take her to the hospital until she saw who won the main event between Jerry Lawler and Bill Dundee. And one of the EMTs actually came, and we were talking about that night. Christine Jarrett actually had to talk the poor woman into going to the hospital to give birth to her baby and missed the main event. There was the night that a fan jumped in the ring and attacked Jimmy Hart when Jimmy Hart and Jerry Lawler were beating the bejesus out of Ken Lucas. and the cops jumped in and grabbed the guy, and I have this on videotape, threw him over the top rope to some more waiting cops, and just then from the other side of the ring, Jerry Jarrett, the promoter, slid into the ring as part of the angle that they were doing in street clothes, and one of the cops turned around and saw another guy come into the ring and almost drew his gun on Jerry Jarrett. That was a night. There were so many incredible nights of wrestling and chaos at the Louisville Gardens, which of course housed more pro wrestling events than any arena in the country between 1970 and 2000. And it's just, it's a shame the Gardens is sitting there now. The city still owns it. They're using it for storage. It's an historic building. It was built at the turn of the 20th century, and we're hoping one day that they'll renovate it and we can get back in there and present wrestling the way that it was intended. The last wrestling event in the Gardens, by the way, was presented by Ohio Valley Wrestling, and then they closed the building down, and then they opened it up briefly, and I promoted a TNA event there, and then they closed it back down after that. I guess they said, oh, we don't want to do this again, but we're still hopeful.
You are a self-professed collector of wrestling memorabilia. What is your most prized piece of memorabilia that you own?
Well, and you can actually see some pictures of this if you go to JimCornette.com. Not that I'm trying to get another shameless plug in, but I have a section called From the Vault, and it has pictures and some written material on some of my more exotic collectibles, and probably my most prized possession, it'd be a toss-up between the original Smoky Mountain Wrestling heavyweight and tag team championship belts, just because of my my fond place in my heart for Smoky Mountain Wrestling. And I also have a bound set of programs from St. Louis that was once the St. Louis office collection under Sam Muchnick, from his first event that he promoted in St. Louis in 1945 to the last, his retirement event in 1982. And the first volume in that set is autographed personally to me, by all the great NWA champions of the last 40 years: Harley Race, Terry Funk, Dory Funk Jr., Jack Briscoe, Gene Kaniski, Lou Thez, Ric Flair. Did I leave anybody out? And the man himself, Sam Muchnick. And that's something that I will prize to my last breath.
Now, this is not a redundant question, but what is your favorite piece of Jim Cornette specific wrestling memorabilia?
Well, I love redundancy repeated redundantly. Probably my favorite piece of Jim Cornette merchandise. I've saved a lot of stuff. Of course, my book, The Midnight Express and Jim Cornette 25th Anniversary Scrapbook, which won the Wrestling Observer Book of the Year award a few years ago, and it is available at JimCornette.com. Reprinted a lot of the classic Midnight Express memorabilia, but I'm sitting here looking right now at my office wall, and I have my very first booking sheet and my very first payoff sheet from Memphis Wrestling when I first started in professional wrestling. And I was booked one day that week in Memphis, and I made $50. And it's framed and hanging on my wall. So
that's amazing. Now, you are wildly known for your managing style, your managing tactics. Where do you rank yourself amongst wrestling's greatest managers?
Actually, I just did a column about this for Fighting Spirit magazine, and I encourage everybody to check that out as well. I've done a monthly column for the past 3 years or so for Fighting Spirit magazine, which is the United Kingdom's largest and most prestigious pro wrestling and MMA publication. The editor, Brian Elliott, does a great job, so check it out, Fighting Spirit magazine in the UK on the internet. Everybody asks that question. Either says, oh, you're the greatest manager of all time, or who do you think's the greatest manager of all time? I always say I'll accept number 2, but number 1 goes to Bobby the Brain Heenan. He was my idol growing up. I think he's the all-time best. I've spoken to James J. Dillon about that very thing, and JJ agrees that Bobby was the best. And then you throw in names like JJ and Gary Hart, and I just did a column where I said Jimmy Hart, I don't think, gets the credit that he deserves, because he spent so much of his national career working for the WWF, where managers were not really focused on as a linchpin of the promotion. But when he was in Memphis, there was nobody better in the early 80s than the mouth of the South himself, Jimmy Hart. And then you got to go back in the old days to guys like Sir Steve Clements and Gentleman Saul Weingeroff and guys that don't get the support of the fans these days because they've been lost to the sands of time, but I got to see them growing up. So you can't really, it's subjective. It's like art and music. Who is the greatest of anything? You can't really say, but those names that I mentioned, certainly they're right up there. And of course, you can't forget my old friend Happy Heyman.
Absolutely. Now, do you think that managers are missing in the world of wrestling today, or do you think that kind of ship has sailed on that part of the business?
They're in the Federal Witness Protection Program.
Yes.
They're not just missing, they're hidden. And until our industry leader, the World Wrestling Federation, decides to feature managers again on a more prominent basis, I think it's going to stay that way. But then the problem is, once you start trying to feature them, where are they going to come from? Because managers are not being featured anywhere, so nobody's getting the experience. And it's a different world. It's like tag team wrestling, which has really been downplayed in terms of its prominence because of the WWE. And I think it's another example of different facets of pro wrestling that we've lost as we've all homogenized into one style and one major company.
You are a huge comic book fan. What are your thoughts on the explosion of Marvel and DC movies these days?
Well, I really I've enjoyed every Iron Man movie. I'm a big Robert Downey Jr. fan. I think they've done tremendous jobs with the special effects, and of course he's a great actor. I enjoyed the Avengers. Spider-Man has been back and forth for me. One of my most prized non-wrestling possessions is my copy of Amazing Fantasy 15 that I got from its original owner in 1973. I paid a whopping $25 for it in 1973. I wouldn't take that for it now.
No, I would imagine not.
But Spider-Man and the Fantastic Four and the Hulk were always my favorites. I was a Marvel guy because I looked at Marvel and DC kind of like the NWA and the WWF. One was a little grittier, a little more realistic. The other one was a little more cartoony, and most of the time a little more for the young kids. Superman sitting in the barber chair, and the barber can't clip his hair because it's invulnerable, and he's breaking the scissors. So that's, I guess it formed early. I started collecting comic books when I was 6 years old, back when you could actually afford to put runs and sets together. And before I started selling some of them a few years ago, I had every superhero title from Marvel and DC from 1962 to 1975. Still have most of them, sold some of the key books, but I got that Amazing Fantasy socked back here. I'm waiting for the right offer.
Where do you get your signature glasses?
Believe it, I walk right into Dr. Beiser's Vision Center and pluck them off the wall. Everybody wonders, why don't you change your glasses? Well, I found something I liked, and I stick with it. I'm not a big fan of change for change's sake. If it's not broke, I don't want to fix it. And, unfortunately, that's what they've kind of done to the wrestling industry over the past 20 years. It wasn't really broke, but they decided to fix it anyway. And it's like, getting under the hood of your car and tinkering with things when it's running well. All of a sudden you find out the damn thing won't start.
Now, there's a lot of different, everyone I guess seems to think that WWE is the only game in town, but there's a lot of different products out there now. I won't get into all of them, but there's certain new things like Lucha Underground and some I know that Nigel McGuinness is trying to create his own mini series on wrestling. Do you think that this is the way that professional wrestling is going to have to go to survive, or do you think that it's just going to kind of live on in mediocrity, I guess?
I think actually it's kind of, these are the ways that it's like a drowning man looking for a life preserver. You're reaching out in every direction trying to find something to grab a hold of. And I think the biggest problem is that over the past 20 years, the recipe for disaster in professional wrestling, just add suits.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Anytime there's corporate involvement or a publicly traded company or a corporation like Turner Broadcasting or Sinclair Broadcasting purchases professional wrestling, business people don't understand show business and vice versa, to be honest. I've been in show business all my life. I don't understand how these people operate or think, these business people. But I think it's worse on the other side. Business people are in the canned good business, not the show business, and they don't understand wrestling fans, what wrestling fans want to see, or how to market same to people, and I think it's a shame. But unfortunately, now we're in an environment where you have to have the corporate money backing in order to get out there and make a promotion. It's not like 20 or 30 years ago when you could start a territory and it was a license to print money, as it was for so many decades. Now you've got to have big-time television. Everything costs more money, and there's some niche products that can survive and have done well, but unfortunately the days of putting 10,000 people in the Mid-South Coliseum once a week or the Charlotte Coliseum every couple of weeks or whatever are gone, and I don't see them coming back. And another problem is everybody now thinks they're an expert. Mm-hmm. They know what's going on. We've revealed all of our secrets. You can look up on the internet and find out anything you want to find out about how wrestling is worked and manipulated and booked and choreographed and etc. And as a result, I like to say I stole this from Dutch Mantel, good old Zeb Coulter, who I've known since 1976, but I will use it here as if it's my own. We used to pretend to hurt each other, and people believed it. Now we really do hurt each other, and everybody thinks it's bullshit. So who's the marks?
The WWE Hall of Fame has announced that the Macho Man will be the first inductee of 2015. What are your thoughts on that?
It's about time. When you look at the people, and that's another thing people ask me is, well, what about you and the Midnight Express in the WWE Hall of Fame? Well, it's never going to happen. For one thing, we never worked for the WWE. They can't really make a lot of money, or don't think they can, by selling a best-of DVD of us. They don't like me, and I'm not too warm on them, and they don't really appreciate or like to recognize anyone who achieved great fame in wrestling if it wasn't under their banner. Now, having said that, they do induct people as personal favors or people that have passed on when they go to their home territory, which is more due to publicity than anything else, or personal favors to people who work there. But, you can't have a WWE Hall of Fame or a WWF Hall of Fame or any kind of wrestling Hall of Fame without Macho Man Randy Savage. And I always said the same thing about Bruno Sammartino. They finally made up with Bruno. But when you look at the list of folks that are in their Hall of Fame and the list of folks that are not, sometimes they say they're a Hall of Fame that encompasses all of professional wrestling. Well, then where's Lou Thez, for Christ's sake? If they're just a WWE or WWF Hall of Fame, then Randy Savage has been long overdue, so was Bruno, and there's a couple of other names probably as well that should be in there before some of the folks that were done as publicity stunts. Drew Carey, Pete Rose, I could go on.
What moment in your career was so amazing that you forgot that you were working and you looked as a fan?
Pretty much every night I went to the ring with the Midnight Express. Because the matches were so good, the people were so hot. We had to enjoy what we were doing, because not only were we making a lot of money, let's face it, but we had to enjoy what we were doing to go through that on a nightly basis, night in, night out, month in, month out, year in, year out. The schedule that we kept, which you can read in the Midnight Express scrapbook, the entire schedule, it was an insane time in the business where it was so hot that we were going everywhere every night, and you had to ultimately, no matter how much money they were paying you, you had to be working with people that you liked to work with, and you had to enjoy what you were doing. And for me to get a chance to main event the Superdome when I was 22 years old, after having been a wrestling fan for most of my life, that was surreal. And then along came the Night of the Skywalker, Starrcade '86, and even I was never a big WWF fan, but the first time I ever walked into Madison Square Garden, I was managing the WWF champion in the main event at WrestleMania. So that's kind of cool, no matter whether you're a fan or not.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, you kind of just spoke on this about like entertainers, Drew Carey, Pete Rose. Done in a good way, such as the Andy Kaufman, Jerry Lawler thing, do you feel that there is a place for mainstream entertainers in professional wrestling?
Well, it done in the correct way. That's the caveat. And the situation with Andy Kaufman was he was presented as an obnoxious TV star that wanted to get into pro wrestling, and he insulted the fans and looked down on them. And Andy was a big wrestling fan, and he loved performance art, and he realized that pro wrestlers were the ultimate masters of performance art. And so he played right along, and the wrestling business was not made to look stupid or goofy, and it wasn't like the wrestling promoters were catering to this big Hollywood star to bring him in. It was that he was a star in Hollywood that looked down on the wrestling fans and wanted to be involved in wrestling and was an obnoxious heel, and there was hometown hero Jerry the King Lawler to put him in his place. And the credibility of wrestling was protected. As a matter of fact, it did more to make people think that there was reality in wrestling than anything probably in the last 30 years, because Andy Kaufman wore that neck brace for months. And I was there that night when Lawler gave him the pile driver. I was the ringside photographer. And I've got to say that the fans in the Coliseum probably loved seeing Andy Kaufman get his neck allegedly broken more than anything else that I saw them love in a long, long time. And that's, there's a difference. You want to get attention. You want to get publicity. But when these wrestling promoters fall all over themselves to have these quasi-celebrities or these, TNA was the worst with, anybody that had ever been, their picture on a billboard on the interstate. Oh my God, we got to have him on our, and it just made them look so desperate, like the old whore, the night before the prom, waiting by the phone for somebody to call her and ask her out, which I guess was, Dixie would know quite a bit about that. And the quasi sports celebrities, like the Pac-Man Joneses of the world. Every time some, professional athlete would get arrested, it seemed like TNA would want to book them, and that just to me gave wrestling a bad name and made it look desperate. And I think that's the wrong way to go about it.
Yeah, and I guess one of the big things that I would like to talk to you about too is that you were a huge part of OVW. You mentioned some of earlier about how you worked in the Louisville Gardens with them, and it was a huge amount of success, creating and developing talent that they're still using today, quite frankly. Do you think that NXT is the people are going to get as exposed to the business that they did whenever you were working with them in OVW? I haven't been there, but I've seen the pictures. It's a state-of-the-art training facility. They've pumped a bunch of money in it because the son-in-law wants to look like he knows what he's doing. Mm-hmm. They pumped a lot more money in it per month than they gave us per year. But we trained the John Cena's and Randy Orton's, the Batistas, Brock Lesnar's, Shelton Benjamin's, Victoria's, and on and on. 100 and some wrestlers went through OVW that later got national spots on television because we put them in an old-fashioned territory with a local television show, made them local celebrities, put them not only in wrestling school but also in live events, and we trained them to be wrestlers. The one thing that a problem I have with NXT now is they seem like they train guys to be gimmicks. We didn't necessarily, we gave guys gimmicks if they were bland, if they were boring, but we more or less try to train them to be professional wrestlers and to have them get experience in a variety of different situations and then find what would come out of them and then lead them in that direction, not say, okay, we need a belly dancer. Who's going to play that part? And, they also, the thing is, you have to have a talent roster where there's main event guys, there's intermediate guys, middle card guys, and there's preliminary guys. And you have to have people to fill all those spots. And that's why we would bring wrestlers into OVW as preliminary guys, and we would move them up through the intermediate and finally make them main event stars if they leave them alone long enough. You have to get experience like that. You can't just train everybody to be a star because of all the people on the card, half the guys are there to get beat. And unfortunately, when you try to just say, I'm going to train a bunch of stars, well, no, you're not going to train a bunch of stars. You're going to train a bunch of wrestlers, and some of those wrestlers that have that talent in them somewhere are going to become stars. So it's just a different way of looking at things. Okay, obviously we know you're a busy person, so we're going to try to, just give you some short questions here, but...
my wife hasn't opened the door to the office yet. When she does, then I'll be frantically leaving.
Okay.
But, and that's another thing. I don't go on the road as much as I used to. One of the reasons why this will be my only New England appearance of 2015 as at the New England Fan Fest, which is, by the way, we didn't mention June 26th and 27th in Providence, Rhode Island, and it's at the Civic Center up there. Am I correct?
Yes.
Help me out with this. You're the man with the Northeast knowledge.
Yeah, you're absolutely correct. It's a great event. They moved to the convention center this year. Last year, they were also a great place, but some amazing people and talent that are going to be up there. We're going to be doing a live show that day. There's all kinds of stuff going on. And with that being said, I have to ask you, and this is kind of something that's been talked about in pro wrestling a lot lately, is there a downside to being famous as you've been throughout your career? And then I'm going to ask you again, what is your worst fan experience, if you could tell us that?
Oh gosh, well, there's a downside to being famous, I guess, when you get to the CM Punk level where he just wanted people to leave him alone, and I can understand that. And he's a more private person, but you choose that life. But there's always a downside to being famous in a lot of cases. Especially, Michael Jackson couldn't go to the grocery, for heaven's sake, and it might have been better for him if he had gotten out in the real world a little more. But at the same time, we had a lot of bad fan experiences back in the old days when people still believed. Mm-hmm. I've had people attack me physically. We've had people try to run us off the road. I had somebody actually vomit on me on purpose coming back from the ring in Little Rock, Arkansas one night. And at the time, we hated it, especially the lawsuits that erupted or the fear for your life. Are we going to be killed or knifed or whatever? But now I almost long for those days because at least we had big arenas filled up with thousands of people coming back time after time to see us until we got our ass kicked. And that's lost when everybody knows what's going on with wrestling these days. So it's a double-edged sword. Every time something changes, it may be good, but there's a negative impact also. We had a ton of fan interaction back in the old days, and another project that I've actually been involved in over the past couple months is marketing the classic Lost Carolinas films on my website, jimcornette.com. And I'll tell you how stupid Turner Broadcasting was when they bought Jim Crockett Promotions. And they came to Charlotte to clean the office out, take everything back to Atlanta. They took the TV tapes, they took the rings and everything. But I had told the janitor at Crockett's office, I said, if they go to throw anything away, related to wrestling, posters, pictures, whatever, call me. Instead of throwing it away, I'll take it because I collect wrestling memorabilia. So he calls me one day, says, yeah, we got a big stack of posters and got some pictures and a bunch of boxes of film. What? I'll be right over. And there, over on Briar Bend Drive, where the office of Jim Crockett Promotions was, sitting next to the dumpster on the curb on the street, waiting for the garbage truck, was every single arena match that had been filmed on 16-millimeter film from the 1970s that still existed, that they had thrown away. They weren't TV tapes. It was just a bunch of old film. Who would want stuff like that? And it was Johnny Valentine and Wahoo McDaniel and Flair versus Steamboat and the Anderson brothers and Funk and Briscoe and Race and every great NWA star. Almost 40 hours of this stuff from the 70s that, if not for me hauling it off, would have gone to the garbage and been lost forever. And that's how, once again, that plays into what I said about corporate people not being wrestling fans, not appreciating the sport of wrestling and its history. And so on those films, I had them transferred to video, and I've actually just now transferred them to DVD, and I put them up on my website for Christmas. So if you'd like to see what all the fuss is about, the complete story and the list of contents is on the website, jimcornette.com. But you see in these films the fans' reaction. They lived and died by the baby faces that they loved, making comebacks and being beaten down. And you see fans jumping and attacking Ric Flair when he leaves the ring because he was such an evil heel. And you see them explode and throw babies in the air when a guy like Ricky Steamboat scores the pin. And it was a completely different world. And I was having this conversation with Dave Meltzer where he said he could watch, less than a minute of one of these matches and see that those guys were better, more polished performers than anybody in the business today, because not only did they do it every night of their life, but they also had that reaction to learn from, because ultimately wrestling is about on-the-job training. You've got to have the athletic talent, you've got to have the mind for it, but you've got to go out in front of people and by their reactions find out what works and what doesn't work, and that's how you learn and get better. And it takes guys who, the WWE guys only wrestle 3 or 4 times a week now, and independent wrestlers might wrestle 5 or 6 times a month now, whereas in those days, the 70s and 80s especially, we sometimes would have 10 matches in the course of a single week. It's a different world.
Do you think that the common wrestling fans want to be challenged with a more complex product, or are they happy watching what options they have now?
I do make appearances, whether it be at Legends Fan Fest or at comic conventions, where I talk to the average mainstream guy that sometimes watches wrestling rather than the people that live it. And I don't talk to a lot of wrestling fans that are really happy at all. They either miss what they grew up with or miss the flavor and the style of the way wrestling used to be before it got silly and all about entertainment and comedy instead of people fighting. I've said many times the UFC is the most successful pro wrestling promotion in the world right now.
Yeah.
I think that, there's fans of different styles of wrestling, whether it be lucha, whether it be Ring of Honor, whether it be on the independent level, but there's just not as many fans as there used to be of any kind of wrestling. Mm-hmm. And I think I don't even know if they're waiting for something different or if they're just longing for the days when they saw guys that legitimately looked like they were mad at each other, legitimately looking like they were fighting with each other instead of now knowing. It's like when you found out Santa Claus wasn't really coming down the chimney. I was like, I'm going to get the present, but the delivery method was so much cooler.
I'm just going to say that's a spoiler alert to any of you out there who still believe in Santa Claus.
Oh, yeah, now see, I've ruined Christmas for half your audience. Now there is no Santa Claus. Yes, Virginia, there is no kayfabe anymore, and unfortunately, that everybody likes to get information that nobody has, and they enjoy finding out something like that, and then later on they realize, it was kind of more fun when I didn't know how all this shit worked.
Yeah, and with social media, that's and shoot interviews and all different kinds of ways to air your grievances. I think that that pro wrestling just kind of lost some of that. I don't know, like you're saying, the sizzle. Because if somebody, I've seen it, and it's good in a way if a promoter screws somebody over or whatever. But I don't want to know what a wrestler is eating or what they're doing. Like it makes you lose some of that whenever.
Well, I will say some of the fans have gotten more of a respect for the way wrestling used to be than they had when it actually used to be that way. Now, in another one of my many projects in my retirement, I host Back to the Territories. It's a series of videos for kayfabe commentaries. You can go to shootinterviews.com and find out their entire line of projects. But we take a main event star from a territory of days gone by, and we do kind of a docu shoot where we not only tell the folks the history of that particular territory, such as Mid-South Wrestling with Hacksaw Jim Duggan that's already been released, or the upcoming Mid-Atlantic Wrestling Jim Crockett Promotions with James J. Dillon, but we take you into what it was like for the wrestlers who were working the territory, traveling the roads every night, what the schedule was like, what the locker room was like, and we found that a lot more wrestling fans these days are interested in finding out things like that than they are actually interested in the not only the newer wrestling but also the dirt and the gossip. It's not a tell-all type of thing. It instructs you. It's informative and entertaining at the same time, where you kind of get to live in these guys' shoes. So that's another project that I'm involved in that I've been really excited about. We've got a lot of great feedback on, and I love professional wrestling. It's now sports entertainment. That's not something I love, but I love keeping the stories and the flavor of pro wrestling alive. And with projects like those, it's fun, entertaining, and it keeps me off the street at night.
Well, that's probably a good thing in a way for you and the street, I guess. But
Yeah, especially that street. You know, that street could get in trouble if I was on it late at night.
How many tennis rackets have you had throughout your career? And did you ever wish that you used anything other than a tennis racket?
No, I've always been happy with it because it's very hard to do anything for the first time in an industry that had been around for 80 years at the point you got into it. Something else always reflects on the first person that did it. So you're copying somebody. But the racket is pretty much universally recognized as Jim Cornette's, and people have done it since then. I look at it as an homage rather than theft. But every time somebody sees a tennis racket that's a wrestling fan, they think of me, and that's like I said. When I didn't even pick one up until I started in wrestling, and the year afterwards, as a matter of fact, 1983 is the first time I started carrying it. Pro wrestling had been around since the dawn of the century, and nobody had used a tennis racket. So I scored one there. I'm very happy with it. Wouldn't have changed anything for anybody.
Okay. Now, of course, I've seen on your website, jimcornette.com, that there is a website called jimcornette.com. I wasn't aware of that. It's a really good website, and there's a tab on there that you maybe don't get to talk about a lot, but it's Now with Tomato. And you're somewhat of a self-professed food lover. So what are some of your favorite places to eat on the road? Oh gosh, and Now with Tomato is the restaurant reviews that my wife and I do, and we got to get some new ones up. But I've been on a diet the past couple of years because my weight was getting up there, and I had to watch my girlish figure. So many of my contemporaries were having heart attacks, and I lost a lot of weight. So we don't go crazy like we used to. But some of my favorite places to eat, my gosh, on the road. You can read about a bunch of them, but right here in Louisville, Mark's Feed Store is the best barbecue in town, and good Kentucky burgoo, which if you haven't had it, is an amazing. It's not soup, it's not stew, it's burgoo. And also Clarksville Seafood, a big old hangout of the wrestlers over in Clarksville, Indiana, back for the last 35 years. But I enjoy, Huge Ass Burgers in Lexington for burgers, and Hattie B's Hot Chicken in Nashville, Tennessee for the best fried chicken you'll ever put in your mouth. And there's a place, we used to go to the St. Elmo Steakhouse, which is legendary in Indianapolis. And my gosh, you're making me hungry, John. I could go on, but go to the website, read the reviews. Awesome. We'll look at some of them in Rhode Island for you. That way, when you come up, we'll find someplace good for you.
There you go. It might not. Well, it might even be better if it's not good for me.
Okay. Yeah.
As long as it's good food, it doesn't have to be good for me because I do cheat on my diet when I'm on the road.
Okay.
Who is the worst person to ever be involved in wrestling?
Now, you're going to make me utter that name. I won't even utter the name, but everybody knows who it is. The Pyro guy. I'm not going to give him any publicity, but
perfect.
I've always said that whenever that particular individual who claims responsibility for the Attitude Era and for making all these stars, and he invented air and water and trees and everything, whenever he dies, his funeral is going to be the most well-attended funeral in the history of the world because you know the old saying, give the people what they want to see and they'll come out for it.
So I have to ask, though, is the worst person to ever be involved in wrestling also the worst thing to have ever happened in pro wrestling?
Well, there's been so many bad things over the last 20 years that's a pretty good dogfight for number one spot. But it's just indicative of the fact that wrestling as an industry was one of the most popular, one of the most well attended, one of the most lucrative sports of an entire century, and then suddenly, about 25 years ago, when all the corporate people started getting involved, and it used to be a closed society, it was like the mafia. It was almost impossible to get in and be a made man, but once you got in, you could have a 30-year career and make money if you were any good. Now, any jack-off standing on a street corner can get into wrestling, but nobody's making any money at it. So it's indicative of letting outsiders and people who didn't respect our industry into it and to change it that has led to the sorry state of affairs that, well, what was it Elton John said? It's a sad, sad situation, and it's getting more and more absurd.
Now, this is not a sad situation, but I just want to get your thoughts on it. On last year, November 17th, it was Jim Cornette Day, declared by Knox County, Tennessee Mayor Tim Burchett.
Tim Burchett, yes, sir.
What do things like that mean to you? In this whole, you've been a multi-time, manager of the year, and you've been inducted into Hall of Fames, but this is on a whole different level. So what does that mean to you?
Well, I've had awards from the Cauliflower Alley Club and awards like that you mentioned. Mayor Burchett proclaimed it Jim Cornette Day in Knox County because of my long history there. I was a resident there, ran Smoky Mountain Wrestling, tried to do my best to raise the profile of Knoxville, Tennessee, just like I've done my hometown here in Louisville for professional wrestling and bring Major League Wrestling to those towns. And, you get a kick out of it. You really do. But then in some cases I'm reminded of what Jerry Lawler said one time. Lawler was a partner in the promotion in Memphis Wrestling, and they ran Evansville, Indiana, every Wednesday night for like 20 years at the old Coliseum. And Evansville was not one of the more well-attended towns, let's say, in the territory. And so they folded up, and then several years later he was doing commentary for the WWF, and he came back to Roberts Stadium, and they was sold out, 10,000 people. This was during the period that the WWF was really on fire, and he walks out and he gets a standing ovation in front of all these 10,000 people that have come to see Raw live on USA Network that night, and he looked at the 10,000 people standing up giving him a standing ovation. He said, "Where were y'all when I ran this town every week?" So I guess better late than never.
At the end of the day, when the history book of professional wrestling is written, what do you want written about you?
Gosh, it's kind of like writing my own tombstone. All in all, I'd rather be in Philadelphia. No, the old W.C. Fields line. I just like to be remembered as somebody. I love the business. I tried to make it better, not only for myself, but for the other people that were in it. Tried to entertain the fans, tried to present the best wrestling that I possibly could. If I was a promoter or a matchmaker, tried to do the best job I possibly could if I was a performing talent, and tried to respect the guys that had bigger achievements than me and made it good, and tried to tell the truth about the people that try to take the piss out of the business too, because I've never been one to mince words. So hopefully being remembered for doing the very best I could and being honest about the assholes that were screwing it up for everybody else.
Amazing. And I'll lastly, you've dedicated your life so much to professional wrestling. Was it all worth it?
Well, you can always say woulda, coulda, shoulda, but, I saw a television commercial the other day that said that if I had gone to college and gotten a degree, I could have made almost a third of the money that I've made in my life. So I guess all in all, to meet the people that I've met, go the places that I've gone, have what I have now, and enjoyed most of it, I'd say, yeah, that's probably a pretty good thing I did this.
Now, other than the New England Fan Fest 5, June 26th and 7th in Rhode Island, is there anything else that you've got coming up other than, like we said, please get on JimCornette.com and listen to the Jim Cornette Experience? Is there anything that I'm leaving out?
Well, I've got just a variety of things going on. I mean, I've had a skydiving group actually invite me. I don't know if I can make it yet. We're still trying to work it out, but to the Bristol Motor Speedway for the big race there in April, and to speak to their skydiving group and be their guests at the race, and do a lot of comic book conventions because, like I said, I'm a big comic book freak too, and I'm a nerd, and I love going and talking to people about whether it's movies or music or comics or whatever in addition to wrestling. So you can go to the website, click on events and appearances, and see my whole schedule. I enjoy getting together with my contemporaries the first weekend of every August at the NWA Legends Fan Fest down in Charlotte. It's a 4-day thing. It's my favorite weekend of the year, and just keep an eye out for me. You never know where I'm going to pop up.
All right.
But I do know where I'm going to pop up June 26th and 27th, and that's in Providence, Rhode Island at the New England Fan Fest.
If you didn't hear him, it's the New England Fan Fest. It is June 26th, 27th, his probably only East Coast appearance this year.
Well, now, I am going to the East Coast. I'm going to be in June. I'm also going to be at Legends of the Ring again in conjunction with Kayfabe Commentary, shooting some more episodes of the Back to the Territory series. But for the past few years, New Jersey is as far north as I've gotten. So to come to New England, yeah, that will be the only time in 2015 that you'll see my face in the place in New England.
Oh, well, speaking of your face, I know I said I'm going to let you go, but I just have to ask real quick, how does it feel to see your face on so many people's shirts? Does it ever get old?
Well, it's great because I'm selling the shirts, and the cornet face has become kind of an icon for bafflement and bumfuzzlement at bullshit perpetrated by people that. That's kind of our tagline. If you're shocked by shitheads and baffled by bullshit, express your bumfuzzlement with a cornet face T-shirt. And it's kind of it's crossed over outside of wrestling to indicate anything that's just really a what the fuck moment. Make the cornet face.
Yes. Well, we want to thank you so much for being on our show today, and I guarantee you that this is going to be one of our best episodes ever. Please, anytime that you want to just come on to talk, just let us know. We appreciate it.
Well, John, thank you. I very much appreciate the time, and I appreciate everybody listening. I'll see everybody in New England at the New England Fan Fest. Look for me at Legends of the Ring. Look for me down in Charlotte. Look for me, as they used to say in the old days of silent movies about Lon Chaney Sr., don't step on that bug. It might be Lon Chaney. You never know where Cornette's going to pop up.
Wrestling fans, listen up. Are you looking for the next big thing in pro wrestling to listen to? Then head on over to anotherwrestlingpodcast.com. That's right, Another Wrestling Podcast. Hear interviews with your favorite stars of yesterday and today, and so much more. Each week, join Steve Credo and Jonathon Benjamin as they talk anything and everything pro wrestling. From the convention floor to wrestling events, the guys are taking over the airwaves to get the most unanswered questions. To hear past episodes or to catch the next installment, head to anotherwrestlingpodcast.com.
All right, guys, we are back live at the New England Fan Fest 5 in Providence, Rhode Island. Jonathon, we have some incredible guests joining us right now. You want to do a little intro?
Absolutely. We have two of Chikara's own right now. They are tearing it up. I can't say anything more about it. I'm so excited to have them here. They have a lot of shows coming up. One in Rhode Island soon, right?
Yeah, we're going to be at Feet Music.
Awesome.
Right before American Rana by Beyond Wrestling.
Yeah.
And then the next night, we're going to be in, actually the night before, is going to be in South Windsor, Connecticut at Nomad's Adventure Quest, where we defend our Campeones de Parejas World Tag Team Championships against Jervis Cottonbelly and Kimberly.
They put a broad and a guy in a mask, and they come out and they try to be wrestlers. My guy's 6'6", 350 pounds. The other one is 6'7", 240 pounds. They're wrestlers. Max Smashmaster, Blaster McMassive. I am Sidney Bakabella, and we are the Devastation Corporation. We're over at the Chikara table, conning people out of their money.
So, for anybody who isn't aware of Chikara, which I can't believe there'd be anybody, let us know a little bit about Chikara and what you guys do there.
Well, you got your Vern Gagne's, you got your El Tomcos, you have your Bill Wattses. But then you have Chikara. It's nothing like Vince Jr. We provide you an experience, and our goal throughout every show is to make you love professional wrestling when you walk out that door, and that's why Chikara is the most fun wrestling that you will ever see.
Jim Cornette just walked by, and he hates Chikara because he doesn't like fun.
He calls us a bunch of guys in pajamas.
Yeah.
Wow. So as far as Chikara goes, there's been a lot of great alumni that have been out there throughout the years. Do you guys want to tell us about some of the people? I know I'm a Chikara fan.
Yes.
So, but and I mentioned earlier I will be going to the Connecticut show. So Another Wrestling Podcast will be there live. But tell us some of the great alumni that's been in Chikara.
You got Lou Thez, Larry the Axe Henning. Vince Jr. signed a bunch of our guys recently. Cesaro came out from the Chikara. The trainer of all the girls down there actually is a Chikara product, and that's the beautiful, lovely, and dangerous Sarah Del Rey.
Yeah, you've had people like Luke Harper that have been down there. He went by a different name.
That's right.
Cole Cabana's graced Chikara
many times.
So what?
Not only those guys, but there are other guys that will come and play ball with us. They'll come in. We like to call it. They're going to come and play with us because they won't do this stuff in other places. But instead of having X-Pac, you're going to have the 1, 2, 3 Kid. You know, there's Hayabusa, or not Hayabusa. Who's the guy there that did the slow-mo?
The flippy doos.
Yeah.
Great Sasuke.
Great Sasuke. That's
Great
it. They
Sasuke
all look alike.
from the Japan.
And they're all, I mean, all of these guys are going to come out and play with us because we create an experience for our fans.
Now, there's something special that you guys do once a year. It's called the King of Trios tournament.
We are currently the 2014 King of Trios, Devastation Corporation, 2014 King of Trios, and Campeones de Parejas.
That makes me the king of manager.
That's amazing. Now, you guys will be doing that again this year.
Absolutely.
Hey, those are $20. $20
stickers
each.
are $20.
$20. I'll write the check to Sidney bakabella. These people coming over taking all the free stuff.
I know. It's so King of Trios this year. Is there anything? Are you guys going? Are you fighting again this year?
Well, for some reason they're trying to stack the odds against us. They have the Bullet Club there from the Japan. They got a couple of teams from England. There's 2 teams actually from England.
The
Fight Club Pro
and
the Mexicans are coming there from the Lucha Undergrounds, and they're trying to stack the odds against us with Devastation Corporation. This is going to be the only repeating 2-time King of Trios, 2014, 2015.
And if I could just add one thing to that.
Please do.
All of these guys are 5'1". You are looking at real men. And that's what this industry is built upon. From Vern Gagne, when he wanted men, that's what my Devastation Corporation are.
So with Chikara, you guys, I know that I'm familiar with Chikara, but where can fans find out more about Chikara Wrestling?
Well, you can go to on your computer tables, and you can log on to www.chikarapro.com, or if you want to watch every wrestling match we've ever done, you can stream it all at chikaratopia.com. You can watch it on your black and whites.
You know what? Chikaratopia is actually really special. Because if you wanted to watch every Claudio Castagnoli match, you didn't have to buy the entire event there. You can buy it one match at a time for $1.99. It's pretty incredible. You can't do that on the WWE network.
No, not at all. And what else? I mean, you guys are you strictly working for Chikara? Is that it, or do you guys get to go other places?
They go other places. Chikara Pro, they pay me a lot of money not to work other places. I can feed my big fat wife and 8 kids.
Montana.
Bo Montana!
There's
old Bo Montana, brother.
I'm going to give directions like Bo Montana.
Sorry. So, you know, what was I saying?
You were saying that you're exclusive because
That's
they signed you by
They pay me a lot of money. I don't leave the house.
Contract.
I do not leave the house unless it has the Chikara banner on it. I wouldn't be at this festival if it wasn't for the Chikara name. Chikara takes great care of me, but I'll still do the AWA. I'll still do Al Tomko. I'll still work for Vern Gagne, Jack Pfeffer. I'll work for all those guys, but all these other independent wrestling companies will not go for them.
Absolutely. Well, is there anything else that you guys can tell us today that, you know, anything you want to let the fans know?
Well, what I've been saying all day, I've been asking fans, hey, do you like pro wrestling? Do you like professional wrestling? They've all said yes. Well, I asked them, do they want to love pro wrestling again? If they do, they want to come see Chikara, because that's the only place where you're going to actually love pro wrestling again.
Well, I want to thank you guys so much for coming. It's not every day that we get Chikara superstars here on another wrestling podcast. You guys are welcome back anytime, and good luck in everything you do, and we will see you soon.
All right, you can make the check out to Sidney bakabella.
Sidney bakabella, you got it. Thank you very much.
All right, Jonathan, wow. Anything happens here today at the New England Pro Wrestling Fan Fest 5 in Providence, Rhode Island, Jonathan. We have another guest joining us in a few minutes. Are you familiar with David Cole?
I am. David Cole, I can't say enough about this gentleman. It's been such an exciting day here. David Cole brings all kinds of wrestling knowledge, but not only that, but wrestling art. He brings in, he is joining us right now.
Yeah, he's coming in right now. He's hopping on in. We'll talk about that too.
Okay, so I'm going to give you these headphones so we can all hear everybody. David Cole is joining us right now. David, thank you so much for coming here. It's been our goal to get you on this podcast for a long time now, so thank you.
I'm sure you have plenty of people better than me lined up.
Well, I don't know. So in the world of wrestling right now, there's a lot of game changers going on. We see Samoa Joe's working for Ring of Honor and NXT. We see ProWrestlingTees.com, which has revolutionized the way that wrestlers get their merch money, and now we have a guy by the name of Rob Schamberger. He is painting pictures and portraits of wrestlers. He's actually working for WWE. But we have our own Rob Schamberger. We have the independent Rob Schamberger, which, you know what, I think that he's probably struggled for a while to get there, but David Cole is an amazing artist, and I would say that he does, just wrestling stuff, but he doesn't. But so, David, can you talk to us a little bit about your what you do?
Well, first off, thank you for all those compliments. It means the world to me to be compared to Rob, because I've always painted, but when I saw Rob painting as consistent as he was, and with the wrestling theme, and then when he got signed to WWE, it was really an eye-opener of what is possible as far as being an artist in a wrestling-themed world. And like you said, nobody else has really grasped the independent circuit. So being on the independent circuit myself as a wrestler, it was a perfect fit, and that's why I've really been trying to get my stuff out there more and more, so I could kind of become synonymous with independent wrestling art as Rob did with WWE.
So you're not only just an artist, and when I say just an artist, I can't draw flies. So you do amazing work. You do some mashups. You do a lot of the custom Funko pops. What do you consider like your favorite kind of medium, I guess?
That's a good question, considering I do have a couple different things. But I think I'm a painter. I'm an acrylic painter. I think that's where my soul is. The pops are it's another way of creating, but deep down, I think as an acrylic painter, I want to be able to show wrestlers in a different way that Rob does, just the characters and the feelings that they evoke. I want to capture those in paintings in my own style too. Me and Rob have very different styles, so I like showcasing mine compared to his.
So as far as artists go, there's a lot in the world, and past, present, all that. Who are some of your artistic idols, I guess?
Also a great question, and there's been so many. Going back to the older artists, I love Dali, just the abstract. I'm kind of a weirdo myself. My wrestling name is the Psychedelic Warrior, so just I like the out there. I like the not normal things. So Dali, and lately there's a lot of newer guys that I've grown up following. Sam Flores, a lot of California-based artists, and I'm just trying to fit my name into these recognizable artists, because I can't wrestle forever, but I can paint forever, hopefully. So
you just touched on that. You're not only an artist, you're an independent pro wrestler as well. I guess since I asked your artistic idols, what were some of the people that got you into professional wrestling to start with?
I have to say Bret Hart.
You hear that, Jonathan? Bret Hart.
God.
I talk about every show. My guy, right there.
Note the time, 12:15. Third Bret Hart reference today.
The moment you stopped being a Dave Cole fan.
Yes.
No, Bret was just kind of the first. Growing up a 9-year-old, Bret was like the big baby face at the time, and he was just somebody I latched onto. As I grew older, I started liking guys like Ultimo Dragon, Chris Benoit, as unfortunate as that story is, but I did idolize him. Macho Man, I love both. I've kind of followed the way Macho Man speaks, and I love his free flow and the way he just goes with the words, and sometimes it almost sounds like he doesn't even know what he's going to say, but it works, and I love that. I love just like the going with the flow. And nowadays there's just so much talent on the indies, it's hard to pick, but anybody I like the characters, Bray Wyatt, the Dark Undertaker, yeah, guys like that.
And we've talked a lot about like gimmicks in professional wrestling, and recently, you know, there's not so many gimmicks, and there's more like hometowns. Like, this is where I'm from. This is where I'm from. Whatever. Do you think that gimmicks are missing in the world of wrestling?
I think it's a different day and age. The world isn't what it was like 20 years ago, so you kind of have to adapt with the times. People aren't as receptive to these outrageous gimmicks like Doink the Clown or somebody like that, but it's still wrestling, and you still need characters. So that's why I love Neville, even. The fact that he almost is supposed to be shooting from outer space, you know, like it's kind of corny, but it's kind of awesome. You know?
Yeah, they kind of give nuances, I guess, instead of just saying like he's actually from outer space. He's, you know, he's coming in like that. So now, when it comes to, I know you do a lot of custom work. When people call and or email or whatever, they can ask you how you know, to get a painting or whatever. But what are some of your favorite people, either wrestler or not, to paint, to capture?
Let's see.
I mean, we've seen some of your work, not to cut you off. I know that you've done some Dean Ambrose mashups. You've done some Hulk Hogan stuff. So are those like personal favorites, or were those ones that people commissioned?
Honestly, I have to say, thinking back now, that Finn is actually probably my favorite person to paint at the moment. I've known him through wrestling for a while, and then once I started my art again, we kind of reconnected. And not only is he an amazing character, amazing wrestler, he's also one of the nicest guys I've ever had the pleasure of meeting and talking to, and he's a real person. So I just like the characters. But Finn, I've probably done 10 plus Finn pieces, so he's probably my favorite to paint right now.
Has he got to see any of these?
Oh yeah. I'm not sure if you saw the Incredible Hulk Finn shirt.
Yep.
At the NXT show in Philly, I had the pleasure of getting that to him.
Oh, awesome.
And it's hard because they can't really promote certain things, but he has it, and I'm sure he wears it, so I know that. So yeah. I take pride in that.
So I haven't said it yet, but where can anybody listening now, any fans of our show or anything, how can they find out more about David Cole?
You can go to DaveColeDojo.com. That you could buy prints off there too. But Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, search Dave Cole and you'll find me. I love talking to people. I love meeting new people. Just showing my art, taking a look, it means the world to me. So, yeah.
Is there like an ultimate commission that you could think of? Like if somebody's out there listening and they have like, what would you want to do the most?
I've had a couple big ones in my head for a while, but I really want to do like a huge canvas of maybe like 30 or even 60 guys who have been in the Rumble over the years, or like a big 7-foot tall Undertaker, like almost being like wrapped, like souls wrapping around him, and
wow.
Just like that's the future of Dave Cole. I'm not there yet, but it's in my head.
Yeah, no, and that's a great way to think about it. Is that, you know, you love the business, you know a lot of the guys, you wrestle, so now you can actually put this stuff on canvas. And you know, for people who don't know the plight of David Cole right now, you are a little bit injured.
Yes. Broken leg.
So you know, we want a speedy recovery for you, but in the meantime, you're doing this art.
Yeah, I recover and I get better at my art, and I'm a very positive person, so I take the positives out of everything, and if the positives of me breaking my leg is becoming a much better artist, then so be it. My leg will heal, and I'll be walking and painting better than ever.
Well, David doesn't really know it yet, but he's going to be commissioning, or we were going to be commissioning some stuff for David, so we will definitely make sure that that's on our site after we get done. I don't want to, you know, rush you with this, but
no
we're going to do the whole thing. I'm thinking paintings, I'm thinking pops, I'm thinking maybe just come paint my walls. I don't know.
Yeah, I've done it before.
Okay, so something's going to happen. But Steve, I know that you've been looking at Dave Cole Dojo.
I just wanted to talk to you about your paintings too. With you know, you do a lot of Mario-inspired paintings.
Yep.
You know, what comes across the thought process of this to where you match the wrestler up with, you know, like a Mario character kind of thing? How does it come about to you?
Well, I could see you're looking at the Liger Mario I just did, and these are all things I love. Obviously, I wouldn't be painting him if I didn't have a passion for him. But I was looking at the Tanuki suit Mario because I was just playing the Mario on the Wii, and he had the helicopter Mario, and I was like, what if we did like a Liger suit Mario? And
sure, so it's like on the spot, you're seeing it, you're thinking about it, now I got to paint it.
And that's why I like. I mean, I'm proud I have this ability to take something in my brain and put it on a piece of paper, and I just like making people happy. It's not about money. It's not about fame. It's about me. I'm happy making the art, and other people are happy looking at it. So it's
awesome.
Yeah.
So we've seen Mario, we've seen Simpsons. I'm gonna suggest that we see some Futurama inspired.
I've done a Finn. There's a company out in California called Hood Slam.
Yep.
Or not Finn, Fry. Hood Slam, there's a guy, Cereal Man, and I did a mashup of Fry with Cereal Man.
That's awesome.
It's somewhere on my Facebook, but
yeah, we'll definitely find it. That's so you're here today. You've probably been talking to a lot of people. You're surrounded by superstars. Are you getting any inspiration today? Is there anybody that you're like, man, I need to do one of those?
Absolutely. Being surrounded by these people and hearing some of these legends compliment my work, it's super inspiring. I mean, they've been doing this for way longer than I have, and they're still passionate about it, and I could only hope that I have another 10 years left of doing this, if not longer. Goldberg actually saw one of my Goldberg pops, and he wanted it for his friend, so I got to have a little sit down with him and talk about getting him my figures and possibly doing more for him. So things like that they mean more than anything in the world to me. It's just a great feeling sharing my stuff and getting a positive reception from it.
Sure. Now, Dave, I know we barely scratched the surface. That's my little trade thing. I don't know what else to go to. I got to find a new thing, but we'd love to get you back on. Tell us once again. Tell the fans out there, Facebook, your website, anything they could find more art about, or just become a friend with you online to find out more about your work.
So we got facebook.com/DPC123. You can find me at thedavecoledojo.com. You can find me on Twitter at DPC2Love, and on Instagram at SEE2Love.
Well, to a nicer guy, it couldn't have happened. I'm really inspired by you. This is why we do this. We want to get people out there that may not have a chance to have the big media giant pushing them. David Cole's got some amazing work. I highly suggest you go out there and buy several pieces. And like I said, hopefully there's going to be some good stuff between all of us soon, because I need to see my face on a pop. So.
Absolutely. This is only the beginning.
Yeah. Awesome, guys. Well, thanks once again for joining us. We're going to talk to you more at another date. When, I don't know, but we will definitely soon. But Jonathan, we talked a lot about FanFest today and who's here. And one of the best interviews that we had, that I think, was with Zeus. He called out John Cena. Guys, if you're listening now and you haven't heard it yet, you're going to hear it right now. It's quite the interview.
Absolutely. For anybody listening, I would suggest you tweet WWE and John Cena whenever you hear this interview and let everybody know that Zeus wants John Cena.
All right, guys. Well, here we go. We'll see you in a few minutes.
We are talking to one of the biggest celebrities to ever get involved in professional wrestling, with Tiny Zeus Lister.
Now, Jonathan, you mentioned Zeus. So we keep calling him Tiny Zeus Lister because that's, as a wrestling fan, what we know him from the most, being Zeus in No Holds Barred. But, I mean, this man doesn't sleep. He has a ton of films coming out. He's going to be in the Human Centipede 3 next year. He's working on the film with Russell Crowe that'll also be out. He's filming a movie in November called Money is King. And he just filmed Comedy Bang Bang for IFC with David Alan Grier. The man does it all. He's anywhere and everywhere. He's a spokesperson for Monster Energy drink. But more importantly, Jonathan, we're going to have to talk to him. He's coming into the studios right now as we speak. And, he called out, he was called out by John Cena a few months ago. Check this clip out.
Let me guess. Your new brilliant scheme is to commemorate the re-DVD release of No Holds Barred. You went for over the limit and got me Zeus as my next opponent.
Oh, no, he didn't.
Yes, he did, and he does not look happy. I guess let's find out what Zeus has to say to John Cena. First off, welcome, Tiny. Thanks for joining us tonight on another wrestling podcast.
Hey, I got some news for y'all, baby. And y'all gonna break it, okay?
Breaking the news tonight?
I want y'all to break the biggest news in the wrestling world, okay?
All right.
I want you to send a message. Do you understand me?
We hear you.
I'm just going to say I'm frightened right now.
No, you better fasten your seatbelts. You better sleep with your lights on, because I'm from Compton, California. I'm 6'5", 285 pounds. I got a serious suntan. I'm from the biggest gang city in the world, so everything I say is real. This is the cat that you might come up, ended up in somebody's trunk. But you need to send a message to my cat right now, because my manager, Cindy Cowens, the godmother to my daughter, my pimp, she showed me something that was released in June. And it was after 20 years, they released the No Holds Barred starring me and Poop Butt Hulk Hogan. But you need to tell that guy named John Cena, whatever his name is, that's trying to be street. I'm a real cat. I'm from the hood. I did Tupac's second to his last movie. I work with Cube. I work with 50 Cent, the Tech Nine. I work with Snoop Dogg. I work with Dr. Dre. I work with Akon. I work with Rick Ross. I work with Chamillionaire. I work with Fresh Montana. Man, you tell the cat. I heard he called me out, say he'll take on Zeus.
Uh-oh.
Well, tell him Zeus is answering his phone call. I like to meet him in the ring and Suge Knight his ass, okay? Tell him that. Tell him I'm going to make him my little bitch, okay? If he's a real cat, if the WWE can get their manhood back up, call a real cat from the hood. And I ride a bicycle like I rode in the hit movie Friday, and I have some house shoes on, and I will beat him down, and I'll let Hulk Hogan sit in his little wheelchair on the side and watch. If you need a referee, get The Rock. But don't call me out if you're going to play. This ain't Flipper. This is Jaws. So, John Cena, I'm calling you out to all your fans. You want to come do a reality show? Take that makeup off, John.
Oh.
It don't look good on you. Be a real cat. Real cats don't wear makeup, John. Get off that reality show. I'll meet your ass in the ring.
Wow, John.
In your house. And I'm calling you out because I see the WWE that got too damn soft. Y'all wearing makeup, hanging out with Shamar Moore. Hey, you need to be hanging out with the hood. Don't play like you're a rapper. Be one. John, I grew up in Compton, California. I went to Compton High School. You better sleep with your lights on. You might end up in somebody's truck. You messing with me, fool. Hey, all your Junior Cena fans, he's a paper champion. Meet me in the ring.
Wow.
And I'll beat your ass. Make you change your name to bitch. Oh, did you get the message? Did you get the message?
I think we got it.
Wow, Jonathan.
Because I heard he showed me on tape where he said he'll whoop Zeus. I've never messed with this cat. I found him kind of funny. You know, amusing. I was watching him on TV like watching comedy. So I'm up here. Like, he when they released the thing, he said, with his head in a cast and some kind of bandage, I take on Zeus. Well, fool, you talking to Zeus now.
Wow.
And I'll meet you any place on earth. And I'll meet you in the WWE, and I need to retrain everybody in the WWE. Y'all done got too soft. Y'all let the MMA take over. But if you want to bring the ratings back up, well, bring a real gangster from Compton, fool. And I'll bring my hip-hop friends. I'll bring Snoop. I'll bring Cube. I'll bring them all. Get your ratings back up, because it takes real men to get the ratings up. Boys can't. My grandmother said it's a difference between a man and a boy. They both got penises. Which one are you? Hey, John, which one are you? You better sleep with your lights on, fool. I should knight your ass. Did you get the point across? Did you understand the message, all you little wrestling fans?
Wow, we got it, Jonathan. Man, I don't know about you. This could be a setup for WrestleMania next year. What do you think?
Oh, what? Hey, I left at the top. How do you think I was coming back? That's the biggest character actor in Hollywood. I've done almost 200 movies. Okay, I've done 200 movies. I don't wear makeup, John. John, real actors from the hood don't wear makeup, Johnny. Johnny, hey, what you gonna do? Wear some high heels next, Johnny? Johnny, you see what you gonna do? You call that acting? Stay out them cowboy movies, John. Stay out them cowboy movies, John. That's not acting. That's degrading who you are.
Wow, Jonathan. So we have the challenge. Yeah, man. The challenge has been issued.
Hey, y'all can breathe and y'all can talk now too. You can put your hand down.
Yeah, I was going to say, I had my hand up the whole time. This is amazing.
They got the message loud and clear.
Wow, definitely. And
Cindy Conway would negotiate my deal. Oh.
Man, I hope to see you two in the ring, though. I mean, that, if anything, is calling out Cena, responding to him calling you out, so...
Hey, I didn't mess with nobody. But you call a real cat out from the hood, they will answer your call. You got to watch what you're doing, you know what I'm saying? Because you start acting like you tough, and you acting like you hip-hop. I'm not bothering nobody. I'm doing my movies. I'm the first black president in a $100 million film. I say Gotham City and Dark Knight. Now with the hottest sportswear company in the world. Faith, forever faith, forever faith. My main man Abraham and Ron Brown is the owners of the company. They let me be a spokesperson. Even I'm always doing something about God. But then with Cindy Collins, my manager, she pulled up the thing on the internet, and John saying my name should have never came out of his mouth. My name should have never came out of his mouth. You can't pretend to be hood. You got to be hood. Okay? I'm from the biggest hood city in the world.
Well,
so now everybody has got to deal with the consequences. Sleep with your lights on, America. You done woke up the wrong giant.
Well, I mean, we've got a lot to cover today. We have to get in it. You've said it several times now. You are a native Californian from the tough streets of Compton. How did you get to where you are today?
Because of God. Because of the blessings of Jesus Christ. I knew I didn't want to be a blood or a crip. I know I didn't want to sell drugs. When I was going up to Compton, I wanted to be something different. So I started, running with this cat named Jesus, and I wanted to do something different. I knew I was different. I knew one day I would meet somebody like a Cindy Collins, and she would take me to the next level of my career. And the last 30 years, I've just been grinding. A lot of my friends are rappers, LL Cool J, and work with all these cats, man. I done worked with so many rappers, and I like working with them, and that keeps you fresh. It keeps you focused on what you got to do. I'm also a spokesperson for Monster Energy Drink. I've been with them for 4 years. About to do it. I'm a spokesperson for this company, this medical company. Just got back from Orlando doing their conference, and it was a success. And I'm just always doing things with kids, man. Letting kids know they can do something different. They ain't got to be a gangbanger. Sure. They ain't got to sell drugs. They can be different. And being from Compton, with the Compton High School, with the Cal LA, was a national shot put champion, broke the school record 7 times in 1 year. Oh. I knew I wanted to do something different. And Ron Brown was from a track club that I was a part of, Stars and Stripes back then. And Ron was the lead athlete. Ran 10:02 in the 100 meters, was on the relay team that set the world record when Carl Lewis ran anchor. Ron ran second late. They set the world record at 38:03. So you got Olympic gold medal. So I always want to be, I was born in the basement. See, confidence is like being born in the basement. I want to be in a penthouse. I live in Marinaville right now, in a city club, live on the water. And I asked God when I was 16 years old, if you, God, will you make my backyard water? And I live on the water. And I've been living like that through God's grace and mercy for a while. And I just want to tell them kids that all things is possible.
Yeah.
If they just keep the focus. How did I get Cindy? How did I get Cindy? Cindy's one of the hottest, most beautiful divas in Hollywood. Intelligent, smart, just cool as heck, man. But anybody can just hang out with her. Even the people that I'm running with, It's the right kind of people. And just because you're from a place that they said death comes, that man, it's always lied. So I speak life. And I'm a representative of a place where nothing good is supposed to come from, but man's a liar. So when you got God on your side, you can do all things.
Yeah.
And that's what I tell kids. You can do all things through Christ that strengthens you. If you're Jewish, shalom, shalom. I run with Rabbi Pinto. That's my main cat. I run with the biggest Mexican pastor in the world out of Guadalajara. I'm all over the world doing stuff for the kingdom of God. And I got one tattoo on my body. It's Luke chapter 10, verse 19. So if I'm going to put something on my body, it's going to be the blood. It's going to be the blood. I don't play with stuff, man. When you come from Compton, you don't have time to pussyfoot around. Okay, everybody want to be hard. Well, we used to have shootouts at our school at lunchtime, and you just praying that you don't get hit with one of them bullets. So when you have everything I do is I like watching my westerns. But when you wake me up, you have woke up heaven and hell. Because the Bible says, Matthew 11:12, the kingdom suffered violence, and the violence will take it by force. And that's who I am. I will come take it by force. I won't ask to come through your door. I'll come through your damn wall. Man, don't have me get on that bicycle, get that duct tape, and get some hot shoes out, and put you in the new Friday. If all you people out there, we doing one, I ran into Ice Cube's manager at the airport 6 weeks ago, and he said, Ice Cube, the new deal's over at Universal, so we're going to be doing maybe something called Saturday. Same cast, different script. But I'm going to still be the bad guy after I get through mopping everything up in the WWE, if they man enough to call the real cat.
Now,
we got to say that Compton Pop go to Weasel, Weasel go Pop.
Tiny, you mentioned you excelled in track and field, and you even went to Cal State University, and you said you won 1982 Division II National Shot Put Championship.
Yeah.
Do you ever wish that you stuck with sports exclusively, or that was just something that you loved doing back then?
Well, your heart, when you have success at a young age, you're always gonna fall in love with that the most, But you see that you're just a vessel here to help young kids and have them step in their purpose and destiny. But when if you put a track and field, let me tell you why track and field and the homeboy like in Michael Phelps and that swimming, track and field, either you good or you're gonna get exposed. There's no place to hide. On a football field, you can have weaker players. On a baseball team, you can have weaker players. And like LeBron James is a strong player. He's the greatest in the world. He makes up for other people's weaknesses. But in track and field, if you're not good at something, there's no bush to hide behind. Yeah. You're but going to get revealed as a weak person. And that's why I like it, because you learn how to overcome your insecurities at a young age, because you handle pressure. And life is about pressure. The Bible says iron sharpens iron. That's what the Bible says. So I'm from a place that I can handle pressure, because they used to have shootouts at my school. And through God's grace and mercy, I was protected. And all the game bangers loved me, because when I was doing the shot put at Compton High School, I was all league. And then in Long Beach City College, I became All-American. Then when I went to Cal State LA, I became national champion. And they asked me to break the school record one time. Come here, sign a scholarship for 2 years, and break the school record. I broke it 7 times in 1 year. I dedicated my career to Ron Settles, that got hung in Signal Hill by the police department. Was wrongly, and so that was a friend of mine. Mm-hmm. So you're talking to a real cat that we deal with real issues. You know what I'm saying? My friend get hung in Signal Hill by the police department. So when you got these little fake wrestlers dressing like they hood, and they grew up in Palisades or Disneyland, tell Mickey, John, I said hello.
Well, I'm glad you brought up the WWE. This is one of the big things that we wanted to ask you about. The movie No Holds Barred you starred in, that was one of the the best WWE movies that they've ever produced. Now, how did you get involved with No Holds Barred?
It was simple. I auditioned for it. The word on the street, they was looking for somebody big and ugly with a suntan. Damn. Everybody said, well, we know Tiny Lister. Because, I think there was even auditioning white guys at first. And Vince finally got it that two white guys fighting or two black guys fighting don't make the same heat that a big black guy and a big white guy fighting. Mm-hmm. And then you got to understand something when I came. By me coming from the hip-hop, see, all my friends are rappers, so the hip-hop came too. So Vince touched something he never touched before. He touched the hip-hop world, because whoever touches the hip-hop world will run the world. Because hip-hop on social media is the biggest thing in the world. You got Jay-Z, you got Puffy, you got Luda, Fast and Furious. Look at you got Cube and 21 Jump Street. You got Luda and Fast and Furious. And you got Tyrese's over there. All that's hip hop. Mm-hmm. So I belong to the hip hop world. And these are all my friends, man. So I run with Rebels because I don't fit in real good. Cliques, I don't fit in. So I like to get back there and teach John Cena about a ghetto massage.
Now, Tiny, prior to No Holds Barred, were you a fan of pro wrestling, or did you ever get into it when you were younger?
I'm gonna tell you who I used to watch back in the day. I used to watch The Rock's father, Soul Man, Rocky Johnson. I used to watch Bubba Bazile. I used to watch Terry Funk. I used to watch the cat used to jump off the ropes, the Samoan cat, and let me not be disrespectful and be ignorant. He might even be Tongan. I don't know if he's Samoan or Tonga. Jimmy Sufasuka. Yeah. I used to watch Jimmy, and he was a big supporter of me when I was in the WWF, when it was the WWF, and now it's the WWE. So he made sure I was comfortable there. See, I created a lot of jealousy over there. You know what I'm saying? And I might even create it from my own camp, because, the word on the street that even Hulk got jealous of me. And me and Hulk got the same agent. But it don't make no damn difference to me, because, see, when I got Dark Knight, I ain't had nobody, they looking for people that can act. Mm-hmm.
Now, I'm going to ask you real quick, because this was a question later, but since you just brought it up, I want to know. Yeah. If you had been the villain in The Dark Knight, do you think there would have even needed to be a third movie? Because you would have taken out Batman, right?
Well, like you said it, that was the cheddar on the internet. Is Tiny, and so the only time I thought, the people was asking why ain't Tiny playing the bad guy in the second one, and you answered the question. I mean, come on, man. Come on. That dude walking around that spandex, the Batman, he would have had problems, man. Because I would have took it to you. See, what I'm trying to get you to understand is, I work in London all the time. It's a lot of great. I work with the great Rachel Weisz from London, that won an Oscar. I didn't work with Eddie Izzard. See, you can't just grab somebody because you said that's one of the best classical trained actors. When Tupac put me in Game Related and Suge Knight called me that night, they knew my presence was coming through my skin can make Tupac look vulnerable. Because Tupac Shakur was a classical trained actor. But if you go back and look at Game Related, he looks like a victim about to happen in that scene because I'm so scary on camera. And I make you feel it. And that's acting. It's not what you say, it's what comes through your skin. And I make people understand that I'm the baddest guy on a movie set on earth. And I would have took Dark Knight Rising to another level. Because I have a lot of things to pull from. I have a lot of pain to pull from. And you got to remember this about a movie. You're only good as the bad guy. that guy made me laugh when I watched the movie because oh man, I'm from hell. Compton to Hell's a local call, man. It was on the, you heard about it. It was on the internet. Everybody was saying, well, Tiny must go and play Bane in Dark Knight.
Now, Tiny, you stepping back for a few seconds, you said there was a little bit of jealousy from Hulk Hogan, and is that why we never saw Zeus versus Hogan 3, or, maybe...
Well, the deal was on the table in 1989 for me to get $500,000 and him to get $2 million, and Vince asked me to carry the belt. And it's hard to be represented at an agency because it's like if you have the Hulk Hogan, you handle me. It's kind of like the conflict of interest. You know what I'm saying? So I never got the real scope, but the word on the street, if you go out there and check in Atlanta, Georgia, any big wrestling city, that Hulk was jealous too. And I'm a real actor, man. I work with the greatest actors in the world, so I can say what the hell I want to say. and I don't walk with no bodyguards, so anybody want to try me, I'm easy to find.
I would imagine that people would have to be absolutely insane to try to do this, but in the world of professional wrestling, they call them ribs, or like jokes, whenever they try to like pull something on maybe the new guy. Was that ever done to you in WWF?
Hell yeah, they parked me a little bit, and I'm not gonna say, that's why I said I'm not gonna sit there and lie about nothing. They built me up, so I'm an outsider, so it's a lot of jealousy. So you can't make money unless you fight Hulk. So I had Hulk locked down for the next 6 months in Survivor Series. And they put me they made me the main event of Survivor, Steel Cage match, and SummerSlam, and they had WrestleMania on the table. And I was taking a shower one time, and I was feeling myself. I was 6'5", 305, bitch, about 575. Oh, you couldn't tell me nothing. Shit. Take the snake through that big old python snake in there with my butt. I started talking like Prince and Michael Jackson. My voice changed. I didn't know my voice would get that high. So they had to humble my butt because they built me up so big, right? Yeah. And they said, welcome to the family. They were saying, welcome to the family.
Nice.
But, man, I one thing about Catherine, we tell the truth, man. We ain't got no reason to lie. I ain't going to try to play like I'm a toughest guy, but I grew up in a place where most people will start crying and become what they really are. And so when you talk to a cat that then did it, that made it, it's just like you asked me about the Batman, the Dark Knight thing. Everybody, that's the word. That was the word on the internet. I got to be playing that role, and so I just say it's an overlook that they made a decision that I thought they could have made another $500 million with me playing it because hip hop would have came with me.
For the WWE Hall of Fame, they induct a lot of actors and celebrities and stuff who have been with them over the time. Yeah. Now, if and when hopefully you get inducted into the Hall of Fame, who would you have induct you? If you had to pick anybody, I don't know if they're just throwing it out there.
It'd probably be like it would have to be one of my rapper friends, or Deion Sanders, or either Abraham or Ron Brown, or maybe even Cindy Collins. She said because she be wearing them red heels. I don't have a lot of friends. I'm cool, and so Deion Sanders, if somebody pops in my head, or Ice Cube, or it would have to be somebody like that, or Ice-T, because those are the only people I run with, man. And I'm a good, or even Judge Mathis. I love Judge Mathis. So it had to be somebody like that.
All right.
It wouldn't be nobody from their world because I'm not really cool with nobody from their world. Only person I'm cool with that I see on the red carpet, I see The Rock. So I'm a big fan of The Rock. I think The Rock is the best thing that ever happened to the thing outside of Hulk Hogan.
Now,
I think The Rock is the most charismatic cat that I've ever met.
You just finished the Human Centipede 3, the final sequence.
Yeah.
What can we? I just got a lot of questions actually, but what can we expect from this movie?
Well, Sidney Cowan is a diva. She's one of the best producers in Hollywood. You know, she does $15, $20 million films. She did a movie called Red Light with Robert De Niro, Sigourney Weaver. So she the A-list of the A-list. So she made sure on Human Centipede 3 they took a lot of stuff out in me. So because I have a brand. So I told them my brand is bigger than their brand. So you're not gonna just demoralize my brand. So they wanted me in the movie. We didn't take the role for 3. We passed on the movie 3 times. Mm-hmm. Cindy wanted it a certain way, and they had to get it that way. And they got that way, and I went and did the movie. I'm looking forward. That's a genre I want to be in. Because isn't Human Centipede 3, is that horror? Yeah, so I want to go to horror places like I go for the wrestling, and like I go when I go sign autographs for Monster Energy drink. I want to go do autograph sessions. Like when I did the Cleon for Enterprise. I like going to them places and sign autographs and meeting the people and letting the people know that I'm cool as heck. You know what I'm saying? I'm a nice guy in the world, man. I'm the biggest baby in the world. If you do something to disrespect me, then you done woke up the biggest fool in the world. And I can handle myself because I just like watching TV and watching my westerns. So I don't like people calling me out because I ain't never been called out. Ain't nobody ever said nothing bad to me like that before on television. Well, I can whoop up this person. You ain't shit, man. Because you wear hip-hop don't mean you hip-hop. It's in your own damn mind. You know what I'm saying? That's what I said. You can take on a gimmick and play like you somebody, but I'm hood. I'm from hell. Shit.
Yeah.
Better get that. Yeah, I'm cool, man. Dude got me upset, man. I'm ready to lay hands on somebody. Ain't gonna be for Jesus either.
I'm gonna make sure that we get this out to make sure that he hears this because
tell Vince McMahon if he wants his ratings back to the roof, call a cat that everybody loves. You can't just make up something. You can't get another big black guy and make him be something.
Well,
can't
now
make Jamal Moore beat me.
I think after
can't make Dean Reigns beat me. Come on.
I think after you're done with John Cena, he may be part of the Human Centipede.
Oh shit! His man's gonna be big. Shoot, he gonna walk around with lipstick and powder and put him in some heels when I get through with his ass.
You said that you like meeting the fans at all these conventions. Now we know that you're going to be at our friends next year at FanFest 5 in Rhode Island. Anything you want to tell your fans that will be coming out to see you? Anything they can expect from meeting you?
Yeah, let them know I'm going to do a movie called Money is King. And tell my fans I'm still working with Monster Energy drink. I'm working with Forever Faith, new sporting line. And I got it on right now, foreverfaith.com. I got some unfinished business in the WWE. So everybody fasten your seatbelt because Jones is ready to come back out and play.
We have seen that you're, a former pro wrestler. You've been in tons of movies like Friday, but we understand you just wrapped a guest appearance on IFC's comedy show, Comedy Bang Bang.
That was cool. That reminds me of working with people like the late John Candy, just people, they fast, they witty, and you live on the edge, and you do a lot of improv. And when they told me David Allen Greer was coming to work on the set, I love David Allen Greer. I love working with how fast and witty he is, and how comical he is. So I like working with really good people, professionals. So I enjoyed myself over there, had a good time, and y'all can see me over there. And I'm the military sergeant from hell. So if y'all saw Richard Gere in that movie with Lou Gossett, make that times 1,000, and you got me. Because I'm the person you don't want to have to take orders from.
Tiny, we have to say you were probably one of the most interesting people we've ever had on our show. Have you ever been approached to write an autobiography on your life?
Not yet, but hey, if you can work that deal, I'm sure appreciate it, baby. Hey, I'm always looking for some new money. I got a 6-year-old daughter, man, named Faith Grace, and I asked God for a double portion. That's why I named her Faith Grace. So I'm about taking care of my little girl. So I would love to do an autobiography on my life. So if you got the hookup, I'll cut you in, baby.
Now,
I would love to do one, though.
All right.
Absolutely. One of the things that came from the being in the Friday movies is now actually a huge part of pop culture. The term deboed is used all the time. How does it feel to have an entire word dedicated to you?
It feels good. You know, when I was in the WWE, I was doing something nobody else did. You know what I'm saying? And at a young age. And to be a part of hip hop, and for the, like you said, if you're in football and boxing, what happened? Somebody just got devoted. It's beautiful, man. It's beautiful. And now I'm looking for the next one. You know, I'm looking for the next role to tell pop culture how much I love them, and to send them back the love they give me. Because when I'm at the malls, wherever I'm at, man, people go crazy, and I want everybody to understand wrestling is hard. I was blessed and I was taken care when I was there, but I got broken up a little bit. And we get broken up, you got to keep on going. Mm-hmm. And I had my nose broken in the movie. But being part of Debo, like Deion, I'm saying, the NFL, Deion Sanders and Michael Irvin and Warren Sapp say on the NFL Network every week, hey, you just got Debo. You know, you just got Debo. Hey, man, that person just got Debo. He just got knocked. You already know the rest of the word. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Now, Tiny, your current role in life may be your best to date. You've been reaching out to young kids and even going to churches, sharing your powerful life story. Why is it so important to you to give back? And how tell us a little bit about that.
Man, well, it's like this. I'm not good at nothing else. Like, I tried loading trucks one time when I was younger, after I won a national shot put champion, and a white guy half my size was kicking my butt in that truck. And I said, God, you got to give me something else to do, man, because I'm not good at this stuff. And God paid me to act a fool on TV. I basically get paid to act a fool, and I'm good at it. And I need to tell these kids, nobody believed in me when I was growing up. You know, my first car come from a junkyard at 62 Fairland. So I guess my father thought of me as junk. But my spiritual father, Jesus Christ, said, no, I'll make you the president in a $100 million film, the first black president. So if God can do that for me, what can he do for the kids? So they need to know that they are the chosen ones. They're not Generation X. Because if a kid don't know who he is, he can never step into his purpose and destiny. I'm on this phone today talking to you because a man came and told me about God and told me there's a different way than being a blood or a crip. I've been a drug dealer. I'm robbing people. And I'm sitting on the day as a testimony that is real. All I got is a high school education. I went to college, but I never graduated from college. But I've been the biggest movie in 2008 that cost $200 million to make it. And it made $1.3 billion, and it made $1.1 billion in merchandising. Dark Knight. I say Gotham City. Now, what's more gangster than that? Tell me. And that's what they tell me when I go to New York. They say, Debo, you say Gotham City. You was cool with dying and sacrificing yourself for the greater good. Now, what's more gangster than that? Explain it to me.
All right.
So I'm always going to talk about the real gangster. The Bible says, fear his wrath. It don't say Debo, don't say Suge Knight, don't say nobody else. He says, fear what he can bring. Either love him. Yeah, so that's why you don't ever want to wake up a giant. Because when you wake up the wrong dog, you're going to get bit. This ain't a poodle. This is a Rottweiler, baby.
Lightning round. Hulk Hogan.
Whatever. He was the greatest. He was the greatest. Let me tell you something, though. Okay, he was the greatest. Because God always puts me with the best. He was the greatest.
Macho Man.
Best tag team partner in the world.
Vince McMahon.
Great businessman. Know what you're dealing with, though.
Ice Cube.
The best business cat I've ever met in my life. And he pays me big.
Favorite actor to work with?
It had to be, I've had the pleasure of working with Marlon Brando. So when I was told in Hollywood, he's the greatest actor in the world, so I worked with Marlon Brando. It don't get no bigger than that.
Okay, now...
John Candy was my best actor I've ever worked with, I feel.
Okay.
The late John Candy.
Who is the actor that you haven't got a chance to work with that you would want to work with?
Denzel Washington. I want to do another movie. I work with Will Smith and on his TV show. I want to work with him in Hancock 2. Will, I want to do Hancock 2. I want to fight you in Hancock 2. Because Will's one of the best persons on this earth. And I've had the pleasure of working with Michael Jackson. He's gone. Great. The best three people I've ever met on this earth was Michael Jackson, John Candy, and Will Smith. And I want to do a film with Will Smith. I think he's the best.
All right. Favorite movie that you've ever done? What's your favorite?
Shoot. Played the President, Fifth Element. Luke Besson. You better go see Lucy.
Which is a better nickname, Zeus or the Human Wrecking Machine?
Shit. Man, Zeus is a Greek name for God. Man, what the hell we talking about the other punk ass? The Human Wrecking Machine. Human Wrecking Machine don't mean nothing to me. I'm not human. I'm a god. I'm Zeus. You better bow down.
All right, and last one, John Cena.
Yeah, right. It's like Vanilla Ice on steroids. Okay? If you want to be something gangster, John, find a real guy from the hood. Stop pretending like you hood. Tattoos and roids don't make you hood. You got to come and sleep in hell if you want to be down with the real cats. That's why a game that sells over 2 million copies every time he do a song, an album, he says he want to be gangster like Debo when he was Zeus. Because when Game grew up in Compton, he heard about Zeus terrorizing, breaking people's heads in the WWE. But if they really would have turned me loose, because, you know, racism still exists, just don't get it twisted. Man, I should have took what Vince offered me. Vince pulled me to the side and said, we want you to carry the belt. And I saw that jealousy kick in. Because all of a sudden, the match was pulled. Don't flip the script. So you can think somebody from the same camp is your friend, he's your enemy. And I thought, I'll just run by myself. I tried being the cat's friends. But I'm tired of trying. You know what I'm saying?
Sure.
I'm a real actor. So watch me on TV, man. If you don't like me, you don't have to like me. But every time you turn that TV on, there's a movie with me in it. And that ain't nothing but the favor of Jesus Christ. Now tell that to the host. And your ass down in Tampa.
No, we've covered a ton of issues today. We've talked a lot. We've answered a challenge.
Did I wake everybody up?
I hope so.
I come to wake everybody up. Because, you know, I heard they lost $400 million last year in the WWE. Because in MMA, everybody is leaving watching them. And they're going to watch the MMA fighting. Well, Monster, we with Bellator. We went with Bellator. We went with my dude from the A-Team, the new A-Team. What's his name?
Quentin Rampage Jackson.
Yeah, come on. And Rampage, much love to you, baby. Much love. I have Rampage standing in my corner, watching my back. That's a good dude. Met him one time through Big U. Because, and doing some stuff in the hood. We doing some charity in the hood. Me, him, and Veen. For Big U. So, you know, what I'm trying to say is, man, I'm not a cat that went to Palisades High School or Disneyland High School and say I'm from Compton. You know what I'm saying? People stop lying. You know what I'm saying? You didn't grow up like I had to grow up. And I'm going to tell you something. I'm glad I made it up out of there. But it made me tough enough to handle Hollywood. It made me tough enough to handle any pressures that I deal with in life. So So tell John Cena if he want to get his social media stuff up, stop paying somebody else. Just come and wrestle me. And all the rappers would jump all over this. How can you dig it? Now, if he don't answer the call, I guess he's... Because Real Cats answers the call. You understand what I'm saying?
Oh, absolutely.
See, Hulk is too crippled for me to fight. You know what I'm saying? I found, I can't fight Hulk. He's too banged up. So if I hit him hard, he might be in a wheelchair for the rest of his life. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
So that's out the question. I thought I could go back and wrestle him and make some money because I got some unfinished business, but he's too banged up. And I was cool. I was going to do my movies and do my personal appearances, be a spokesperson. And John said some stupid stuff. My name came out of his mouth. My name should never come out of his mouth. And so I'm going to get some duct tape, and I'm going to kidnap his ass right in front of all them WWC. I'm going to throw him in the trunk, and we're going to take off. And we're going to put him in the next rap video. He going to be the bitch.
People are trying to find you in this world.
Call my manager, Sidney Cowan. Yeah.
You have all the site. You have your own website. You have Twitter, right? All that.
Yeah, I got Real Tiny Lister. Is my Twitter, and so you can find me there.
It's such an honor to have you on and talking with us tonight. We really appreciate your time today.
Love you too, man. Sleep with your lights on. I still got the bicycle.
All right, guys, we're back at the New England Pro Wrestling Fan Fest. New England Fan Fest 5 in Providence, Rhode Island. Guys, we're here live all day. A lot of things happening. Jonathan, we also have a local legend with us right now. Jonathan, you want to do a little introduction?
Yes, you never know who's going to stop by the Another Wrestling Podcast booth here, but we are speaking with none other than Bull Montana. Mr. Montana, how are you doing today?
Hey guys, I'm doing good. I'm a proud I got nominated in 2010.
Yeah, the Hall of Fame, man. Congratulations.
Yep.
So you're from this area. You get to relive some of the glory days of wrestling. So did you get to catch up with any of the people here at the Fan Fest?
Yeah, I've seen a lot of the old guys and a lot of the old girls that I worked with back then.
So we were speaking a little bit earlier, but where are some of the places that you used to wrestle at around here?
I wrestled down in the old Jack Witchy's Arena. I've been Aldersburg, New York, all over.
Oh, that's great. So what made you get into professional wrestling when you were a younger man?
Well, when I was younger, I worked at the Boston Garden there in Boston on the Bull Gang. And one day they came in and they started setting the ring. I go, guys, you don't mind if I take a little bump? Bang, and I started. And I started with the late Tony Rumble, better known as the Boston Bad Boy.
That's great. So, do you have any favorite moments of your career that you'd like to talk about?
Well, one of my favorite moments was getting inducted in 2010, and my other favorite moments was me with the late public enemy up in Aldersburg, New York, the late Johnny Grunge, Rocco Rock. You know, I wish they were still living. They would have loved this. They would have loved this Fan Fest and all that.
Yeah, definitely. It's definitely a different experience, and like we were talking about all day, it's a great event for the Northeast over here. For the fans to come out, meet a lot of local legends, a lot of legends of yesterday and today. They get to experience a lot of different things, getting photos, autographs, and just an overall great weekend for everybody out here. And we really appreciate you stopping by and stuff. Jonathan, what else can we get into?
Yeah, I just want to say thank you very much for coming and talking to us. Is there anything that you want to tell all your fans out there?
Well, there might be right now I'm managing right now. I help out the Bell Time Club which is here in up in Massachusetts, in Wakefield, Massachusetts. We got Todd Hansen there. We got everybody there.
Oh, that's great. So you're talking about Warbeard, right?
Warbeard, better known as Warbeard.
All right. Well, I thank you very much for stopping by, and we look forward to maybe getting you back on the show someday.
Hey, definitely, gentlemen. Nice to be here on another wrestling podcast here.
Well, thank you so much, sir, and come back anytime.
I will, sir. Guys, have a good evening at the Hall of Fame.
All righty.
All right.
Now, Jonathan, yeah, like we said, we're a lot of things are happening here today. Here in the Fan Fest, we got a lot more guests coming up, guys, but stay tuned. We'll be right back.
Wrestling fans, listen up. Are you looking for the next big thing in pro wrestling to listen to? Then head on over to anotherwrestlingpodcast.com. That's right, Another Wrestling Podcast. Hear interviews with your favorite stars of yesterday and today, and so much more. Each week, join Steve Credo and Jonathon Benjamin as they talk anything and everything pro wrestling. From the convention floor to wrestling events, the guys are taking over the airwaves to get the most unanswered questions. To hear past episodes or to catch the next installment, head to anotherwrestlingpodcast.com.
All right, guys. Yeah, once again, a lot of things happen here in FanFest in Providence, Rhode Island. NewEnglandFanFest.com, guys. If you haven't seen who's here today, it's been quite a day. Eric Bischoff's here, Jim Ross, Zeus, Tiny Lister, Ricardo Rodriguez, Kelly Kelly, Scott Hall's in front of us. The list goes on and on, guys. It's what a weekend. If you haven't been here, if you're listening, you should come on back here because you guys are just missing out. Jonathan, what a weekend, man. We got guests coming by here and there. A lot of things are happening.
Yeah, a lot of things are happening. I feel like we didn't get a chance to really talk about our experience here in New England, Rhode Island specifically. We, last night, got in. We were at the Omni Providence. I want to give a special shout out to them. Anybody who's listening to the Omni Providence, they knew what big stars that they had. And we started out in a regular room, and we said this just won't do. And so they upgraded us to one of their 2 suites at Providence. So there was the presidential suite, and we didn't want to be greedy, but they told us, you know what, you guys can have the other suite. So we hung out there last night. We were preparing for the show. We got to talk to some great friends and family. It was the Giovanni da Verrazzano suite.
Say that 5 times fast.
Yeah, say that 5 times fast. But it was great. It was a great place to be. Then we got to see Corny in New England.
Yeah, that's right.
Jim Cornette's one-man show. He came out there. He talked his heart out, and he talked to everything was up for grabs. We talked about some of the newest, I want to say, hot button issues, politics. He talked, gay marriage, which was there was the landmark decision yesterday. About
Yeah,
that.
it was it was like a comedy show, but it was mixed with more personal stories, and that's what's really fun about it. I mean, we're fans of him, we're fans of wrestling, and just hearing him talk about these different experiences, it was good. I hope more guys do this kind of thing too, because I mean, there's been so many wrestlers out there. Then whether or not you're a comedian, I mean, Mick Foley kind of does it now too, where it's not necessarily coming out doing a full-blown comedy show, but it's mostly a life experience show, which is really nice because you get to hear some stories and a lot of the funny things that have happened through the years with them. So it was really interesting, and it was an enjoyable time.
Yeah, and what was cool is not only did Jim Cornette do the show, but he had a lot of the people that were involved with the dinner prior to his show, the VIP dinner. People like Glacier showed up. People like Alex the Pug Porteau showed up. I know that Jimmy Corderas was there. So there was a lot of people there that came out to support Jim Cornette. It was a great show. I highly suggest Corny in New England. I think the DVD is going to be available after the Fan Fest is over. And, so we got to experience that. Then today, we're here live, New England Fan Fest 5. We've talked to everybody. We've seen Kelly Kelly. We've seen Jim Ross. We've seen Eric Bischoff. We've seen literally everybody. We've gotten interviewed by some great, under the mat radios here.
Yeah, a wrestling talk show. Yeah, it was
wrestling. It's just a great experience. I highly suggest if you miss this one, they're going to start announcing stuff about the next one, any day now, because they like to get all their chickens in a row, their ducks in a row, whatever you want to call it.
That's right. A lot of things happening, and I mean, like I said, Jonathan, it's going to be a staple in our show every year. Definitely coming out to New England Fan Fest because, if you go to New York City and whatnot, there's it's crazy and whatnot. I think it's a really great organized show out here, and everybody's having fun, meeting fans. I've never seen Scott Hall happier.
No, he's so happy right now. He's talking to all the fans. I want to give a shout out to Wrestling Talk. They were here earlier. They stopped to interview us. Since 1987, the world's oldest, longest running TV talk show on professional wrestling. So that's pretty amazing. I also want to give a shout out to Paradise Alley Wrestling School. That is ran by none other than Mario Mancini and Paul Roma, as well as Dave Paradise. So they came, Mario Mancini's here. We talked to him a little bit earlier, but if you're looking to get into the business, they're located in East Haven, Connecticut. So I want to thank everybody for coming out tonight. Talking to Dave Cole was awesome. So it's just a family-friendly event.
That's right.
We still have some people that are going to come around. Maybe we can get some more people on the show. But, Steve, I'm asking you, so far, what has been the highlight of your day, other than sitting next to me?
Well, just a few minutes ago, we ran into Paul London. London's just walking around as a fan. He's not scheduled to be here, but he's just walking around, so we got to chat with him because he's been on our show.
Is he okay? You ran into him, so I want to make...
He's doing great, man. He's looking good. AnotherWrestlingPodcast.com. You can listen to an episode with Paul London on it. A crazy guy, great guest, overall great guy. But that was a highlight. Just running into somebody you didn't think you'd run into, and I didn't really hurt him running into him, Jonathan.
No, well, that's good. But Paul London was a guest on our show prior to this event. We also had Jim Cornette. We've had so many of these people that are here today, and it's just been such a fun day. I see all these people, and I have to say it, professional wrestling has the greatest fans in the world. I will put them up against football. I'll put them up against basketball, soccer, you name it. Pro wrestling takes the cake.
That's right.
They have been all the fans are so gracious. They came up, they talked to us, they want to know more. They've been, no one's cutting in line, no one's being jerks. Everybody's just taking their time because at the end of the day, we're all wrestling fans. We've all devoted time, money, and effort into being a professional wrestling fan. And it's not always the easiest thing because professional wrestling fans kind of get a stigma. And I've never really bore the brunt of that, I should say. But, Steve, has there ever been a time when someone's said to you, oh, God, you're a wrestling fan, that's fake, right?
Oh, yeah, and then, my biggest reaction to them is, everything you watch on TV is pretty much fake, too. So either way you look at it, we're not that bad, what we love, you know what I mean? So, there's so many things going on in the world, and pro wrestling is probably one of the best things. And, at this event today, people have Comic-Con where, some wrestlers might show up and whatnot. And, people have all their other kind of festivals and things like that. But this is a wrestling festival. What other place can you go get Q&As? Bill Goldberg, Eric Bischoff. You can get special photo ops. Glacier is in his full Glacier outfit. You know what I mean? A lot of crazy things like that happening. It's today's about the fans of pro wrestling here in New England. So, it's really happening today. So it's a great, fun experience. And, whatever the stigma is, we're having fun. So that's the point of it, right?
Yeah, absolutely. So wrestling is alive and well here in Providence, Rhode Island. We've talked to a lot of the independent promotions. We've talked to a lot of the independent wrestlers. There's a lot of great shows that are coming out. The Beyond Wrestlings, the Independents, the Chikaras, the Interspecies Wrestling. All these that we've talked to, they're just having fun right now. And,
that's right.
I highly suggest to you, if you're a wrestling fan, maybe you watch WWE, maybe you watch Ring of Honor, maybe you watch TNA, but get out there and try to watch something that you haven't watched before. Try to listen to a show you haven't listened to before. Try to get merchandise from a place that you haven't got before, because once you open up those doors to the world of independent wrestling, you're going to be so happy that you did, because there's some things that will rekindle your love for professional wrestling. Steve, we went to, like I mentioned, Interspecies Wrestling, and they had a Lego death match.
It's definitely A for effort on that one. It's very unique, and you'll probably never see that anywhere else.
Absolutely, and like I said, if you don't get out there, if you don't get out there and listen to some of these new shows and see some of this stuff, then you don't know what you're missing. So Steve, I've got a few more questions for you. I know it's been a long day. We're doing a lot of things right now. But as far as professional wrestling goes right now, in 10 years, I think that professional wrestling will still be around.
Oh, for sure.
In 20 years. Do you think that there's ever a time when professional wrestling won't be around?
I don't think that's possible, Jonathan, because you know what? It's, when one thing dies out, something else will pop up in its place. Think about the old school, what am I talking about? The days of like Napster. Napster went away, LimeWire came up. One thing goes away, another company comes in. And the same thing is with pro wrestling. People are talking about the downfall of TNA. TNA is pretty much, out the door or whatever. But, with the loss of TNA, up steps Ring of Honor. And let's say 10 years from now, Ring of Honor is doing good, and then all of a sudden they have a downfall. Well, I'll tell you what, Ring of Honor falls away, another one will step up in its place. I think wrestling is just a machine right now. A lot of independents across the world, a lot of independent places, throughout the country, the world, wherever. It's just, I don't think it'll ever die. It just keeps evolving and keeps redefining itself. And, through all the errors that we've had, from attitude to reality to whatever, things change with time, man. And I think it's a good change. But Jonathan, we could talk all day about this, but like I said, at FanFest, Mean Gene Okerlund is here. He's meeting the fans. We had the pleasure to talk to him a few weeks ago. What a guy, what a guest. And this guy, his announcing voice never shuts off. When you hear this interview, this is Mean Gene. He's a really great guy. And Jonathan, I think, guys, if you haven't heard it, like I said, anotherwrestlingpodcast.com. But we're going to play for you exclusively right now today. So we talked to him a few weeks ago, and we're going to throw it to Gene Okerlund, right?
All right, here he comes, Mean Gene Okerlund. On today's show, we are turning the tables. We are about to interview the interviewer. He has seen it all in his long and storied career. His interviews are legendary, and he is one of, if not the most recognizable announcers in the history of professional wrestling. Ladies and gentlemen, please help us welcome Mr. Gene Okerlund.
Well, that's very kind of you to say. I thought you were going to say Jim Ross.
Oh,
for a minute there. Yeah, please.
Well,
he's on a diet right now, so I'm not going to say too much.
Thanks for coming on the show, obviously. How are you doing today?
Didn't I just answer that question? I'm doing fabulous. I've got 3 doctor appointments this afternoon. No, hold it. One of them's a barber. No, I'm doing fine, guys. I'm kind of at the peak of my game. I've been playing golf a little more since the first of the year with the absence of a whole lot of travel. And, once you get that handicap up high enough, you can make money.
There you go.
And isn't that what it's all about anyway?
Absolutely.
Indeed.
Right.
So, Mean Gene, professional wrestling has had its ups and downs as far as popularity over the years. What do you think about the current state of pro wrestling?
I think wrestling, for the 45 years I've been in it, has, even in that short amount of time, if you take a look at the big picture, has been very cyclical. I'm finding golf right now is very cyclical. You take a look at the guys that are on top, Spieth, Bodic, Kuchar, guys, names we hadn't heard about 5 years ago. Well, much of the same, I think, is taking place right now in the WWE. I'm not going to say wrestling in general, because some of these territorial guys, both in and out of the country, have been there forever. But there's been a big change. The weight is off Cena's shoulders. The Rock is, a once or twice a year commodity. Stone Cold Steve Austin shows up for a podcast now and then. And, life goes on. All of those names are kind of now in the background. And we've got Reigns, we've got Ambrose, we've got all of these other guys. Sheamus is even, got a pretty good rep right now on the road. They show up for this guy. Yeah. And that's what it's all about.
Well, do you see anybody in the current landscape that you'd like to interview? You mentioned some people like Sheamus and Dean and Roman. Is there anybody that you'd really like to get to interview?
There are a ton of guys I'd like to get to interview that I want to get back at, actually, for them working me over the first time or two. But, you know, Eric Bischoff is a guy that I want to interview. I would think I'd like to interview. He's not with the company right now, but Albert Del Rio, and I know he's going to be at the New England Fan Fest. Lord knows I've interviewed Jimmy Superfly Snuka enough, and also Hulk Hogan, the late great Macho Man Randy Savage, who, by the way, was a classic in every sense of the word. So those are some of the guys I would like to, after his Hall of Fame speech, Larry Zabisco, maybe I don't want to interview him right away. He'll give you a yes and no answer.
That's right. Now, Gina, you were part of pro wrestling's, two big boom periods in the 80s and then in the Attitude Era. Do you think wrestlers today still have the same passion for the business as you saw in your interviews back then?
I think the wrestlers do, but you see, we're not doing interviews anymore. With the exception of Renee Young, probably will do a 30-second soundbite with a piece of talent, but it's all scripted. The guys I talked to, the Nature Boy, Ric Flair, Hogan, Savage, all of these guys back in glory days in the mid-'80s when I guess the landscape changed forever as we now know it with the advent of WrestleMania 1. Different deal today. These guys got handed a sheet put together by a writer, and they memorize it or at least do the bullet points, and that's the name of the game today. Much different. We did more great stuff by accident than these guys do on purpose.
Now, you just mentioned Renee Young. The WWE has a lot of great up-and-coming interviewers, announcers. Do any of them get the Mean Gene seal of approval?
Well, I'd have to say the only one I work with is Renee Young, but I mean, there's Scott Stanford. We've got a number of young guys that are going through either NXT or just going through the rigors of working up in the studio. And by the way, your home state of Connecticut, why the hell am I doing an interview in Connecticut that's going to be taking place for an event in Providence, Rhode Island?
You know, stranger things have happened. I guess that we had to talk to you about this, and you know, it is in Connecticut. We're based out of New York, and you're going to be in Rhode Island. So it's a crazy thing we're doing here.
Well, I'm going to be in beautiful downtown Stamford, Connecticut, this coming Wednesday. So if you get a chance, stop by for a drink. I'm not going to ask you to buy. I know you'll do that on your own.
Absolutely.
Right.
Now,
I see Renee Young's got a lot of talent, and she's got some assets that I would never have had. She's very attractive. She's got a big, beautiful set of eyes, and that really makes kind of the massage look. She's terrific.
Sure.
And Friday night after work, we get together, by the way, for a bump, too.
All right.
Cocktail.
Oh, okay.
Don't misread that.
Okay.
Now, Gino, you mentioned briefly about the New England Fan Fest happening June 27th in Rhode Island. You're going to be a part of it. You're going to be a part of, their super ticket guests and fans. Fans are going to be able to take photos and get autographs with you. What do events like these mean to you?
Well, I don't do a lot of them, so they mean quite a bit. I'm excited about talking to the fans and kind of hearing their story. They can hear mine, or they know it. It's on Wikipedia or virtually any site that you want to pick up today. But I don't know about the fans. Some guy's a truck driver from Milford. The other guy might be, a butcher from Boston. And, of course, I always like to talk to the ladies. They're real interesting. I think a couple of them had made a move on me.
I wouldn't put it past you.
Yeah, we'll kind of keep an eye on all of them to make sure that if things get...
No, I'm going to have security there. Don't worry about it.
Okay, perfect.
It has to be done in behind cloistered walls.
Absolutely.
You might say.
Now, you're obviously a big part of WWE history, and you mentioned you get to do some stuff with the network, and we get to go back and relive classic Mean Gene moments as well as see some new ones. You were a part of the Legends of Legends House. How do you think that turned out, and would you ever want to do a second season?
Well, I don't think there'll ever be a second season for that particular cast.
Yes.
If you're going to do it, let's freshen it up, with new talent. Ted DiBiase, by the way, the $1 Million Man, was not in the Legends House 1. And so were a whole lot of other guys. I thought we had a great crew, but at the end of the month and living with these guys day and night, 24/7, no cell phone, no TV, no radio, really didn't have a hell of a lot.
Yeah.
Play little cards, and we could have a cocktail. But it's a pretty arduous, I would say, 30 or 35 days, day and night.
Okay.
They, honest to God, did not let you out of the place. And then they bring in celebrities like Adam West, Batman, the guy that's older than God. And we also had Gary Busey, you know him, Buddy Holly, and a lot of other things. And he's nuts. I'm sure he'll be certified so within the next 30 days. He was talking about me and Roddy Piper going over to the other side. What he was talking about was us dying, and we were talking about getting out of that joint for a day or two.
I'd say.
Yeah.
Now, you also were on the Legends of Wrestling. You were hosting for a while. Do you think that we'll get to see more of those shows in the future?
I'd like to take it back to that same format and do a couple of other things, and probably cover more than one subject in the course of an hour and 15 or an hour and 20 minutes. I enjoyed doing the Legends of Wrestling just by virtue of the fact the guys you worked with. I worked with Jimmy Ross. I worked with Pat Patterson, with Michael Hayes, with, guys that we brought in. Sergeant Slaughter was in. Piper was in for a while. We just had a lot of great ones that really could reminisce and really embellish on the old days, made them sound better than they were.
Now, speaking
for what it's worth.
Sure. And now, speaking of some legends, you've literally interviewed them all, from Ric Flair to Liberace. Did you have any personal favorites that you loved to interview?
I loved Liberace's roommate. No, I'm kidding. No, I had a lot of favorites, but they came in eras. I started in 1971, and back then it was a guy that I just did a eulogy for a couple of weeks ago, Vern Gagne, who was truly the first babyface to ever hit wrestling TV in the early 1950s. But then there was Crusher and Bruiser and Mad Dog Vachon, and later on it was Nick Bockwinkel, the High Flyers. Hulk Hogan was a big surprise for me in 1980 or 81 when he first came to the AWA. He was not the greatest interview on the face of God's green earth. He was, as we call in the business, very green, both as a worker and as a communicator. But it didn't take long. He had Johnny Valiant as his manager to do the talking for him for, I would say, the better part of a month, and then he was gone, and Hulk was on his own, and he was great.
Yeah, and then also, on the flip side of that, who were some of the people you just didn't want to interview or didn't like to interview? Is there anybody you want to name? Or?
You mean boring people? Boring people?
Yeah.
Yeah, there were, but some of them were linguistic differences, and when all of the Lucha Libras came into WCW in the 1990s, I had a little trouble with Juventud Guerrera, La Parca, and the likes of Rey Mysterio was quite good. Of course, he's from San Diego, as we know, with the 619 area code. But I really didn't have any that were real dullards. Some of the guys in WCW, Glacier was a little tough to get anything out of. So what we did there is we'd crank that down to about 30 or 40 seconds and get the message across that he was going to be facing Mike Graham or somebody else. And the guys that could talk, Ric Flair was entertainment standing up or laying down. You couldn't deny this guy. I mean, God, he had heart attacks in the ring, and it was just great. I enjoyed working with him as much as anybody. But Hogan was the guy that really first teed it up very big.
Yeah.
That's a phone. Don't even think about it. I can't find it anyway.
That's right.
On with our conversation.
Absolutely. Now, I don't know if anybody's ever made this connection or not, but you, Shawn Michaels, and NXT wrestler Tyler Breeze have something in common. Well, actually, two things. Great looks, and you all sang your own theme song. So did you enjoy getting to sing Tutti Frutti?
Well, I did, because I sang that when I was a kid, one of my favorite songs. Back then it was done by two people, originally Little Richard, and thereafter by the great Elvis Presley. And I'm sure a ton of people have done it since. But it's a great song. And by the way, Cyndi Lauper produced that little piece for us.
Oh, wow, nice. Now, you've had some ventures outside of wrestling too. How did Mean Gene's Burgers and Pizza come about?
Well, that came about through my nephew, who was the president of a food company that was a subsidiary of Schwann's. You know, the guys that drive around in the trucks. Yep. And they also have Red Baron and Tombstone Pizza and Tony's and all the good stuff you see in the supermarket. Sure. And they had a concept for a burger, but they didn't have anything they could really hang their hat on. And at that time, big names like Dave Thomas with Wendy's, Colonel Harlan Sanders with KFC, and other personalities were endorsing the products and doing much better than somebody on their own, with the possible exception of McDonald's and Burger King. And pizza, as you know, it's run by personalities today. Papa John's, generic, it would be Pizza Hut and a couple of others, but the name, the personality kind of drives the brand. So that's what we used it for. And at one point we were up to 400, and I think we're down to about 120, but we've limited the failures. So it's a very volatile industry, and we're now both in college, university, and in military worldwide. And that is kind of the real big part of our business today. There's a few little mom and pops here and there, but not a big deal for us.
Okay. Now,
big deal for them, but not for us.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, we talked about New England Fan Fest, and the day before the actual Fan Fest, you're going to be part of a VIP dinner that starts at 6 p.m. Tickets are still on sale for that right now. You're going to be joining some elite company the night. Such guests as Larry Zbyszko, Zeus, Maria Kanellis, Jim Ross, Eric Bischoff, and Tony Atlas. Are you excited to catch up with some of these old friends?
Real excited to catch up with Tony. He was my roommate in the Legends house. Guy drove me nuts. He had noises coming out of every part of his body.
Now, you mentioned that you got to, you'd like to...
Hey, are we being censored here?
No, not at all.
You guys aren't beeping me out, are you?
Nope,
no way.
Oh, okay.
Now,
no, I'm looking forward to seeing a lot of these guys. I saw Eric a couple of months ago. I look forward to seeing him. I also look forward to seeing Bill Goldberg, although I don't know if Bill is going to be at that Friday night dinner, but he's certainly going to be very present on Saturday. Another guy I want to see is, since he kind of got the spanking, would be Alberto Del Rio. I like this guy, and I've just got a feeling that he is going to be back in WWE in short order. That is not anything that I know for certain, but it's my prediction. And I predicted American Pharaoh, so there you go. This guy can pick a winner. Howard Finkel, who couldn't miss him?
Now, Gene, also on that Saturday night, you were going to be inducted into the Hall of Fame by Howard Finkel. Are you happy about becoming a new Hall of Famer over there for the New England Pro Wrestling Hall of Fame?
I indeed am. And if you recall, I was the one that introduced or presented Howard Finkel into the WWE Hall of Fame.
Yep.
Yeah, and he's kind of in the announcing and celebrity wing with myself and a lot of guys. Schwarzenegger, Trump, they're all in there. You know, you wonder where they come from in wrestling. Hell, we even had Pete Rose inducted into the WWE Hall of Fame. I think that was back in 2004 in New York. And he did tell me one thing. He confided. He never bet on wrestling.
Well, we also just found out that you're going to be part of a Q&A session hosted by Howard Finkel. So is there anything, I guess we shouldn't ruin this, but is there anything that you don't get asked by fans and that you've always wanted to talk about? Maybe we can start getting some good questions going here.
Well, there are a lot of things. Fans have got their own opinions of what happens in and out of the ring and with various personalities. There was a time when Hulk Hogan was booed out of the house. I don't know if you recall that, but how kind of the moods and the attitudes towards certain talent can change. There was a match between Paul Orndorff and Hulk Hogan. Guess who was the babyface? Orndorff. Hogan was the heel. I was there, knocked me right off my feet.
Lightning round.
Do you have a favorite adult beverage?
I have a favorite adult beverage. I like to have a Kettle One dirty with a blue cheese stuffed olive with a glass of ice water back. Don't vermouth. Don't poison the good stuff.
Your thoughts on Ric Flair?
The Nature Boy, a classic, probably one of the all-time greats, especially in terms of longevity. Longevity. He's in Europe right now, working one-nighters.
All right, how about Vern Gagne?
Vern Gagne was the guy that kind of started it all. He broke in. His main opponent was a gentleman by the name of Gorgeous George, who wore a robe, very much like a lady's house coat back then, and he carried bobby pins with him. Actually, Gorgeous George, this flamboyant guy with the atomizer spraying the people and taunting them, was an introverted farm boy from Nebraska by the name of George Wagner. So there's a big difference in those two personalities.
Okay, what is your favorite memory of Bobby Heenan?
I got too many of them to share them, but we had some classic moments together. You know, he and I were dating at the same time, Mae Young and the Fabulous Moolah. And we had a lot of fun with those gals, by the way. I'm sorry to say they're gone, but I had no part of that.
Yeah?
Yeah, they died of natural causes. I think the line was old age.
Yes.
Right.
All right, how about Vince McMahon?
Vince McMahon, pure genius and a workaholic. And that says it all.
Okay. Lastly, Mr. T.
Mr. T is a piece of human garbage. I inducted him also into the Hall of Fame a couple of years back. But, God, he wouldn't show up on time for appearances. He kind of went against the grain. One time we were going to do an interview, and he says, I can't do it, brother. I got to get up in the limo, get my head straight. And I says, well, that's a little bullshit for me, because I'm standing here with the microphone and ready to do it now. He did the interview.
Laying down the law.
All right,
well, you've got to. Otherwise, I mean, some of these guys, they'll do it when they want to or feel like it. And that's not the way we play the game.
There you go. Well, Mean Gene, we thank you so much for coming on. Where can the fans keep up with you these days? I know now everybody's into the social media universe with Twitter and Facebook. Is there places where fans can reach out to you or website?
Yeah, they can, both on Facebook and Twitter. And I, like you gentlemen, am talking to a major distributor of podcasts, but I wouldn't be able to start something like that until this fall. Just too much to do in the summer.
Right.
Too much fun to have.
Yeah, that's right.
Drinking and golfing. No.
Gene.
No, but it's something I'm looking into right now, and that would be a possibility. It was brought up to me by some guys in Chicago that said, hell, you've talked to everybody. Why wouldn't you be doing the interviews now on a podcast?
Well, there you go.
And I guess that was a legitimate question.
Yeah, absolutely.
But in the meantime, I'm going to have you cover for me.
Thank you.
And you're doing an excellent job. And getting to see, the Jimmy Rosses, Bischoff, even James Cornette is going to be there.
That's right.
Can you believe that?
Oh, yeah.
Snuka, Valentine, Scotty Hall, Razor Ramon, Melina is going to be there. John Morrison, I like this kid. I thought he had a hell of a lot of potential, and then he just kind of fell off the face of the earth. And then, of course, old-time friends like Howard Finkel, Zabisco, Tony or Tiny Mills, now known as Zeus. I saw him in San Diego with Dennis Rodman. Oof, what a pair to draw to, yeah. Tony Estes and two of my favorites, two of my all-time favorites in wrestling, Kelly Kelly and Diana Hart Smith.
Oh, yeah.
She's the widow of the late Davy Boy Smith. But she's got a son by the name of Davy Boy, Harry, but he's going to be there. Oh, Tatanka. Don't forget Tatanka.
That's right.
We'll be there.
That's right, you
And
guys.
I'm assuming you guys are going to run up.
Oh, yeah.
For both the VIP dinner and the festivities on Saturday.
We are going to be there.
Yeah, we'll see you there, Gene.
I'm looking forward to it. And guys, thanks for your time today.
All right, guys, we are here once again, the New England Fan Fest 5 in Providence, Rhode Island. A lot of guests we've talked to. We just heard from Gene Okerlund. What a great guy. A lot of things happening today, though. But today is about meeting and greeting people, our idols, the people we saw growing up, people we saw, throughout the years of our adolescence. It's a great time out here today, guys. Families are here, kids of all ages. It's one heck of a time. We've already talked about with Zeus. We heard today. We talked with Maria. You just heard Gene Okerlund. One guy who has a really great story, and it was really great talking to, was Larry Zbyszko. Now, at the Hall of Fame, he was a little bit of a loss for words, but we talked to him weeks before they announced his induction into the Hall of Fame. So, guys, check out, in case you missed it on anotherwrestlingpodcast.com, the living legend, Larry Zbyszko. Joining us today, we have none other than the living legend, Larry Zbyszko. Larry, thanks for joining us tonight.
Well, you're welcome, guys. My pleasure. Once in a while, I step out of my normal hermit life and touch base with the public to keep what's going on in the world. So this will be fun. We'll have a fun time.
All right. Now, Larry, going back, we try to ask this to a lot of people, and we want to ask your opinion. Do you remember the first time you saw professional wrestling? Can you remember the back when you became a fan of it?
Oh yeah. That I was born in Chicago, and I must have been maybe 12 years old or so. 11, 12. My dad was transferred to Pittsburgh, so the family moved from Chicago, off to Pittsburgh. And when I got to Pittsburgh, I think in those days we moved out to where we had 7 stations. And it was the first time I saw pro wrestling. It was, the Channel 11 Saturday evening pro wrestling, studio wrestling. That's what it was, studio wrestling with Chili Billy Cardilli. And, of course, one of the big stars there was Bruno. And that's when I became probably the biggest wrestling fan around, and Bruno became my hero.
Now, they do say it's sometimes hard to idolize somebody and then meet them, but the first time that you met Bruno, were you disappointed?
Oh, no, I freaked out. You know what? It's funny. The very first time I met him, because my parents would always drag me off to church, and I was never a big church goer, but when you're a kid, So I was probably maybe 13, 14, big Bruno fan, big wrestling fan. Mom and Dad dragged me and the brother and sister off to church one morning, and I'm sitting there in the pew, and I look down the pew. Who in the hell is sitting down the pew with his wife and little kids? Is Bruno. He's at the same church. And I freaked out. So the family gets up and goes to communion, right? But I don't go to communion because that way I can slide down the pew and sit right next to Bruno. So that's what I did. So the family thought I was going to hell, but I'm sitting next to Bruno. So, so then after that, I may still even have it somewhere. There's so much junk and boxes in the annex. I grabbed the church, like in a bulletin of the day or whatever, and I chased Bruno after the Mass. And I said, "Oh, Bruno, yeah, my name's Larry. I'm a big fan." And he autographed my, St. Sebastian's piece of paper thing I had. And I still have that somewhere. And it was funny. He was wrestling a guy named the Beast. Everybody's coming out of church, and there's this kid bugging Bruno. He's trying to get away, and I'm yelling, "Good luck with the Beast!" And you can see him cringe. Oh, God! He just gets the hell out of there. But that's the first time I met him. Later, a few years later, I bust into the guy's backyard, crawling through his hedges. It's ridiculous.
Larry, so if we go back in time now, before you became the new living legend, you trained under Bruno Sammartino, and you also debuted in 1973. What was it like training back then to become a pro wrestler? And could you maybe compare it to how guys are trained today? I mean, is there big differences?
Well, you know what? There's really no comparison because back then there were no training facilities. There was no wrestling schools. They didn't want people in the business. They wanted you sitting out in a chair holding a ticket stub. And if some guys got too, pushy about it, they'd say, "Okay, here, go have a practice match with this guy, Carl Gotch. Don't worry, he's an old guy. Don't worry about him." Carl would break the guy's arm, and then he'd go to the neighbor and go, "Oh, he broke my arm, man, it's so tough they are." It was a different business. When I started working out with Bruno, we worked a lot on the weights, and he showed me basic holds and the submission holds, things you don't learn in high school that he knew. But I already had I was already getting a wrestling background with all the amateur wrestling stuff and the judo stuff I was doing because I wanted to be a pro wrestler so bad. And then just by watching TV, back then, arm drags, a hip toss, wrestling holds, we kind of knew and learned on the fly, but there really was nowhere to go and learn. There was no schools, like every city has 5 schools nowadays.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous. But back then, they didn't even want you in the business. It's really a torturous thing. The performance center that the WWE sets up, that these guys are training at, the new, hopefully talent, they're going through a hell of a training. These guys are in phenomenal shape, and they're very well conditioned, and we get that. Later in life, gyms start popping up, but in the 70s and early 80s, when we were on the road, they didn't have gyms. There was no LA Fitness. There was no Gold's Gyms. there was nowhere to go to work out when you went to a city. You know, once in a blue moon, you found a YMCA that had dumbbells and a punching bag and a medicine ball. I mean, it wasn't like today. But, you know, you had a different breed of man, too. You had a big, tough kind of man, kind of breed of men that they don't make anymore nowadays. It's a different era.
Yep.
Now, I mean, if you could imagine, you know, Bruno walking into the men's room changing a baby's diaper, you know, that wouldn't happen.
Speaking of Bruno Sammartino, he was not only your mentor, but also became one of your greatest rivals. You had some pretty bad things done to you whenever Bruno's fans kind of let you have it. What was the worst thing that you had done to you?
Well, there's so many different ones. It was kind of weird because, you know, I mean, I was kind of like, you know, everybody loved me, young, you know, good guy, tag team with Gurria, you know, Bruno's protege. And then when Bruno retired, I wound up kind of lost in his shadow, where even the promoters didn't even know my name. And, you know, they'd say, oh, that Bruno's protege guy, what's his name? You know, so I went kind of like overnight at a pretty young age from being just like a middle of the card, you know, young up and coming guy to the most hated man alive. I mean, like overnight. And I wasn't really ready. I kind of freaked out. I really wasn't ready for the amount of hatred that came down upon me from the wrestling fans. I mean, I walked out, my cars would be smashed, lit on fire. Oh, man. You know, stab riots every night, you know, from the balconies, chairs and whiskey bottles would come flying down. But they had scared me the most. The one time I left an arena and someone shot at me, and a couple feet above my head, you know, the bricks, you know, shattered.
Wow.
Yeah, after the big loud pop, I could feel, you know, the bricks shatter and fall on me. That was probably the one that got me moving the quickest.
Now, was there any point during that time that you just said, like, I don't want to do this anymore. I don't want to be the bad guy. I'm done.
You know what? At that time, I didn't think like that. At that time, I didn't expect it nor plan it to work out the way it did. But I found myself, because of what happened, you know, the big historic feud with Bruno, it kind of nailed my legacy in the business. And because of all the publicity, every other territory that, you know, you could make good money in, the NWA, the AWA, always wanted me. So, you know, I mean, and they wanted me to be hated to make money, you know, for their companies. So
sure.
I never changed, you know, my persona, because that's what made me the money and
sure,
and all that. So, and what the promoters wanted, and the people hated me. Anyway, it took 20 years. I finally, you know, changed it when I did the broadcasting. But yeah, it was an interesting, an outrageous dream, my boys.
Now, Larry, your feud with Bruno culminated in a steel cage match at Shea Stadium on August 9th, 1980, in front of an audience of over 40,000 people. Can you bring us back to that day and what it was like going out to face Bruno outside in front of a crowd that large?
Oh, yeah. It was one of those moments that you never forget. I mean, when I walked out of the dugout, and it's a complete different perspective. I mean, when you're a fan and you're watching a baseball game and you're sitting up in the bleachers looking at the field, it's one thing. You walk out of the dugout and look up, and there's 40,000 people, and they're all staring at you. And they're holding up signs, "We want blood." And they mean it. Yeah, I mean, and it was an awesome feeling. I mean, it was like, but because it was so big and so intense, I mean, the energy, I felt invincible. You know, like the song Bob Seger, The Rock.
Yep.
Like the strongest I felt, and the sighting in the sun. I mean, me walking out of the dugout at Shea, when I hear that, kind of reminds me of that moment, because it was, it's undescribable. It's
sure
ecstasy.
Now, you also spent some time working with David Sammartino, Bruno's son. Was it the same feeling with him, or were you just happy to still kind of get to work with the Sammartinos in one way or another?
Well, you know what? It worked out pretty good at the time, because the fans bought it, so it made it easy from my perspective, because I could cause riots every night. And David held up his end. He was good, and we had good matches, and the name value there, so the people were into it. And I remember one time in what the heck was it? The Philippines. In the Philippines, and I was wrestling David, and David almost had me beat. But the Philippines, there was a weird audience, man. There was like a lot of Arabians there, and they had knives on them, and like big guerrilla fighters were standing along the doorways with machine guns. I mean, the place was crammed. And I got kind of weirded out, so I hit David with a low blow. Down he went, and I got disqualified. And all of a sudden, a riot breaks out.
Oh, no.
All these Saudi Arabia guys with their, outfits like, Indiana Jones would come flying in the ring, and I'm, trying to fight me and stab me, and I'm running around, and chairs are flying off the balconies, trying to, I'm running for my life to the dressing room. And then I find out later that the funny bit was that all these Saudi Arabian guys, and back then, what was this, early 80s, I didn't even know anybody would know who the hell I was from a different country. But back then they were already selling TV shows. So, you grew up in Saudi Arabia or Russia, you've been watching wrestling, for 20 years. So they all knew me in the whole saga. But what I found out earlier was these people were betting on the match, and they bet on David to win or something. And then when David was about to win and I hit him with a low blow, they lost their bets or something. Anyway, they all freaked out, but a big riot broke out over betting with these Arabian guys with these like knives and guys with machine guns, right? God, that was funny.
Well, Larry, let's fast forward a little bit to today's wrestling. You've been outspoken about writers in the business today, and you were quoted as saying, if they get rid of the writers, they get rid of the problem. Wrestling is a spectator sport. Writers are something that's killing it. It's not that kind of show. Tell us your feelings on pro wrestling is like today. I mean, compared to when you started out. Is it just too many writers, too many cooks in the kitchen kind of thing?
Well, when I started out, take the word writer. There was a zero. They didn't exist. Mm-hmm. It was talent. If they had, whether it was me or the Valiant Brothers or Captain Lou Albano or, Bruno or Chief J. Strongbow, it was time for an interview. They grabbed the microphone and talked, and were themselves and connected with the crowd. And nowadays, it just seems like, these guys don't become themselves. They get so many writers, but unless you've been in the ring wrestling from the 70s and the 80s, it's not like you're, a dummy, but you just don't have a clue. It'd be like someone hiring me to be a chemist. You wouldn't want to do that. I'd blow the place up. I don't know what I'm doing. But when it comes to professional wrestling, it's a unique animal. It's a unique product, and that's why it's always had like a cult following. You were a wrestling fan, or you couldn't stand it. There really wasn't any middle ground. And so, too, you got, I don't know what the story is and how many, but you get a whole bunch of writers, none of them knows the psychology. What the hell are you going to do? 50 different ideas coming at you. None of them are right. So, and then it's, I just see the business being a lot easier if you let the cream rise to the top. If a guy's going to be a star and can talk good, and all that, you don't need a writer. If you can't, maybe he's just not good for the business. Yeah, I don't know.
No.
But, in the old days, if you were good, you lasted. If you weren't, you got your 2-week notice. So it's not a babysitting service, so, but the talent kind of go, but if they can't, maybe they're just not meant for it. But you get, 30 writers telling them what to say, they'll never learn. And they'll be saying stuff that's silly anyway.
Now, I'm sure this is difficult, but I'm sure you also get asked a lot, so maybe you've thought about this, but do you have a most memorable moment in your career?
Well, the one we just talked about, walking out of the dugout at Shea in those days, at that age, with doing the biggest thing that was ever heard of at that time.
Mm-hmm.
And then I moved into a new era. And then I kind of had the same big thrill, too, at the end of the 90s with the New World Order, because I'm the one that programmed the New World Order and the way Scott Hall invaded and the way it started. And then it wound up with me versus Bischoff to save Nitro from the New World Order clutches. And I wrestled Scott Hall. And I'm the one that programmed all that and got it started right, so it was hot as hell and perfect. And that was the same feeling, too, but now instead of being hated, I was like my hero. I was like the living legend, the beloved Bruno guy, and everybody would chant. We couldn't even get a Nitro show going unless I stood up and waved to everybody, because we had it going so good. And those 2 pay-per-views were the biggest buy rates WCW ever did. Mm-hmm. So, I felt this, the same kind of great achievement level, pulling that off as I did, back then, because that was like the hottest thing that wrestling had going, in the late 90s. I pulled one stunt off in the 1980s, and I pulled another one off in the late 90s.
Mm-hmm. Now, Larry, after your in-ring career was over, did you feel that you accomplished all your goals and dreams? I mean, is there anything that you wish you could have still did, or anything like that?
You know what? I really can't complain. I had a great run. I had a career longer than most, and I've been lucky because I don't have any artificial parts. I don't need surgery. I feel like a kid. But, I had the joy of doing kind of like, 2 worlds, the 20 years of wrestling in the ring, and I had no plans on becoming a broadcaster. But that was funny because they needed a broadcaster because they fired Jesse. And I was rehabbing from a little knee surgery, and they asked me to sit in. So I said, okay. So I'll sit in and do a couple shows. And then one producer ran in and said, gee, that's the best announcing we've ever heard. Mm-hmm. And then, Turner comes along. I was 40 years old at the time, and the business was starting to change. And I've been around now, for almost 20 years. So it's like anything else. You can love something, but after 20 years, let me watch a different movie.
Yeah.
But so it kind of worked out great because then they offered me a job, a hell of a job with TBS as an employee with benefits and all this, and I was making 6-figure, a hell of a lot of money, and I worked a day a week doing Nitro, and a day and a half a week, I became the broadcaster and had a 10-year run, with still being in the business and getting a lot of publicity and keeping myself hot now and then. And one time I came out and did this thing with William Regal. Mm-hmm. And because he was good, and they didn't know what to do with him. And so I, came out of the broadcast booth and did something special with him, and then again with the New World Order. But so that worked out into so I kind of had a lucky career and got to do a lot more than I planned. The wrestling and then the broadcasting was a great 10-year run. I enjoyed that too. Kept me famous when most guys my age were disappearing.
Mm-hmm.
Now, do you still watch wrestling today?
Oh yeah. still a fan, and I'm involved with some WWE stuff, and they got this NXT they film, which is right down the street from my house. So I go down to every filming when they have it and hang out with the guys and see some old buddies and talk to the young guys of a new era coming up and see if I can spread some wisdom with them. And I enjoy that. And then I'm hooked on watching them, on Raw now and new guys starting out. And yeah, but anyway, I can help them. I'd love to, But what's really cool is wrestling has kind of made a full circle. And it went through the old school era where I started. I was kind of like the last of an old school era guy that was young. And then that era ended and it changed into the national television pay-per-view era where the territories went away and it became a nationwide business. And now that era's over and it's becoming now a global network business. And the interesting part is that they're right back to stage one with the business, because all you got to do, to make it successful and everybody happy is sell one $10 ticket a month to a fan to go to Madison Square Garden and watch the big main event. So you're back to square one now, where every month you just want to sell a $10 ticket to Madison Square Garden, to the network. Plus everything else the network has to offer in the pay-per-view. So it's a hell of a deal, I think.
Now, Larry, in your opinion, is there anything wrong with the world of professional wrestling today? I mean, being, a legend of your caliber, you've been through it all. Is there something that you, watch today and you're just like, why are they doing this? Is there anything that bothers you? There's got to be something with that laugh. I don't know.
I refuse to answer on the grounds it may incriminate me.
All right.
No, you know what's happening? I'll tell you what's happening in a nutshell. It's just the beginning of a new era, like the old school. You can look back, and me and Bruno at Shea Stadium kind of marked the end of an old school era. And right after that, you had a new era, the nationwide era, where everybody was a character. It wasn't Bruno anymore. It was the Hulk, or the Macho, or the Superfly, or the this, or the Ultimate, or the that. And it would, to change into a different era. And that was hot for a while. And then it, goes up and down and slumps. And the business now has been going one way for a long time, good 12, 15 years. But now it's kind of morphing into, again, a new era. So there's some things going on now that will be changing because they have to, because they're going into a new era now. And the things of the past are going to be, like they say in the business, it was great, but it's milked. Time to shoot a new angle. So I think it's going to be pretty cool.
Now, you said you stay current with the product and everything. Are there anybody in the business today that you think are pretty cool to watch? Do you have any favorites?
Well, I tell you what, I get kind of emotionally involved because you wind up talking to them, and I know they have the same dreams I have, and you hope they all make it, and a lot of them won't. It's a brutal business, but I kind of enjoy all the guys, because I know they're all trying hard and and all that, and some of them are super impressive athletes, and even some of these divas they got. Have you seen this Alicia Fox chick?
Oh yeah.
I've been watching her move. She moves better than the guys. She's incredible. They've got some incredible talent there, and I'm into some of the new guys that started out. Bray Wyatt, kind of came along and is doing good, and Dean Ambrose is keeping a good intensity. He's doing good. Seth Rollins is doing good, and you got a bunch of like I said, a new era starting, and things will be tweaked, and the fans are going to have another explosive, time. I think it's going to work out great.
Sure. Now, there's some upcoming shows where you get to actually meet, your fans. There's the big event happening down in the city coming up, and then we also have in June the New England Fan Fest, which we'll be at. What's your favorite part about these shows, and maybe getting a chance to meet some of your biggest fans out there? Is there anything that you look forward to at these?
Well, it's kind of a combination of things because, I don't do a whole lot now, which is great. I kind of golf during the week when everybody's at work. I do some things with the WWE and some shows on their network and some things, so that's working out cool. And then, once in a while, maybe once a month or so, I'll fly out. And it gives me a chance to get out of the house and feel like me again. It gives me a chance to meet the fans. Because the days, especially when I did it, the one thing you didn't want to do is meet the fans because you wanted to stay special and you wanted to stay in their imagination. And once they got to know you, you weren't special anymore. So now it's fun for me to meet them and watch their face light up because they grew up watching me. It's like meeting Bugs Bunny.
Yeah.
So it's kind of a fun time, and I see some old buddies I haven't seen for a while. And and then pick up a few bucks to stash. So everybody's happy.
All right.
Now, you mentioned that you spend a lot of time in the WWF and the WWF and now the WWE. Do you think we'll ever get to see the living legend inducted into the WWE Hall of Fame?
I would hope so. I don't want to jinx anything. I think it would be a great honor. I hope so someday. I'm not all that old yet. But I hope so. It would be a cool thing. But, who knows?
Well, I'm sure we will one day, definitely for sure. Now, Larry, with the exposure with the internet today, from YouTube to even the WWE Network, people can watch wrestling 24/7. Do you ever get to rewatch some of your old moments? And I know we talked a little bit about the Bruno Sammartino feud, but is there anything else you would suggest the fans to check out, maybe for fans listening today that might not have seen you back in the day wrestle?
Yeah, you know what? There was some classic stuff we pulled off in some territories from the old days, and I know this generation, even the last generation, missed out on, like, from the AWA, like when they had it on the ESPN Classics, and we pulled off the classic with the Rolodines and Kurt Hennig and Mr. Go, and in the days when ESPN was battling USA and TBS, and with Ray Stevens and Nick Bockwinkel and a bunch of classics, and so there was a bunch of cool stuff, like in the AWA years, and I don't know how back YouTube can get. There was some classic stuff in Georgia Championship Wrestling where me and Killer Brooks, Swerve, Paul Orndorff, and I was the first one ever to buy a belt, paid $25,000 for a national heavyweight championship from Killer Brooks, which, and then having in Georgia. But back then, those were all the territory days. I don't know if some of that footage is even around. But it might be. It should be. Actually, all that old TBS stuff, that's cool stuff that the WWE has now. And I think in the future, they're going to have some cool shows that have all this old stuff from the 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s, the whole history, where fans will be able to go back and see, how it used to be, and these wacky characters. But then the footage is around, so it's cool stuff.
All right.
Now, we're based out of the Northeast. We're coming from Poughkeepsie, New York. Do you have any favorite moments from the Northeast, maybe?
Well, you said Poughkeepsie. There was a sister couple up there years ago. The Poughkeepsie sisters. Now that you mention it, but we won't talk about that. I blame Korea. So anyway, but that whole area, that was the old stomping grounds when I started. Poughkeepsie, Albany, we'd do loops up to, Bangor and Portland and Worcester, and then down the other side to Philly and into Pennsylvania. Yeah, it was the good old days, and a different world. Can you imagine this? No cell phones. Your wife couldn't track you down. There was no leash. You know, it was, and even in my day, I mean, when people started hating me, I mean, I got shot at the one time, followed down the highway, people waving knives at me out the window. I used to carry a gun. And then you get to the airport, throw the gun in the bag, and you get in the airplane and throw the bag overhead. There was no security. No one cared. No one checked. As soon as the plane took off, you lit up a cigarette. It was a different world, brother.
Sure. Now, speaking of different world, do you think the business today maybe, I don't know, too exposed? Have they pulled the curtain open too far to see what's going on, or what do you think about that? I mean, with like we're talking about the network and stuff. I mean, they have a lot of shows on TV now with like behind the scenes, and I don't know. Do you think it's just overexposed today?
Maybe to a point. You know, I mean, I never talk too much about business, but I think it's to the point where the fans are tired of hearing about it. They just want to watch it and pretend and have a good time pretending that these bastards, which most of them are big, tough, scary bastards. And you know, athletic, you know, people. And if they just let the people do that instead of going out of their way to remind them, you kill fun.
Sure.
Now, you mentioned that you've been working with WWE as of late. Are there any upcoming projects, maybe for the network or anything like that, that we'll get to see you be a part of?
Well, I'm really not positive because I really don't know, but I know shows with, like I said before, old footage. I don't know if they'll be hosting some shows with the old footage from things or whatever. But I'm really not sure. I mean, they got it's kind of a new thing, the network. So I'm sure they got a whole team of people trying to come up with programming, but it's just going to get more and more, as time goes on. So
sure,
it'll be cool.
And now, I don't know if you had a chance to watch it yet, though. They had the Legends House, with such guys as Hacksaw Jim Duggan and. I watched that. And, do you think one day maybe if they do another one, we'll actually see, or would you be actually a part of it? Would you want to do something like that of spending maybe 3 months with some of these old guys?
Well, you know what the funny bit is, because I was talking to Pat and some of the guys about it, and Howard, they were telling me about it, and on one hand, it would be fun and cool, and it's one of those things that when it's done, and people don't watch it for years and years and years, it's cool, and you're glad you did it. But from what I heard, it's hell. I mean, to be locked up with these same guys for such a long period of time, you want to kill each other. That's how it used to be in Japan. We used to go for 6 weeks tour. And for the first couple of weeks, everybody had a great time. The next couple of weeks, everybody was getting kind of quiet and miserable. The fifth week, everybody would start getting into fights and mad at each other and hating each other. And then the last week, because we're going home, everybody was happy again,
Yeah.
So I don't know if I could go through the torture of doing it, even though it would be fun to do it when it was done.
Yeah.
Lightning round.
What is the most emotional moment you've had in the business?
Hitting Bruno with the chair.
All right. Scott Hall.
Pain in the ass.
What are some of your hobbies?
Golf.
About Vince McMahon.
Greatest promoter who will ever live.
Favorite territory to wrestle in back in the day?
Oh, the WWF. Yeah.
Chris Jericho. That's good enough, maybe.
Yeah. Okay. Favorite?
He tries hard. Let's put it that way.
Okay. Favorite championship you've ever held?
Well, I guess the favorite one would have to be the biggest one. That was the AWA Heavyweight Champion of the World.
All right, and Eric Bischoff.
Good guy, hustler. He was the perfect guy to have in that position to hustle up Ted Turner at that time. When he used to listen to me. So
sure. Now,
good hustler.
Yeah. All right. We talked a lot today. We talked a lot about your career, past and present. We really appreciate you joining us today on our show.
Well, guys, I appreciate it too. Thanks for keeping the living legend alive.
Wow. All right, guys. The living legend, Larry Zbyszko. Guys, it's been one hell of a day here at New England Fan Fest. NewEnglandFanFest.com. What a show, Jonathan. But, from all the people that we've talked to, we haven't really talked to a fan here. And what better fan to bring on than somebody from what I like to call Middle Earth. Jonathan, you give a better introduction. Who is this guy?
This gentleman to my right is none other than a college colleague, a friend. His name is Mr. Brent Magruder. Now, Brent, you are here today. This is your first Fan Fest experience and your first time in Rhode Island, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so how have you enjoyed this Fan Fest today?
This has been far beyond my expectations. We don't have things like this in Southwest Indiana, to say the least. Getting to meet these superstars and legends all in one setting has been phenomenal for me. Everyone has been so nice and so generous with their time. I've loved every minute of it. It has been a fantastic weekend.
Would you come back again?
In a heartbeat.
Awesome. Now, who'd you meet? What are some of the names? Who'd you meet today?
I met good old JR, Jim Ross, Zeus. That was scary. Yeah, regret that one. No, I'm just kidding. John Morrison was in the back. I saw Howard Finkel, Jim Cornette, Mean Gene Okerlund. That was fantastic. Kelly a little bit ago. You name them, I feel like they've been here at the Fan Fest.
Now, is there one out of all of those that you felt was your favorite by far?
Oh, wow. I think if I had to pick one, and I left his name off inadvertently on that last question, Eric Bischoff. Just the man himself, so much he has done for the business, especially during the Monday Night Wars. Great guy to talk to, very fan-friendly, and really enjoyed my time with him.
Now, as you mentioned, Southwest Indiana, that's where we both came from. There's not a lot going on there in the way of wrestling, but you need to be, I think, the shepherd of this message. You need to go home and tell Indiana that these are the things that they need to be doing. They need to be coming up with these fan fests. So out of all the experience you had, you saw the Jim Cornette show last night. You saw all these awesome wrestlers and got to meet them. What has been your favorite part of this weekend so far?
Oh, wow. Just the interaction. The way that, there's not intense security walking around. You can have one-on-one conversations with these guys and tell them, how you've looked up to them and tell them stories that you have about something they did in their career that you were there live for. And just how open and honest everybody is without having to be barricaded away from the action.
Sure, yeah. It's been one heck of a time. Brent, you helped us out so much today. He was kind of like a cameraman / talent wrangler / security. We have our own J&J security. We could call him BM security.
BM.
Let's go with Brent Magruder security, but sure, yeah, I'm with you.
All right. No, Brent, thank you so much for being here. We appreciate it. We hope that you're at least listening to another wrestling podcast there in Indiana.
I definitely am. I tell my friends about it. I've been telling people here at the convention about it. Shout out to Jonathan and Steve. This is an amazing show, and the publicity they're getting is fantastic. So for all new listeners out there, keep checking back. They have great talent coming up, I'm sure. Great schedule lined up, and you'll be impressed with every time they come on.
Ladies and gentlemen, we didn't even pay him to say that. That's straight from the heart of Brent.
I can't believe it. I got to be in this convention. I got to see none other than some of my heroes, some of my favorites, some of my friends. So this has been just an amazing time. I want to thank Joseph Bruin. I like to thank everybody here that put New England Fan Fest 5 together. This is a great event. You will see us here again next year at the Fan Fest 6. And who knows, maybe we'll be doing a show, and maybe we bring somebody in too, Steve. I don't know.
Yeah, we've had quite the year, Jonathan. This is pretty much what this show has been about too. A lot about Fan Fest, but also about our year in review. Almost like we've played some interviews who we of guys who are here and girls who are here today, just in case you missed it, to let people know if you're listening out there today for us. The people that you get to see here are, we're on our show. So it's been a year in the making, Jonathan, and we started here, like I said earlier today. We started 1 year ago at the New England Fan Fest 4, and now it's 5. And look at us, we're at a booth. We got a radio show. We got a show going on here. We got some buttons and stickers to give away. The kids love it. It's been one heck of a day.
It's where it all begins again. Providence, Rhode Island. I just think that if you didn't come out today, when you start to see the pictures roll in, you're going to feel really sorry that you missed out on this event. We've seen everyone from the likes of the Pug, good old JR's over here. So yeah, come on out, enjoy the show. There's not a lot left, but I know Brent is getting ready to go up to the bikini photo op.
Yes, sir.
He is probably the luckiest guy imaginable. So he's going to go there and he's going to see some of these lovely ladies in their
birthday suit. That's a different photo op.
Kind of their birthday suit. They're
nothing left for the imagination left for this.
Life does not suck at this moment, gentlemen.
No. So we'll have to find out how that all went for you. But I just can't believe it. It's almost in the books. We're almost wrapped for another show. But as Brent said, we've got some amazing shows coming up. You're going to have to listen to our 4th of July special. We're going to be joined by none other than the Patriot Del Wilkes.
That's
He's
right.
going to be on. We're also going to start our new Independent Spotlight. It's going to be a YouTube exclusive where you can get on there and listen to some of the greatest independent wrestlers in the world. Nothing's off limits, no holds barred, not with Zeus, but you will get to see everybody and hear about some of the greatest independent wrestlers in the United States and the world.
That's right, Jonathan. It's been one heck of a time. I don't know. I don't know what else to do today. I mean, we're talking to Paul London. He may or may not show up. So if you're listening out there, don't go away. We could have a Paul London appearance, but it's just a tease. But Jonathan, we talked to a lot of guests. We had a lot of guests who are here today. But one guy I want to throw out today for, the last interview of throughout the year that we had on here is John Morrison. Johnny Mundo from Lucha Underground. We haven't really talked too much about Lucha Underground. It's unique. It's different. It's filmed differently. I don't know what else to say about it, but I mean, we had a chance to talk to him. This is a unique interview too because John Morrison, or Johnny Mundo, gave us an interview live from a gym.
Yeah, we had to stalk him. We had to find him. We went all the way down.
He was actually kicked out of the gym because he was talking to us.
Yes,
can you believe it?
It's true story.
They made him move because he was talking to us.
So there you have it. Johnny Mundo, here he comes in your ears.
Today, we have none other than, I'm going to take a deep breath here, the guru of greatness, the Monday, Tuesday, Friday Night Delight, the new face of Extreme, the Prince of Parkour, the Shaman of Sexy, the Honcho of Hotness, Jomo, John Morrison, Johnny Mundo, but more importantly, John Hennigan. John, thanks for being on the show with us.
Hell of an introduction. Yeah, Johnny Mundo, now currently the Wednesday Night Delight, slowly taking over your entire week. Great to be on the show, guys.
Thanks for coming on. Now, as we just mentioned, you're currently wrestling as Johnny Mundo for Lucha Underground. How does it feel to be back on television wrestling?
Great. Wrestling is my first love. I loved watching it when I was a kid, and it's something that I've always liked doing, and I miss it a lot. Being away from WWE, and then starting to do it again made me realize why the hell I got into wrestling in the first place, because it's freaking awesome. And, Lucha Underground, couldn't be happier to be a part of that project. Wednesday nights on El Rey. Check your local cable listings. A lot of people are mentioning that El Rey is hard for them to find. For those people, I'll say you're being lazy. Look harder.
Hey, now, John, do you feel that Lucha Underground can be a top competitor to the other mainstream companies going today, and why?
I feel like absolutely can and probably already is a top competitor to the other mainstream companies that are going on today. First of all, they've got Johnny Mundo, which everybody's talking about, Twitter, Facebook, all that stuff. It's a fusion of a lot of really cool things. Lucha, WWE, ring psychology, me, Chavo, Ezekiel Jackson, now known as Big Rick, and Phoenix, Drago, Prince Puma, some of the best luchadors currently wrestling on the planet, and add to that the gritty action film vibe of Robert Rodriguez and BOA Network in general, and it's a pretty awesome show. I've watched it. I've got a lot of positive feedback from former from my friends on the current WWE roster, former WWE people, and also my family. You know, my mom's a big fan too. So if my mom, Dolph Ziggler, and the Miz all like it, gotta say it's probably a good thing.
There you go.
Now, it sounds like you're currently at the gym, which isn't too shocking to most of our listeners out there. You are, dare I say, one of the most gifted athletes around. Could you let your fans know a little bit about what a day in the life of you is like? You know, I know that you do the Out of Your Mind fitness. Is that what you're currently doing as well?
Yeah, absolutely. So it's a day in the life of Johnny Mundo. Live in Los Angeles. I hit the gym every day and usually go do something like parkour, boxing, some kind of stunt fighting later in the day. So today I did my stunt fighting session early. I'm hitting back and biceps right now, Out of Your Mind level 5, which is a really hard workout. And I'm kind of being lazy because I'm talking on the phone and wrestling way too much in between sets. Out of Your Mind Fitness, for those of you listening not familiar with it, is a functional fitness program developed by me and a friend of mine named Jeff Carrier that trains people to go from doing just regular bodyweight squats and push-ups to insane exercises like one-arm pull-ups, frog stand, handstand push-ups, and quadruped push-ups. And the reason that it works is because you're adding difficulty to exercises that involve movement. Most traditional bodybuilding routines are about adding weights and stuff. If you want more information about Out of Your Mind Fitness, go to www.ooynfitness.com and check it out there for more information.
All right. Now, Jonathan, we recently joined forces with FWE in New York City. You were currently the FWE heavyweight champion for them. How does it like working with FWE, and what does the championship down there in New York City mean to you?
I think it's really great. It's a lot of times it's refreshing to find an independent promotion that takes the promotion seriously. They bring in the most talented wrestlers on the current independent roster, and every time they've got great crowds with great energy. So I couldn't be more excited to be working with WWE. Super pumped to be their champion.
Now, John, you were a winner on WWE Tough Enough 3 and went on to do huge things in wrestling. Do you think that Tough Enough is still needed, or is WWE doing a good job creating stars with the new Performance Center and NXT?
You know, it's interesting because you can see stars of NXT and then come up onto the main roster for WWE, but Tough Enough captures a different portion of a wrestler's career than NXT does. I love Tough Enough. Obviously, I love it. That's where I came from. But I think it's a really cool show to watch. I watched it before I even started wrestling. Before I submitted a tape to Tough Enough, I watched season 1, and I thought to myself, you know what, I can do that better than those guys. And they submitted a tape. I think it's not necessary for the success of sports entertainment to have Tough Enough. I don't think that WWE necessarily needs Tough Enough to create stars, but I'm a fan of the show, and it'd be cool if they brought it back.
Okay, now when you won Tough Enough 3 and you got sent down to Ohio Valley Wrestling, which was the basically the NXT of its day, who all were you down there with at that time?
The Bashams, Doug and Danny Basham, Nick Dinsmore, Rob Conway was down there. Rob Conway taught me a lot about being a heel. He was a big influence on heel Johnny Blaze down at LBW. Then I tagged with Matt Capitelli, the other winner of Tough Enough, and Joey Mercury came down about a year into me being there, and I started tagging with him and learned tons and tons from Joey Mercury. Man, there's a ton of people down there at the time. Vic Delicious is down there, The Real Deal, Rob Steele, Aaron Stevens, who's now known as Damien Sandow, Sean O'Hare was down there. Roadkill, Dreamer was the head of talent relations for a while when I was down there. That was a good time. Always good to hear Dreamer stories. Dude, I don't know, like Flash Flanagan, I can't even remember everyone off the top of my head, but there's a ton of people down there.
All right. After achieving success in OVW, you, Melina, and Joey Mercury were called up to SmackDown, and you even won the tag titles from Rey Mysterio and Eddie Guerrero. How was that moment for you?
Yeah, dude, like that specific match, the debut in MSG with Eminem, Melina, and Joey Mercury, and wrestling Eddie and Rey, maybe like my career highlight, one of the coolest things that's ever happened to me in my life. And it felt like that I hit the big time. Over the course of your wrestling career, me personally, and I'm sure a lot of people would echo these sentiments, you find that there's moments that you remember over the course of your career that you think about sometimes when you're on a treadmill or walking or driving, and your mind races back to how that moment felt, and that's one of those moments for me.
Now, speaking of one of those moments, this is another end of that spectrum, but you and Mercury fought the Hardys at Armageddon. During that match, Joey Mercury got blasted in the face with a ladder in what is probably the worst injury that I've personally seen in professional wrestling. Did you rewatch that moment with him, or what was going through your mind when you saw that happen?
We never sat down and watched it together. When I was in that match, I remember that moment, and I was standing across from him and the ladder hit both of us. I didn't realize how bad it hit him, and that I got really lucky. And I rolled out of the ring thinking, damn, that ladder hurt way more than it should have. And then I rolled back out, and I remember looking up a minute later and trying to figure out where Joey went. And I looked up and I saw him walking up the ramp. I had no idea what happened to him, how bad the injury was. And then I walked over to the other side of the ring a few minutes later and saw that there was just blood pooled all over the ring, outside the ring. And when I got backstage, his face looked like a mummy. He'd been wrapped with gauze. And Melina and I drove to the hospital and waited for him all night. They had to stitch up his cartilage and stitch up his skin on top of his cartilage. He was messed up. And I saw that footage back. I've watched it several times now. And it sucks, dude. It was messed up.
Now, Joey got released in 2007, which gave you the opportunity to go out on your own. You won several titles, including the ECW Championship and the Intercontinental Championship. Did any one of those titles mean more to you?
It's hard to say if a title means more than another title, because at the end of the day, it's the moments that mean the most. I mean, defending the IC title against Rey Mysterio was a huge moment for me. Winning the tag titles with Joey from Eddie and Rey was a huge moment for me. My favorite moment with the ECW title was losing it to CM Punk in Cincinnati. I thought that was our best match. It felt like that moment felt better to me than winning it. The tagging with Miz also had some great moments. Beating Kofi and Punk for the tag titles with Miz was a cool moment. Which title means more, I don't know. I mean, that's something for you guys to argue about and decide. For me, I was happy to win all of them, and I'm proud of all those achievements.
You've been in several movies since your WWE departure. What should our listeners be watching that has you in it?
All right, first of all, it was in the third most popular Hercules movie of 2014. Don't know if you guys have heard about it. Hercules Reborn, starring me. I saw The Rock at Gold's Venice a few weeks ago, and we had a funny conversation about Hercules movies. The other stuff that I've been doing, I did a movie called Muscle Madness that comes out in March. It's about a talking Jack Russell Terrier that wants to be a pro wrestler. I play the bad wrestler in that movie. Helix the Hammer Monroe. That one is it's a kid's movie. It was really fun, though. I just finished a movie called Into the Storm, which is about artificial intelligence becoming sentient, in a sense, aware, and trying to kill humans because it knows too much. In that movie, I was the lead. I played a good android who tried to protect the world against evil AI and evil androids. That was super fun. We just wrapped And the coolest thing I've done, I think, is in post-production. It's called Boone the Bounty Hunter. It's a movie about a narcissistic reality show bounty hunter who uses parkour to boon celebrities. Boone means tackle. So the beginning of the movie is me tackling Kevin Sorbo and tackling other celebrities and stuff until the show gets canceled and Boone decides to go to Mexico to save the show by booning a real criminal. And when that's done, that's the coolest thing that I've ever done. It's written by me, produced by me, and then also the theme of very hardworking and passionate, creative people. That's the thing I'm most excited about. Look it up on IMDb. Look me up on IMDb. And as soon as I have a trailer or anything from Boone for everybody to watch, I'll post that shit and tweet it and tell you guys to look it up.
You got it.
Awesome. Now, your old partner, The Miz, has also been in a few movies. Since, during your run together, there was a thing where he started to call you the Jannetty of the group. What are your thoughts on being the Jannetty of The Miz and Morrison?
We both call each other the Jannetty. I don't know. I mean, time will tell who the Jannetty is. And if you wanted to analyze it a little more closely, I still feel like I'm the Michaels. Michaels took about 4 years off of his career. I've taken some time off my career, and I feel like at the end of the day, that's when people can make that call. But right now, it's still the middle of the game.
All right. Now, John, if you got to come back to WWE today, is there somebody that you would love to be working with right now?
Love to work with Joey Mercury. He's main eventing Raw. It'll be good for him, man. It's really cool to see Joey back on TV. The guys that are my friends that I've always enjoyed working with: Ziggler, Kofi, Zack Ryder. Is Zack still employed? Do you guys know? Is he employed by the WWE?
Yes.
Okay, good. Just asking because I don't see him on TV anymore.
Yeah.
So those guys would be cool. It would be cool to wrestle Cena. If he would ever turn heel, I think he should definitely turn heel. That would be great. If Daniel Bryan gets healthy, I'd like to wrestle him some more. Let's see. Ambrose would be fun to work. Rollins would be great to work in the ring. He's super talented. Just a little bit of a diva, so it'd be a pain to figure stuff out with him. Triple H would be cool to work with. Going back, WWE's got some of the most talented guys anywhere, and working with any of them would be really cool. Although the people that I'm with now in Lucha Underground, same thing. Like working with Big Rick, Chavo Guerrero, Prince Puma, I believe is as talented, if not more talented, than anyone on the current WWE roster. And having a chance to push myself to the physical limits of my ability by wrestling Prince Puma, Phoenix, Drago, all the luchadors, it's been really cool for me in Lucha Underground. And the stuff that is going to be coming out is just going to start upping the ante further and further with that show. So I'm super excited about that. And for me, there's no end-all, be-all wrestling. Wrestling exists between the performer, what's happening in the ring, and the crowd. And if those ingredients are right, that's what's going to create the moment that I'm going to be proud of, that I'm going to remember, that hopefully people in the crowd are going to remember and think to themselves, that was awesome, and I want to tell somebody about it.
Now, you're speaking of some of your opponents in Lucha Underground. One of my favorites who I think that is definitely underrated, and I'd love to see a couple matches between you guys, is the former Matt Cross, M-Dog 20, and current son of Havoc. Have you got to mix it up with him yet, or are you looking forward to doing that?
I'm a big fan of his. I was a fan of his work when he was M-Dog 22, and a super talented guy. And I don't know if a lot of people know this or not, but son of Havoc is a hilarious dude. That guy's making people laugh and catering all day. He's funny to be around, good positive energy in the locker room, and talented in the ring. So I'd love the opportunity to work with him. Let me ask you a question about son of Havoc.
Yes.
Who do you think Havoc is?
That's a good question. Are we going to see Havoc? Is my question. I'm answering your question with a question.
Do you want to see Havoc? I just answered your question, and you answered my question with another question. Go back and forth on this all day.
Yeah, I'm completely stumped on who Havoc is.
Well, you don't even have to know. You just have to make something up. That's what I've been doing this whole interview. It's no secret you've been talking about current wrestlers and stuff, so you are probably still currently watching the product. The WWE Network is a huge new way for people that may have not seen your body of work before to go back and see it now. So if you had the chance to suggest one thing for people to watch that had you in it in WWE, what would it be? Stuff. It's like asking Jeff Foxworthy what his favorite redneck joke is. I don't know. I mean, I'd say if you want to watch a Falls Count Anywhere match, watch me versus Sheamus, watch me versus Miz, watch any of me versus Punk. I wish they had some of Vine and Ziggler matches from our European tours on the network, because those live event matches were epic, and I don't think they exist anywhere. Any of that stuff. Like, there's tons of stuff. I imagine the WWE Network is the kind of thing you can start watching and turn around and check the clock and realize you just spent 2 weeks watching wrestling.
Yeah.
Without even knowing it. But, yeah, go on there and check out a bunch of stuff. Tweet me at The Real Morrison. Let me know what you think of my stuff on the WWE Network.
Now, we know you're currently on Lucha Underground, but I know you get asked this every interview, and we wouldn't be doing our jobs if we didn't ask you right now. Is there going to be a John Morrison return one day to WWE by any chance?
I don't know. You know, right now I'm really happy with Lucha Underground, and I feel like I'm in on the ground floor of an organization that is just developing, and it's growing into something that could change the industry, could create competition in a way that we haven't seen since WCW. I don't know what's going to happen with Lucha Underground, but right now I'm very happy with the promotion, the talent, and the people behind it. And it's in Los Angeles, which is my hometown. So I'm happy with where I am. I was happy with WWE too. The biggest stage of them all is WWE. And what the future holds for me, I'm just kind of living it day by day right now, living in the moment, to quote Jeff Hardy. It really just depends on a lot of things that I can't tell.
All right.
Now, you're currently on another wrestling podcast. It's our podcast. We try every week to get the best talent out there, but this week has been a very crazy week for podcasts. It's a huge topic of discussion. Colt Cabana had CM Punk on, and last night on the network, Steve Austin had none other than Vince McMahon. Do you, as a wrestler, listen to any of these podcasts? And if you did listen to either of those podcasts, what were your thoughts on those?
I haven't had time to listen to either of them, although I've heard a lot about both. And I am planning on listening to both. So if you'd ask me that question in a couple of days, I'd probably have a lot of stuff to say about Punk's interview and Vince's interview. And, yeah, looking forward to hearing both of them.
Lightning round.
Which is better, parkour or CrossFit?
CrossFit sucks. Parkour. You know the answer to that question before you even asked it. Parkour, of course.
Who's your favorite actor?
Jackie Chan.
You were in school. This may be a little-known John Morrison fact, but you actually studied geology. So, other than Dwayne Johnson, what is your favorite rock?
Gold.
Favorite Doors song?
Ooh, that's a tough one. Right on. Or Fire. It's tough. Depends on the situation. You're with the ladies, Riders on the Storm. If you're at the club, maybe a Break On Through remix. Or Come On Baby, Light My Fire.
What are your thoughts on Kevin Sorbo?
Dude is freaking hilarious. A nice guy. I don't know what he said about stuff in the media recently, but I had a chance to work with him on Blue the Bounty Hunter, and can tell you firsthand, super nice guy, very down to earth, not judgmental, with pleasure to work with. Made everybody on set laugh, including me, and I think he's a great dude.
All right, and favorite movie?
Oh yeah, one more thing about Kevin Sorbo. I think that Ben & Jerry's should release a flavor called Kevin Sorbet. I don't know what it would be, but just for some reason I think that'd be fun.
Well, if anybody from Ben & Jerry's is listening to this podcast, get on that right now.
And favorite movie?
Rumble in the Bronx.
Okay, and lastly, what is your favorite John Morrison nickname?
Go with the Monday, strike that, the Wednesday Night Delight.
All right, guys, what a day at the New England Fan Fest 5. We talked a lot to different wrestlers, to superstars, divas. We talked to even people here today at the show while the show was going on. So, guys, stay tuned to anotherwrestlingpodcast.com. We have interviews with Bill Goldberg, Jim Cornette. I'm trying to think of a lot of other ones, but there's been a lot of other people that we've been seeing here today. It's been a long day, a long weekend, but it's well worth it. If you're a professional wrestling fan, you guys got to come out here. It's not that far away if you live in New England. We're from New York. Jonathan's from Connecticut. Hey, we came out here. It wasn't a bad drive. It was a great day. Thanks again to Joseph Bruin and the New England Pro Wrestling Hall of Fame and the New England Fan Fest, guys. What a day. So much is happening. So much is going on. I can't thank everybody enough for what a great day. So, guys, make sure you tune into anotherwrestlingpodcast.com. Like us, follow us, subscribe to us. It helps us out and helps us keep going. And thanks to all the fans for stopping by today, saying hi, kissing babies, shaking hands, all that fun stuff. Guys, we will see you real soon. So stay tuned to anotherwrestlingpodcast.com.
Wrestling fans, listen up. Are you looking for the next big thing in pro wrestling to listen to? Then head on over to anotherwrestlingpodcast.com. That's right, Another Wrestling Podcast. Hear interviews with your favorite stars of yesterday and today, and so much more. Each week, join Steve Credo and Jonathon Benjamin as they talk anything and everything pro wrestling. From the convention floor to wrestling events, the guys are taking over the airwaves to get the most unanswered questions. To hear past episodes or to catch the next installment, head to anotherwrestlingpodcast.com.